This young man was accidentally cursed, making him unable to gain experience points, so his level was stuck at 1 forever. To make a living, he had to scavenge for leftover items from monster corpses. I became known to everyone by the nickname the Corpse Picker. One time, Anka went into a goblin cave and accidentally discovered the corpse of a rare dragon. He decided to slice open its stomach to see if there was anything valuable left behind. The surprise was that inside there appeared a brand new suit of armor. Before Anka could even react, the armor emitted a strange energy, and then a voice rang out, "Put me on, kid! Do it, don't be afraid." What the hell is this thing? It can even talk. Anka saw the danger and tried to bolt, but his exit was blocked by a group of goblins. They were level 1, even though they were the same level, there were too many of them. Anka didn't have any shield or armor. He just thought his miserable life was going to end right here. But Anka kept hearing the armor tempting him, even though he didn't know if this thing was dangerous. But anything was better than dying at the hands of these level 1 goblins. The moment Anka agreed, the armor immediately finished, identifying its owner, and flew over, suiting him up automatically. Clothes really do make the man. As soon as he put the armor on, he didn't look like a loser anymore. Anka used the sword that came with the armor to swing wildly into the air, and with every swing, another goblin was sliced in two. A soothing golden light rose from the goblin corpses and went straight into Anka. After a while of swinging his sword like a pro player with mastery level 7, Anka suddenly received a notification he thought would never appear in his entire life. Level up. Anka jumped from level 1 straight to level 6. This sudden change left him completely stunned. Without letting Anka dwell on it, the armor explained immediately. It turns out the wearer of this armor can use a unique skill called level absorption. After every time they kill an enemy, their entire level will be absorbed by the armor's owner. I don't know if this is a blessing in disguise or just pure dumb luck, but this guy was crying tears of joy. Looking at the 5 goblins sliced in half, Anka suddenly came up with a plan. He wanted to wipe out this entire goblin cave. If he did that, he'd absorb all their levels. Wouldn't he become insanely powerful? The theory seemed easy, but reality hit Anka hard. Behind him appeared a giant goblin, the leader of this cave, with a level reaching 35. Following it was a pack of low-level goblins. Even with armor and a sword, Anka was only level 6 and definitely couldn't win, but the giant goblin was standing right in the exit. He couldn't fight, but he couldn't hide either. Before he could even think of a battle plan, his opponent attacked first. Anka luckily dodged the first blow, but was then smacked by the goblin flying into the stone wall. Even though he had jumped 5 levels, the power gap between the two was still too huge. Since he couldn't win, he chose to run. Anka ducked into the nooks and crannies of the cave to lose the giant goblin. While Anka was catching his breath, a low-level goblin suddenly jumped out. He couldn't beat that level 35 monster yet, but these level 1 small fries were a one-hit kill. Anka was finally enlightened. He just needed to kill enough and absorb the levels of the low-level goblins, and soon he could be on par with that legendary goblin. Why the hell would he be afraid? And so a massacre began. Anka, hot-headed and fueled by rage, killed another 40 or 50 goblins. You could see the murderous intent in his eyes. In this world, level decides everything. He had to become stronger so he wouldn't be prey for anyone anymore. After killing for a while, Anka had reached level 15 while searching for more low-level goblins. He suddenly discovered a second cave. What was inside immediately dazzled Anka. Gold, and not just gold, but tons of gold, silver, and jewelry. These were likely war trophies the goblins had stolen from humans. Besides gold, there was also a pouch of recovery potions in the cave. This hellish armor looked menacing, but it was very useful. On the side of the armor there was even a pocket like Doraemon's magic bag acting as storage, so Anka easily grabbed all the recovery potions. I wanted to take some gold to escape his life of poverty, but carrying gold was cumbersome during a fight, so Anka let it go. Just as he was about to leave the cave, he suddenly heard something. It turned out the goblins had tied up a girl and hidden her behind piles of gold. Anka had another chance to be the hero, saving the damsel. This pretty brown-haired girl, named Mia, was a villager from the same village as Anka. Being rescued, Mia was happier than ever, but when she asked for her savior's name, Anka was very hesitant. In the end, he decided to say his name, but the moment Mia heard the name Anka, she was momentarily stunned. Anka knew that in everyone's eyes he was just a lowlife, a loser with the reputation of a corpse picker. However, Mia thought he was far different from those rumors. In her eyes, Anka wasn't bad at all. On the contrary, he was her savior. This time it was Anka's turn to be stunned. Having been trampled on, hated, and despised for so long, he had never received a single word of praise until today. His heart was now both touched and happy. As he followed Anka out of the cave, Anka immediately sensed the scent of goblins approaching. He told her to find a place to hide. A group of about 20 goblins was charging in with fierce momentum, but Anka wasn't afraid because he was already level 15. Even though he wasn't incredibly strong yet, dealing with these small fries wasn't difficult. Anka slashed through the goblins like cutting through mud, ready to take on as many as came. The situation in the cave was bloody. After a while of killing, the hellish armor finally notified him that Anka's level had increased to level 35. The toughest challenge in this cave had arrived. It was still that legendary level 35 goblin. The giant goblin roared in anger, but Anka no longer knew what fear was. Both raised their weapons at the same time, but the hulking goblin was sluggish, while little Anka was quick and agile, giving him the upper hand. He landed a deep, stinging slash right on the beast's hip. It caused the monster to bleed heavily, and its wails drew a dozen more low-level goblin minions to the scene, but with his current level, Anka decided to talk a little trash first. It was fine, though. He tossed a few sharp knives to Miu, so even without needing to dirty his own sword with more blood, these runts were easily dealt with thanks to his fearless partner. Now Anka's level was 10 points higher than the goblin boss, so he was clearly dominating the fight even though he didn't quite grasp how the armor worked yet. Still, Anka flowed with it to keep fighting. The armor not only boosted his resistance but also helped him analyze his opponent, and it detected that the hulking goblin was wearing a ring that boosted its stats. Adventurers usually had gear like that to increase their combat power. Who would have thought a monster would have something similar? With the armor feeding him intel, Anka knew exactly where to strike first. But the goblin was both massive and vicious, so breaking that ring wasn't going to be easy. After a few failed close-quarters exchanges, Anka came up with a new plan. He pulled out the knives Miu had tossed him earlier and hurled them straight at the giant goblin. The beast was so busy dodging that it got distracted. Anka seized the opening, closed the distance, and darted around the monster's body, struggling for a moment until finally he sliced the goblin's bracelet to pieces. With its power boost gone, it was finally time to butcher this beast. He wondered if this goblin could even understand human speech. But before charging in to brawl, Anka didn't forget to throw a few taunts its way. This kid was surprisingly flashy. Anka put every ounce of strength into a strike that slammed into the goblin. It sent the monster flying back, crashing into the cliff face. A goblin coughing up blood, just like those Chinese martial arts movies, isn't it? Without waiting for it to get back up, Anka rushed in and slashed repeatedly. It was like he was venting all his anger, all the scorn, the hatred, and the pathetic status he had endured before. Now all of that was in the past. The goblin tried to retaliate with a punch, but Anka delivered a decisive final blow. The giant monster died, and he absorbed all of its experience, hitting level 80. Once finished, Anka called out to Miu, who was peeking from behind a rock. There was no hiding the admiration in her eyes, and that made Anka happy. The two of them started gathering loot from the goblin. They could have returned to the village now. But Anka was still worried the villagers would give him a hard time, so he headed back into the cave to clear out the remaining goblins. By the time Anka and Miu returned to the village, he had reached level 100, with both of them carrying huge bags full of gear on their backs. Anka was thoroughly enjoying the fact that he had finally become a real adventurer, and Miu was even more pumped than he was, because no one around this village had ever reached a triple-digit level. She was more convinced than ever that Anka had a bright future ahead of him. But it's the villain's job to ruin a happy moment. In this case, that meant the appearance of Jirigu, the very guy who had stomped on Anka's bread earlier. In typical villain fashion, when he showed up, he naturally had to throw a few insults at the protagonist. Jirigu started revving his engine with his usual lines meant to belittle Anka, but this time he didn't even get to finish his trash talk. Anka already had his dagger pressed against Jirigu's throat. It wasn't just his speed. Anka's entire attitude had shifted. He was much more powerful and decisive now. Jirigu and his two lackeys were scared pale, embarrassed and enraged. Jirigu first tried to kick him, then drew his sword to teach him a lesson, but Anka's blade was a step faster. Jirigu's sword was swatted away and he fell hard onto the ground. Jirigu's henchmen were completely stunned by this unimaginable turn of events. But facing Anka's overwhelming pressure, not one of them dared to step forward. Jirigu was confused, unable to fathom why a level 20 adventurer like him would lose to a scavenger. When one of his lackeys noticed something strange on the system, Jirigu checked it too, and saw that Anka's current level was 100. The whole group was in deep shock, thinking they were dreaming and believing that Anka must be a monster. Realizing they couldn't win, they turned tail and ran before Anka could even do anything else. Anka returned to his usual shop where the owner was still as condescending and insulting as ever. But the boy had changed. When Anka pulled the legendary goblin fang from his bag, the old man was shocked. Even so, he still didn't believe that Anka could have taken down that monster. It wasn't until Mew poured out a pile of other rare materials that he truly couldn't hold it in anymore. In the end, Anka sold all the loot he had gathered for a very handsome price. He headed to the bread shop he always frequented. Out of the whole village, only the bakery owner had ever treated Anka kindly, even when he was stuck at level 1. I was deeply moved that Anka had finally leveled up, but before the two of them could chat for long, trouble started. Over at the village, a pack of wolfmen were attacking civilians. Just as a girl was about to be butchered by them, Anka stepped in front of her like a guardian deity. He drew his sword, facing the two monsters with immense gall. The feeling of going from a loser to a superhero not long ago. That's pretty awesome. These 7 wolfmen were all level 8. Normally, Jarigu and his lackeys were the ones supposed to stop the wolfmen from entering the village, but they had been so terrified by Anka earlier that they had completely forgotten their duty. With the level of these monsters, Anka wasn't worried at all, even if there were more of them. But because the villagers hadn't fully evacuated yet, it was difficult to protect everyone. One wolf man viciously raised its claws toward a villager, but Anka shielded the man with his own body and finished off the monster. This kid was incredibly righteous. Despite being baselessly insulted by the villagers all this time, he held no grudge and still chose to protect them. Anka's sword danced through the air as more and more wolfmen fell. The villagers couldn't suppress their amazement, seeing a powerful Anka fighting to protect them. The battle ended, and Anka's level rose to 172. He was quite startled as there were 10 wolfmen. Killing them all should have pushed him to level 180. Anka scanned his surroundings and discovered one last straggler hiding on the roof. The target was the little girl standing in the yard, and as Anka lunged forward, the werewolf leaped toward her with incredible speed. There was no way he could outrun it in time. To protect the child, there was only one way, and he couldn't afford to make a single mistake. Thinking is doing. Anka threw his sword in a blur, and it flew straight and true, piercing the monster's throat and killing it instantly. The child was safe. She flashed a pure, innocent smile to thank Anka, and he let out a sigh of relief, glad he had managed to protect all the villagers. The villagers gathered and surrounded Anka, their faces looking very serious. Surely they weren't planning to return his kindness with hostility. Anka himself thought they wouldn't accept being saved by someone as lowly as him, so before they could say a word, he turned to leave. But to his surprise, what he received were words of gratitude. The villagers all bowed to thank him for saving their lives. This caught Anka completely off guard, and he hurriedly explained that he didn't save them, expecting any reward, plus he possessed power now. From this day forward, he would protect this village. Anka's status in the village changed overnight. If the day before everyone had looked down on him, calling him a corpse picker, the next day he was the village savior. The next morning, Anka went out as usual, but the cold, judgmental stares were gone. From a distance, he saw Mew approaching. She wondered why he wasn't wearing his armor today. I was just wearing a normal black cloak, but with a simple snap of his fingers, it instantly transformed back into his formidable, hellish armor. Being able to change at the wearer's will, Anka found this armor more precious than gold. Though he still had many questions about its origin, Anka set them aside since he couldn't dig any deeper. At that same moment, a few figures appeared at the goblin cave. It was none other than Jarigu and his 2 henchmen. No one knew what they were doing there, but all 3 looked terrified as Jarigu ran ahead, constantly screaming for help. Before he could even figure out what the hell was happening, he lost track of his friends. Jarigu turned his head and the others were gone, replaced by a giant yellow eye. It floated on the cave ceiling, staring straight at Jarigu. He let out a laugh before collapsing to his knees, and a blinding light erupted from the eye, swallowing him whole. Back at the village, Anka didn't know what had happened, but he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Going back in time just a little bit, Jarigu and his 2 men had been hunting a one-eyed monster. After missing out on the werewolf bounty, they had lost quite a bit of reward money, so they changed their target to this creature. It seemed the 3 of them had severely wounded it. They saw the monster limping into the goblin cave. It followed the scent of rotting corpses and walked up to a dragon's carcass with Jarigu's group close behind. When they got inside, they saw a nauseating sight. The one-eyed monster was eating the dragon's corpse, and it didn't stop there. Jarigu's henchmen noticed something wrong. It seemed that after eating the dragon, the monster was gradually transforming. Back to the present, Anka had found his way to the goblin cave. His intuition told him something terrible had just happened, and the deeper he went into the cave, the more unbearable the smell of rotting corpses became. As he neared the dragon's carcass, Anka was startled to see a massive monster. It was the same one-eyed creature Jarigu had been hunting, but now it was twice the size. It was the legendary goblin Anka had encountered before, but now it had extra arms sprouting from its back. It was holding a bloody corpse. It looked like Jarigu, and when it saw Anka approaching, it threw Jarigu aside without a second thought. As much as he disliked that guy, seeing him all mangled and bloody was still pitiful. Anka panicked for a split second, because this monster looked even more ferocious than a regular goblin, but he was level 180 now. Perhaps there was a chance he could take this thing down. Fortune favors the bold. Anka drew his sword, but his armor immediately sounded an alarm. The opponent was too strong and he should run, but it was already too late. Anka took a full punch from the monster. There was no need to describe how powerful that blow was. Anka was face down, immobile, his bones aching. Checking the system, he realized the level of this mutated beast. It was level 200. The armor also detected a massive energy source in the enemy's head, repeatedly warning Anka to flee, but his limbs felt like they had been crippled by that punch. That single punch. The monster slowly took a step forward while Anka couldn't move a muscle. The monster was getting close, and Anka tried to brace himself with his sword. I wanted to stand up, but his bones ached with every movement. In the end, he couldn't escape. The eye on the monster's forehead glowed a terrifying surge of energy, like molten lava blasted down, exactly like how it had taken out Jarigu. Even at level 180, Anka was sent flying. His head slammed against the cave wall. Blood began to flow, and his consciousness began to fade. The monster saw Anka was unconscious and didn't continue the attack. It headed straight for the cave exit and left. A while later, Anka woke up. Although he survived, his body was severely injured. Following his armor's guidance, he pulled a healing potion from his inventory and drank it. His body was almost fully recovered. Anka guessed the monster was heading for his village and needed to pursue it immediately, but a voice made him freeze. It turned out Jarigu hadn't died yet, but his injuries were so severe that there wasn't a single part of his body left intact. In agony, Jarigu demanded that Anka give him all of his remaining healing potions. You don't know where he gets the nerve to beg for things while acting so arrogant. Anka wouldn't have minded giving the potions, but his recovery armor confirmed that even with the medicine, Jarigu couldn't be saved. What's more, this level absorption ability can also be used on other adventurers. Jarigu happened to be level 20, and even though Anka didn't want to kill anyone, Jarigu would be dead in a few minutes anyway, and he knew it well himself. So, he begged Anka to kill him to end the agony. The result was clear. Anka's level was boosted to 200, just enough to take on that giant mutated beast. After absorbing Jarigu's level, Anka quickly rushed back. The monster had reached the edge of the village in a bloodthirsty frenzy, but luckily Anka caught up just in time. He dove down courageously from above, delivering a clean slash to the creature's left wrist. It roared in agony. Now that their levels were equal, it was a fair fight. The massive monster was furious, but as usual, Anka jumped in with a bit of a lecture before the fight. The monster lost its patience and lunged to attack. But Anka nimbly backed up to gain some momentum. Then he leaped onto its shoulder, slashing firmly at the wings on its back. But the beast wasn't affected at all, and the eye on its forehead began to glow again. Anka thought the beast was using its old move and tried to stop it, but the giant creature was smarter than he imagined. It was just a feint. Anka was knocked to the ground. The monster quickly uprooted a massive tree nearby and swatted Anka away. Even though their levels were equal, the raw strength gap was still too wide. Anka had to use another health potion. He lunged at the beast like a bullet. The monster activated its lethal eye blast again. This time it was the real deal. But Anka's armor gave him a warning, so he dodged in time. He dove in and successfully slashed the creature's wing again, finally wounding it. Suddenly, the monster's focus shifted. It wasn't paying attention to Anka anymore. Anka quickly realized something was wrong, and the next second the creature kicked off the cliff for momentum. Then it leaped straight toward the village. Anka rushed to pursue it. The villagers had no idea the danger was closing in until in the crowded street a massive creature suddenly dropped from the sky. No villager had time to react. The scene was pure chaos. The monster went on a rampage, smashing houses. People ran in terror. The monster used its signature move, and the energy beam from its eye quickly obliterated a corner of the village. Anka leaped onto a nearby rooftop, but no matter how sharp his sword was, it didn't seem to intimidate the creature at all. Once again, the beast took off, leaping high into the air, but Anka had already anticipated it. He lunged up like a bullet. These two knuckleheads, man and monster, had been fighting from the cave to the edge of the forest and now into the village with no clear winner yet. Anka was so busy dodging the eye blast that he couldn't keep up. A moment of carelessness cost him, and he took a direct punch. The blow was so powerful it created a crater in the ground. Anka lay flattened inside while the beast flew off. It seemed more interested in destroying the village and terrorizing the people than fighting him. But Anka was used to taking beatings, so he obviously wouldn't give up. After all, his life's greatest goal was to become an adventurer and protect everyone. He plunged into the center of the village. All the villagers were panicking and fleeing except for the guy who always sold bread to Anka. He knew that with a giant vicious beast like this there was no outrunning it, so he just stood there leaving it to fate. The next part was easy to guess. The hero appeared like a god standing in front of the guy, but even with that heroic pose, he wasn't even sure if he could save the whole village. In the critical moment, the guy suddenly tossed Anka a piece of bread, the same stuff he used to eat back when he was a scavenger. God Anka remembered those dark days, and it felt like he was refueled with strength. Even though he knew his power was like a mosquito bite against this monster, Anka was determined to fight to the end. He charged with spirit, pointing his sword at the monster. It was equally aggressive and battle-hungry, and they both clashed again. But the beast easily blocked Anka's sword with its hand without a scratch. Anka didn't give up, though. Honestly, little Anka flying around the monster looked like a fly that could be swatted at any moment. The beast grabbed Anka's arm and, like a professional baseball player, tossed him away without mercy. Anka was starting to get a real headache now. This monster was way too strong. Suddenly, a whimper drew the attention of both Anka and the beast. It turned out a child was still nearby, too scared to run away. The kid was in the monster's sights. It flew over, landed right in front of the child, and raised its fist. The distance was too close. To save the kid, Anka had no choice. I used his own body to shield the child and took the full force of the punch. The child, listening to Anka, used all his might to escape while Anka was too badly injured to move. Standing opposite Anka, the monster charged its energy. The hell armor notified him that it was preparing a lethal blow again, but Anka had no strength left to run. A terrifying blast of energy shot from the eye, powerful enough to pierce 10 walls. Anka took it head on. His body was critically damaged, and he had dropped his health potion. While fighting, Anka felt utterly hopeless and began to lose consciousness, fading into a blur. Yet his desire to live and fight remained incredibly intense. Even in such pain, he still wanted to protect the village. It seemed like the end of the road. But then Anka felt his consciousness returning and his body slowly recovering. Someone was feeding him a health potion. As he opened his eyes, he saw a girl standing before him. It was Lena, a regular villager. The scene around them felt like it had a romantic filter on, just like a K-drama. Luckily, she had picked up the potion and fed it to Anka, or it would have been game over right there. But the romance didn't last more than 3 seconds. The ear-piercing scream of the monster quickly dragged Anka back to reality. He wanted to stand up and keep fighting, but the beautiful Lena suggested something that made Anka pause, running away. Ever since he awakened his power, Anka had never once considered running away. But Lena's words make a lot of sense right now. You're seriously injured, and if you keep trading blows like this, Anka, you could lose your life. And if that happens, no one will be left with the strength to protect the village. The creature doesn't give you time to think. While Anka is still hesitating, the monster lunges. In this desperate situation, he has no choice but to grab Lena's hand and retreat, leading her deep into the maze of houses. Having temporarily shaken off the monster, Anka can't help but wonder why Lena knows so much about him. After all, Anka's reputation is quite good these days. It's no surprise that the villagers know him. But the real reason is that Lena is the very girl Anka saved from the werewolf's claws a while back, which is why she puts her full trust in this young man. As if revitalized by this boost in morale, Anka feels more energized than ever. He promises Lena he will protect the village at any cost, and the atmosphere becomes as romantic as a K-drama. But a shrill scream shatters the mood. The two of them follow the sound and discover a group of human traffickers kidnapping a young girl while the others casually loot the villagers' belongings. Truly heartless scum, and so much for being righteous adventurers. Anka can't stand the sight of this. Just as he's about to charge in to deal with those bastards, Lena suddenly falls into grave danger. A massive man who knows when he snuck up behind her grabs Lena and presses a knife to her throat, threatening her. It turns out this giant and the slave traders are all in on it together. Anka doesn't dare make a move to ensure her safety, and they are both forced toward the kidnapper's carriage. The ringleader looks at Lena with an extremely lecherous gaze. A cute girl like this is nothing but a high-value piece of merchandise in his eyes. Anka is boiling with rage at their shamelessness, but the trafficker doesn't feel a shred of guilt. He even mocks Anka, saying that even a strong adventurer can't do anything against thugs like them. He can't act rashly, but Anka's brain is working at lightning speed to find a way to save Lena. Suddenly, from behind the kidnappers, Mew charges in with a knife. The giant tilts his body to easily dodge her strike, then casually sticks out a leg to trip her. She crashes to the ground, but this incident accidentally reveals a gap in the bandits' defense. With lightning speed, Anka closes the distance and lands a massive punch, sending the giant flying and knocking him unconscious. Lena is saved, but the traffickers immediately raise their guard and surround Anka, hoping to win through sheer numbers. But now that the hostages are safe, Anka has nothing to fear. All the thugs charge at once, but Anka's eyes are coldly terrifying. These guys are just asking for death. The outcome of this lopsided fight is clear. After a single swing of Anka's sword, the traffickers are all sent to the afterlife, and he absorbs every bit of their levels. The ringleader wears an expression of pure disbelief. This is clearly not the speed of an average adventurer. It must be said these villains aren't exactly the sharpest tools in the shed. Even though this guy knows Anka's current level is 200, he doesn't run but draws his sword to try and solo him. The result? He joins his buddies in the grave. With the traffickers wiped out, Anka's level is now 250. The Hell Armor notifies him that this level has reached the human limit. Anka had never imagined levels had a cap, and he has no idea how to break through to the next stage. But Anka doesn't have time to think about it, because Lena rushes out of nowhere to hug him tight. They're back to acting in a K-drama again. Lena is incredibly happy, because Anka saved her once more, while Anka is grateful to Lena for giving him the recovery potion in time. It's an endless loop of thank you that's getting pretty cheesy. But Lena's praise remains a highly effective medicine. Anka was still beating himself up for killing the traffickers, but after hearing the beautiful girl's encouragement, he feels much more cheered up. He also unties the rest of the captives. The little girl receives a compliment and a head pat from Anka and is overjoyed to have been helped by her hero. Whatever. But now is not the time for a heartwarming family scene, because in the distance the variant monster is still wreaking havoc on the village. Anka tells Lena and Mew to find a safe place to hide. As for him, he's in a new position now, having made a massive leap to level 250, so it's time to settle the score with this monster. There's no need to hunt for it. The monster flies straight toward Anka. The two face off, radiating intensity. Anka struggled so hard against this creature before, but now he cannot run. The monster lets out an aggressive roar, and Anka draws his sword. Suddenly, he remembers the days when he was just a scavenger of corpses. And that fateful day, he found the armor and defeated the goblin. He remembers all the familiar faces, the villagers he needs to protect. As if fueled by newfound strength, Anka becomes incredibly confident. The creature lunges ferociously, trying to smash Anka with its fists, but he has reached the human level cap. His immense power allows him to counter the monster perfectly. The beast is knocked backward onto the ground. Knowing it can't affect Anka with physical attacks anymore, it starts focusing energy into its eye. It's the same old move, but the Hell Armor warns him that this blast will be much more powerful than before. Even so, Anka doesn't fear or flee. He stands his ground, facing the monster head-on. As the massive energy discharges from its eye, Anka doesn't dodge. He swings his sword to create a defensive shield in front of him, and what happens next leaves the monster frozen in its tracks, because after its ultimate attack, Anka is still standing there completely unscathed. Facing this sight, the monster seems to be in deep shock. It roars even more frantically, whether out of fear or rage. Anka looks so small compared to the beast, but right now he looks like the Grim Reaper himself, come to claim its life. One man and one monster clash. The tide has definitely turned in favor of humanity now. Anka leans in and launches himself like a bullet, closing the gap in a flash, aiming to strike the monster's head directly, but the beast anticipates his move. It raises its fist to block him. But because of the massive level difference, it still takes the full force of Anka's sword strike, crashing face first into the ground. Yet the stubborn beast refuses to go down. Once again, it activates an attack from its eye. But Anka, naturally fearless, stands his ground and takes the brunt of that massive surge of energy head on. And when the purple light fades, he doesn't have a single scratch on him. The beast looks on stunned to see Anka standing there so defiantly. It almost goes mad, throwing its head back to let out a long, guttural roar before lunging in, throwing punches and kicks in a wild frenzy. Anka, however, with pinpoint precision, leaps high into the air. As he descends, his blade flashes with cold efficiency, instantly severing the beast's left arm. Maddened by both pain and rage, the monster begins unleashing its signature moves in a completely uncontrollable state. But Anka is no longer fazed by such things. It's time to settle the score. Like an avenging spirit from hell, Anka charges forward his sword, plunging accurately into the giant eye, bringing the battle to an end. He could have absorbed the monster's 200 levels. But his level had already reached its limit, and the Hell Armor suddenly unlocked a new feature-level conversion, leaving the village severely damaged by the one-eyed beast. So days after Anka finished it off, the villagers are still hard at work repairing their homes. By now, his reputation has only grown, and he's become a savior in everyone's eyes. Meanwhile, the Hell Armor is filling Anka in on the details of level conversion. Even though he can't absorb levels anymore, he can convert them into legendary skills, like speed boosts or status resistance, things that are incredibly helpful for an adventurer. Still, Anka wants more than that. He needs a skill that can help him break past the level 250 cap, though he figures he might just be being greedy. To his surprise, the Hell Armor actually has a limit break skill that can help its user shatter the level caps for any race. But unlocking it requires a cost of 240 levels. Although dropping from level 250 down to level 10 is a tough pill to swallow, Anka might face enemies even stronger than that beast in the future, so after a bit of calculation, he decides it's an investment worth making. After confirming the request for the new skill, Anka suddenly feels a sharp pain in his body as beams of golden light envelop him, and through those streams of light he can feel it. A massive surge of energy is pouring into his system. Once it's over, Anka can clearly feel the difference within himself. He has completely shattered the limits of humanity. At the same time, a mysterious stranger appears in the village carrying a massive blade and radiating killing intent. It seems this guy is hunting for Anka. Anka had thought that after trading his levels for this skill, he would be back down at level 10, but the armor notifies him that his current level is 210. He never expected such a lucky break. The levels from that monster the other day couldn't be added before, but they could be stored, so when Anka broke his limit today, they were automatically added. Anka's ambitions naturally don't stop here. From now on, it's going to be a journey of endless level grinding to trade for even more rare skills, for only with those in his grasp can he become the strongest adventurer. Things are starting to get a bit romantic now, aren't they? Lena appears out of nowhere and rushes over to Anka's side. This girl is quite bold, needing to give him a hug every single time they meet, even if Anka is decent at fighting. He's a bit of a dork when it comes to talking to women, and standing in front of a cute girl like Lena, he just keeps stuttering. Lena wants to thank Anka for saving her life several times, but her way of saying thanks is truly something else. She just tiptoes and pecks him on the cheek, his face turning bright red instantly. The girl then gathers all her courage and blurts out, "I like you," leaving Anka frozen in his tracks. After the confession, she shyly runs away, and Mew and the bread-selling uncle appear from out of nowhere. The two of them stand on either side, teasing him and making Anka even more embarrassed. Even the Hell Armor doesn't miss the chance to poke fun, leaving his face red as a ripe tomato. A few days later, a strange group of adventurers appears near Anka's village, led by a blue-haired young man who looks quite strong. The group doesn't seem to have any bad intentions. It seems they are searching for some kind of monster. A fire dragon. Meanwhile, Anka is hopping through the forest hunting monsters. His current level is 1, even though he has to grind from the start again. It's no problem at all, because Anka has traded for 2 new skills, Poison Blade, which allows the user to strike, poisoning opponents until they slowly bleed out, and an accuracy boost skill. With these, Anka can take out small monsters with ease, and in the blink of an eye, he's already level 41. This guy really knows how to invest. He spends another 40 levels to get a toxicity increase skill to take down foes faster. Anka silently calculates that by the time he heads back, getting to level 200 won't take much time at all. He's had enough hunting for today. So as he's about to head back to the village, that group of strange adventurers catches his attention. The blue-haired guy leading the group is level 120, and seeing Anka is an adventurer, he's happy at first. He seems glad to have another person to help. But when he checks the level, he sees Anka is only level 1, which makes him quite hesitant. Anka, however, doesn't care much about being judged. After all, he's used to being looked down upon by others. Originally, the leader wanted to speak up for Anka, but after everyone finds out that Anka has been an adventurer for years, but is still level 1, they are shocked. One guy, a tanned man in the group, tries to ease the awkward atmosphere, so he brings up the story of a useless adventurer nicknamed the Corpse Picker, unexpectedly. Anka just admits it's him, making everyone even more uncomfortable. In the end, the leader has to steer the conversation elsewhere. This group of adventurers has come here to hunt a fire dragon that's level 150, and since no one is skilled enough to solo it, the group has to work together using their legendary skills to support one another. The guy sounding very chivalrous, reassured, and that she didn't need to worry as they would surely take down the dragon. Ian didn't show much, but inside she was thinking, at level 150 I could take that thing down by myself. Interrupting their conversation, a blonde guy came running in frantic to report that the scout team had found the fire dragon. Meanwhile, inside a goblin cave, other adventurers were struggling immensely. Before them stood a massive, fierce black dragon, its mouth spewing flames. Upon hearing the news, they immediately formed up to prepare for battle. Anka surveyed the situation. While this adventuring party wasn't weak, they still didn't have what it took to fight a fire dragon. I did the math. The monsters he had poisoned with his blades were all about to kick the bucket anyway. Anka would soon return to level 200. By then he could protect this entire squad. To avoid casualties, Anka offered to join them. An refused immediately, though the guy still politely gave the excuse that he didn't want Anka to be in danger. But behind their backs, the whole team was whispering, judging how a useless level 1 like Anka had the nerve to act like a hero. That tanned, muscular guy from earlier, seeing Anka was still persistent, he bluntly called him a weakling and ordered him to just stay put. The group left. Anka had no other choice. He had to wait for the poisoned monsters to die so he could absorb their levels before following. Over there, Anne and her team were being absolutely trashed by the dragon. It turned out this wasn't the level 150 fire dragon they were looking for. This monster was much tougher. It was a unique dragon, the king of all dragons, with a level reaching 300. Under the savage flames, it breathed. Several adventurers had already fallen. Realizing the situation was dire, Anne immediately ordered a retreat to call for reinforcements. But before she could finish her sentence, the unique dragon whipped its tail, slamming her and knocking her senseless. Outside the cave, Anka had arrived, though who knows how. But now he was certain this dragon had been reborn from that corpse. The maddened dragon ferociously spewed fire, incinerating everything around it. Ian's group was hanging by a thread. The hell armor notified him there were about 30 seconds left for Anka to recover his level. He charged forward like a bullet toward the unique dragon. The dragon was building up to breathe a colossal flame, hoping to finish them all off. Just then, Anka's levels were fully absorbed. Hai instantly traded his levels for a new skill, fire resistance. Thanks to that, Anka saved Ain at the last second from the beast's brutal flames. Needless to say, the guy was shocked to see a useless name like Anka block Dragonfire. The muscular tanned guy from earlier who had been so aggressive toward Anka was now half dead. Equally stunned, he couldn't understand how he was taken down by the Dragon King, yet someone as weak as Anka survived. As the guy collapsed, Anka's fury boiled over. I wasn't strong enough yet. He still wasn't strong enough to protect everyone, and there were too many casualties. He swore he would take this monster down. The mad dragon spat out another wave of fire. Seeing the flames aiming straight at Anka, N screamed in horror, but with the skill he'd just swapped for, I wasn't afraid at all. The ferocious flames were instantly brushed aside by Anka. This blew N's mind. She couldn't figure out what kind of freak of nature stood before her. Even though he couldn't be harmed by the unique dragon's fire, Anka had burned through almost all his levels to get fire resistance. At his current level of 21, he definitely couldn't take this monster down. Whatever you fear, it comes for you. The dragon couldn't burn him, so Anka started taking physical hits. A swipe of its claw almost ended Anka's life. He dodged once, but the dragon closed the gap. Seeing the claw descending toward him, Anka couldn't think of a way to deal with it and figured he was done for. But suddenly a sharp blade cut through the air. The level 300 unique dragon had its head sliced off in a single stroke. Anka was stunned. The person who had arrived was standing heroically on the dragon's head. He flashed a triumphant smile. That guy's name was Bandua, a catastrophe-ranked adventurer. While Anka was still overwhelmed by this power, N spoke up to enlighten him. Beings like Bandua have abilities far beyond normal adventurers. They possess peerless power and seem to exist only in legends. Hearing N's praise, he gloated for a moment, then laughed heartily out of satisfaction. Anka immediately scanned him. Sure enough, this guy had reached level 300. According to the Hell Armor, he was born with the ability to break limits. That was why he was so strong. Anka thought this person was an ally here to save him, but Bandua flipped his attitude faster than a pancake. A moment ago he was smiling, but now he revealed a vicious expression. He had come looking for Anka because he had ruined his plans. It turned out the dragon corpse Anka, found in the goblin cave, was also killed by Bandua, but the unique dragon had a core. If you didn't destroy it, the Dragon King would eventually be reborn, and Bandua hadn't destroyed that core. Other monsters that ate the unique dragon's remains would be mutated, becoming extraordinarily strong and bloodthirsty, just like that one-eyed ogre Anka had defeated earlier. The ogre was part of Bandua's plan. He needed a monster strong enough to threaten the village, then he would appear as a savior to kill the monster and receive the worship of the villagers. Bandua would become a famous, beloved hero. But Anka appeared out of nowhere, defeated the ogre, and ruined his entire plan. What a load of garbage. On hearing this thought, the guy was completely insane. Anka couldn't understand why this guy would act like that. Bandua was too arrogant. He said that with his unmatched power, all he needed was fame, money, and women. That was it. Anka heard every word Bandua spat out. He remembered the innocent villagers who were hurt and the adventurers who followed on and had just lost their lives because of the dragon. His blood boiled, ignoring the fact that he was currently only level 21. Anka drew his sword, borrowed the power of the Hell Armor, and declared he would kill Bandua to avenge everyone. Bandua just laughed it off like a joke. But then he unleashed a surge of raw energy that completely overwhelmed both N and Anka. Anka knew perfectly well that in a one-on-one fight there was no way he could beat this maniac. But he still had a fighting chance. If he could just shatter the dragon's core and absorb its 300 levels, he'd be able to take Bandua down for sure, thanks to the Hell Armor. He searched for a skill that could destroy the dragon core from a distance, but Bandua wasn't giving him any time. The moment the search finished, Bandua charged at him with blinding speed. He swung his massive blade down. It didn't land a direct hit, but the shockwave alone was enough to send Anne and Anka flying. Anka struggled, pinned flat against the ground. Bandua started walking over with his blade slung over his shoulder. Right then, the Hell Armor finished the search and suggested Anka use the Destructive Blast skill, which triggers an explosion combined with a weapon strike. The skill cost 20 levels. But if Anka could just land a poisoned dagger straight into the dragon's core, he had a shot at winning. Armed with this insight, Anka forced himself up and grabbed 3 poisoned daggers. Bandua watched him with utter contempt, thinking those weapons were nothing more than mosquito bites to him. So when Anka threw the daggers, Bandua didn't even bother dodging. One of the 3 blades stuck right into the dragon's core. Bandua didn't get what Anka was trying to do. But Anka knew exactly what was coming next. The tides were about to turn. Anka detonated the core, and just like that, the unique dragon was completely wiped out. Levels poured out like golden light, flooding into Anka. Bandua was left absolutely stunned, mouth agape. The absorption was complete. Anka was now level 301. Feeling the power, he immediately went into mad dog mode and charged straight at Bandua. He wasn't afraid of anyone anymore. That guy was losing his mind, unable to believe that just a few seconds ago, Anka was a weakling at level 21, and now he was strong enough to trade blows with him without missing a beat. What the hell is going on? Blade clashed with sword, shaking heaven and earth. Anka was fired up, unleashing terrifying power, while Bandua was still reeling from how quickly things had changed. He finally started to grasp what the absorption skill was all about. Anka's levels, no wonder he managed to take down the one-eyed beast. Even after absorbing the Dragon King's levels, in reality, Anka was only 1 level above Bandua. The guy was a seasoned veteran, though, so overpowering him wasn't easy. Anka wanted to end it fast, but Bandua was still more than capable of landing hits that sent him flying. It was worse than getting hit by a baseball. But Anka's advantage besides his strength was that he was like a cockroach. You couldn't keep him down. Taking a few hits was nothing to him. I got back up and engaged Bandua in close-quarters combat. This time it went better. Anka spun Bandua around like a top, pouring every ounce of his strength into every single strike. Bandua had to struggle just to fend off the barrage. With his mad dog mode, Anka was successfully carving some decent damage into him. But that only made Bandua snap. Enraged, he activated his legendary skill, Epic Strike. A bolt of lightning thundered down from the sky. The power surged into Bandua's body. This skill was the manifestation of the god of war. Once activated, it boosted both his strength and his bloodlust. Bandua's blade became relentless, hacking away at Anka as if trying to claim his life. Anka was forced on the defensive, but he'd already thought of a counter-strategy earlier while searching for skills. He'd found a single-use skill and immediately locked it in. But Bandua was like a rabid dog attacking so constantly that Anka couldn't catch a break. In that critical moment, En suddenly appeared out of nowhere, lunging in with a shield. He took a lethal blow from Bandua intended for Anka. With tears streaming down his face, An begged Anka to avenge their fallen comrades. Anka didn't hesitate for a second. This debt had to be paid. He swapped to a new skill called Dark Armor Curse. Bandua charged in, launching another wave of attacks. Anka didn't rush to counter. He focused on dodging to buy enough time to channel his skill. The Dark Armor Curse didn't cost a fixed number of levels. The skill allowed the user to choose how many of their own levels to sacrifice in exchange for equivalent power. Anka didn't hesitate. He dumped 300 levels. A blinding stream of light descended from the sky. Anyone who watched too many cultivation shows would think some immortal was about to undergo their heavenly tribulation. Behind him, Ian was terrified because Anka's level had dropped all the way down to 1. Bandua didn't understand what he'd just done, but he checked his stats just to be safe. When he saw Anka's current level, he laughed harder than he'd ever laughed in his life. Thinking it was an easy kill, Bandua charged in to unleash a finishing move. But right at that moment, Anka looked at him with the coldest eyes imaginable. He had activated the Dark Armor Curse. From Anka's body, black and purple tendrils began to crawl out like snakes. They were invisible and intangible, yet they tightened around Bandua, trapping him so he couldn't move. Slowly, Bandua's power was drained away. It turned out the true effect of the Dark Armor Curse was to sacrifice your own levels to strip away an equivalent amount from your opponent. Bandua had never seen this move coming. He struggled in mid-air, helpless as his levels plummeted. Finally, when the skill finished, Bandua collapsed to the ground, frantically pulling up his magic interface to check his stats. Everyone knew the result. Bandua's level had bottomed out. He gritted his teeth, his hatred reaching a breaking point, but his arrogance hadn't faded yet. Thinking himself a catastrophe-level adventurer, he still trash-talked, claiming he could crush Anka like a cockroach. But before he could even finish his sentence, Anka's blade coldly swept across his chest. A deep gash appeared, but that was just the beginning. Anka kept attacking, leaving Bandua battered and unable to stand. Perhaps Bandua didn't know that Anka had spent years as a scavenger, always fighting at level 1. So when it came to hand-to-hand combat at low levels, Anka was the king of kings. Bandua couldn't handle his physical strikes. Anka sliced off one of his arms, sending blood spraying everywhere. Bandua couldn't even stand anymore, having to use his blade like a cane just to stay upright. He couldn't accept that he'd lost. Anka just stared at him with complete indifference, which only made Bandua more furious. Losing all reason, he hoisted his blade and charged at Anka again. But the fight was no longer evenly matched. After just a few sword strikes, Bandua fell completely, his scimitar sent flying. I observed the whole scene, carefully, and limped over toward Anka, feeling incredibly grateful that he had taken down Bandua and avenged his fallen comrades. On the other side, the stubborn Bandua had lost, but it wasn't over yet. He still had enough strength to threaten Anka, claiming there were many other calamity-level adventurers out there. Today, Anka had severed one of his arms. In the future, plenty of powerful adventurers will hunt you down to settle the score. Whether it was out of confidence or arrogance, Anka was naturally not afraid of these so-called calamity-level adventurers. Bandua sneered, wishing him luck, so that his own confidence wouldn't be the death of him. Suddenly, the bracelet on his remaining arm began to glow. I realized it instantly. It was a spatial teleportation tool. Bandua was trying to escape. Anka panicked and lunged forward, wanting to finish off his enemy, but it was already too late. Bandua vanished right before their eyes. He swore that the next time they met, he would kill Anka with his blade. I was terrified to see Bandua get away. After all, the existence of such a powerful yet insane adventurer was extremely dangerous. But Anka didn't seem too stressed. He believed that next time they met, he wouldn't lose. Seeing Anka's calm smile, I felt myself relax a little. Even so, looking back at the battlefield, Anka couldn't help but feel emotional. So many people had sacrificed their lives in vain. Suddenly, Anka made a request to En. They had both carefully considered it and reached an agreement. Anka wanted En to take him away from the village, even though he wanted to protect it. Anka knew he had made an enemy of Bandua. Moreover, he would likely face other dangerous opponents in the future, and if he kept staying here, he would end up dragging the villagers into trouble. Ian understood that perfectly, and agreed. After all, the solo dragon had been defeated, and their mission was complete. So it was time for Anne to leave as well. Before leaving, Anne didn't forget to send word to other adventurers to come and clean up the aftermath of the battle. They would protect the village for a while. I was hiding in a corner, not sure how much the little girl had overheard, but I saw her run away in a hurry, her expression deeply complicated. Anka also wanted to say goodbye to the baker uncle, but coincidentally the bakery was closed today. Anne calmly asked him if he wanted to delay their departure, but Anka refused. He didn't think he was brave enough to say goodbye to the baker Miu or even Lena. Anka had made up his mind to leave this place behind. As they stepped out of the village gate, someone suddenly called his name. Anka turned around. It was the baker holding a familiar bag of freshly baked bread. I knew Anka was leaving today, and he knew exactly why. He was the one person who had never looked down on him even when Anka was still just a scavenger. Taking the bag of bread from him, Anka finally managed to flash a genuine bright smile. He said his goodbyes, and then he and Anne walked side by side on the road. The beautiful Jakor village was left behind. Their destination was the city of Zaramu, where En's guild was based. Along the way, the two of them saw a carriage being attacked by a group of goblins. Since they were just low-level monsters, it was the perfect opportunity for Anka to regain the levels he had lost before reaching Zaramu. It only took a few swings of his sword to wipe out the goblins. The two continued their journey to Zaramu. This city was located northeast of Jakor village, and being the largest city in the south, it was incredibly bustling. Anka was like a total country bumpkin, constantly looking left and right. They headed into the city center where the headquarters of the Southern Adventurers branch was located. Many talented adventurers were gathered there. That way, Anka, currently sitting at level 100, wouldn't draw too much attention. Ian was extremely intelligent and perceptive. On the way to Zaramu, even though Anka tried to level up as much as he could, An advised him to stay at level 100 to remain inconspicuous. Especially because if Anka kept his level around 300, his existence would be just like Bandua's. In addition to the gossip, Anka could also face retaliation. If a fight broke out within the city, it would cause many more casualties. And foreign, the existence of adventurers was meant to protect the peace. Oh my God, a guy who is both handsome and warm-hearted. Even I would fall for him, let alone the ladies, right? While chatting. And almost forgot to tell Anka where they were heading. Their destination was the Southern Adventurers branch headquarters, because An needed to report the incident with the solo dragon. Even though he came to report and receive his reward, An looked very sad. The receptionist was cheerful at first, but when she heard about the solo dragon, her face went pale, and the mood in the room plummeted. The reward was a lot of gold, but N was the only survivor left to collect it. Anka finally understood why he was so sorrowful. Perhaps N was tormenting himself for accepting a reward paid for in the blood of his comrades. Anka didn't know how to console him, so An spoke first, asking him, "If your loved ones joined a monster-slaying party and all died in battle, but the captain survived and even received a large sum of gold, how would you view them?" As the two stepped out of the headquarters, Anka still didn't know how to answer. An had already guessed what was waiting for him outside. There were countless families of the adventurers under N's command who had just died. Pained by the loss of their loved ones, they began to lash out at him with incredibly harsh words. But N had no way to avoid it. As the captain, he had to take responsibility for what happened. Outside, a crowd of grieving families had gathered. They continuously hurled insults at Ian. He seemed to be drowning in their accusations. Although deeply pained, Ian had to shoulder all the responsibility. But his apologies were not accepted. No one believed that a whole party of strong adventurers could be completely wiped out by a level 150 dragon. Anka couldn't stand it anymore. It was clear that the solo dragon was level 300. Victory. It was completely impossible given the raiding party's strength. You wanted to speak up for N, but he stopped you. After all, the entire party had perished. A righteous man like N would naturally take all the blame on himself. He was torturing himself, thinking that if he had retreated in time, the whole team would have survived. But the crowd just kept pushing their luck. A guy with a scar suddenly charged forward, spewing insults at N, accusing him of intentionally sacrificing his comrades to claim the reward money all for himself. When Anka heard that he couldn't take it anymore, he stood in front of N, aggressively confronting the scarred guy. Anka hadn't wanted any attention, but seeing N being targeted, he revealed that the Dragon King was level 300 and that he was the one who took it down. The moment he said that, everyone's expression changed. Most people didn't believe it because if the Dragon King really was level 300, why was Anka still alive? The scarred guy Bill found it even harder to accept. He opened his magic window to check Anka's level. He was only level 110, and with that level, defeating a unique dragon was clearly impossible. He laughed out loud, trying to shoo Anka away. Anka wanted to handle things calmly, but the other guy wouldn't listen. Before Anka or N could explain any further, Bill started radiating killing intent and drew his sword. Anka reacted quickly and blocked him with his own blade. Bill was the same level as him, both were 110. They quickly started brawling. Ian didn't want to use violence to solve the problem. He stood to the side, anxiously trying to stop Anka, while apologizing profusely and taking all the blame. Anka was busy clashing swords with Bill, but his mouth was still working at full capacity. He didn't want everything dumped on N. Even though everyone had died, it was an accident, and N wasn't at fault, even though he had no chance of winning and hadn't cowardly run away. If Anka hadn't shown up in time, even On would be dead. Words were being exchanged and swords were clashing, but Bill was quickly overwhelmed by Anka and his sword was sent flying. On stood outside the fight, sobbing uncontrollably. Anka was crying too. These two guys might be a bit soft, but they're definitely sentimental, aren't they? N didn't understand why Anka was standing up for him, but when asked, Anka only gave a simple reason. That was that. N was an adventurer he truly respected. Just as they were having this brotherly moment, Bill drew a dagger and lunged at them. But before his blade could get near Anka and N, it was blocked. The person who stopped him was a tall, fierce-looking man who seemed to be an acquaintance of N. This man's power was immense. His aura was enough to make Anka's hair stand on end. Not knowing if he was a friend or foe, he reflexively raised his sword, but On stopped him. It turned out the man was the guildmaster of Jude, where Ian was currently active. Julie was level 200. It seemed Ian had reported the whole situation, so Julie already knew of Anka's existence. A reputable figure like Julie appearing was enough to crush the doubts of those who had been insulting Ian. Not only that, Julie even knew about Bondua's appearance. It wasn't surprising, as the entire battle and Bondua's crazy plans had already been relayed by On through a communication stone. Julie seemed to be a hot-tempered man. Not only was he harsh with Bill, but he also didn't hold back in scolding the rest of that crowd. To Julie, adventurers were born to protect peace, and fighting to the death was their glory. A bunch of people who didn't know right from wrong teaming up to insult a survivor, who had lost everything like Ian, was truly a disgrace to the departed. The whole crowd was still in pain, but hearing that lecture helped them clear their heads. The crowd dispersed and the misunderstanding about N was cleared up. However, although Julie helped N resolve his conflict, his subsequent words made Anka drop his jaw. He decided to expel On from Jude. Even though the recent battle was an accident to Julie, N had still shown that he had many shortcomings. Jude, their saving sword, was ranked among the top at Zaramu, and he couldn't accept an incompetent leader like that continuing to operate in his guild. I don't know if N was sad, but he looked relieved. He didn't object to Julie's decision. However, On recommended that Anka join Jude because he was an adventurer with great potential. If Anka joined the saving sword, it could help Julie a lot, and N wouldn't need to worry about his future anymore. To be so highly regarded by N, he must truly have talent. Julie considered it for a moment, but Anka immediately refused the offer. I felt it was too unfair that Julie would expel a valuable member like N, so he didn't want to join the saving sword. N knew Anka was upset on his behalf, but he advised him to stay calm because joining a guild would provide support and many resources. To advance further, one definitely needs a guild, but Anka then said something that sounded absurd. He said he would start his own guild. Anka's eyes were full of confidence. In followed him, and their first task was to find a base. The two went to an address in the city, but the house was smaller and more dilapidated than imagined. But hey, everyone has to start somewhere, right? Having N by his side was already Anka's first step toward success. Both were full of hope for the future. From now on, they were both partners and close friends. However, reality was a bit hard to accept. The house was old, moldy, dirty, and infested with mice. Because both N and Anka were dirt poor, they couldn't afford a nicer place. Although defeating the unique dragon earned a lot of money, An had split it equally among the families of the fallen adventurers. With only a few gold coins left, they could only rent a place like this. Even if it was hard to accept, the two had to get right to work cleaning up this battlefield. Two men who could fight without getting tired now had to dive into sweeping the house and mopping the floor. But strangely, Anka quite enjoyed this moment. After all, since finding the armor, he hadn't had a moment where he wasn't fighting. Having days to do light tasks like this was nice. Before they even finished cleaning, they had visitors. Anka couldn't believe his eyes. The people appearing before him were Lena and Miu. Both his little sister and his dream girl had shown up right at his door. Young man Anka. Must be quite the lucky guy, huh? Meanwhile, outside the city gates, a guard comes sprinting in desperate, reporting that a monster has appeared at the West Gate man. That thing looks ugly and terrifying. It looks just like a cross between a spider demon and the white bone spirit from Journey to the West. A guard gets snatched up by it, and it quickly becomes a light snack. This horrific sight terrified everyone else while over here. Anka is being scolded by Miu and Lena. Neither of them can accept that he just up and left. Not a single goodbye or explanation. Anka isn't afraid to fight monsters, but standing in front of these two, he's stuttering, not knowing what to say. Outside, a messenger is shouting that the monster is too ferocious, and all capable adventurers need to assemble to help. Anka looks at En, and he understands the situation immediately. Both of them have to get to the West Gate and take care of this threat. Lena and Miu also obediently stay behind to wait for his return. Both Anka and En are fully geared up, and putting on that armor really makes him look sharp. This will be Anka's first battle. In this city, at the West Gate, the situation is falling into chaos, because not only has that ugly monster appeared, but it also brought a legion of white skeletons to attack Jaramu. This ugly thing is called a proto-level 210. Looking at it again, it really is hideous. A scarred guy named Bill is fighting the skeletons. They are level 20, so an adventurer like Bill at level 110 shouldn't feel threatened. The thing is, the enemy is too numerous and fierce. Bill feels like things are taking a turn for the worse. Julie hasn't arrived as backup yet, and at this rate, the entire vanguard will be wiped out. Just a few seconds of distraction, and the level 210 proto appears right behind Bill. He's stunned in place, only watching as the monster releases blue orbs covered in squiggly symbols which slowly envelop the soldiers. Even Bill feels his strength gradually draining. This thing looks like a curse. It doesn't deal damage, but it paralyzes the opponent so they can't fight back. Bill watches a skeleton soldier with a sword get ready to finish him off. But just then the savior arrives, none other than Anka, who takes down several skeletons in one go. He absorbs their levels. Meanwhile, An is also busy punching and kicking his way through the crowd. Anka is worried because his level is rising, but Ian told him already. In a situation like this, there's no need to worry about hiding anything anymore. Since it's come to this, just let loose. Anka swings his sword continuously, and his level quickly rises to 250. Anka and En coordinate very well. His level is now high enough to fight the proto. Un tells him to leave the skeletons to him. Supported by his ally, Anka is free to rush toward that ugly monster. It turns out there was a reason Julie didn't arrive as backup. He was preparing to leave when the noise at the East Gate caught his attention. Mendez, look, there's a proto and a legion of white skeletons here too, just like at the West Gate. Even though he's 10 levels below the monster, Julie isn't afraid at all. He activates the epic skill, Demon Descendant. His power spikes instantly, completely overwhelming the monster and its minions back at the West Gate. Anka is still enthusiastically fighting another proto. Although this guy talks a bit too much, his sword strikes are decisive. One blow severs a leg of the monster. Then a second strike cuts off another leg. The skeletons see their boss being bullied and try to gang up on Anka, but facing these small fries, I doesn't even have to use much strength. Anka can even easily block their sword slashes with his bare hands in a flash. His level has risen to 290. The skeletons are scared stiff, shaking like leaves, but dealing with them is just child's play. The main issue is the proto acting crazy in the back, using its remaining legs to swipe at him. But Anka is agile and manages to dodge every time. Seeing that physical attacks aren't working, the proto fires off several cursed orbs at once. In busy farming, minions over there doesn't forget to warn him not to let them touch him. Anka plants his sword into the ground, a terrifying energy radiating from his body. A powerful golden shield envelops him, causing the blue orbs that the proto fired to be unable to reach him. Observing the whole process, Bill's jaw drops in shock, unable to believe that the kid who was the same level as him a few days ago is now as strong as a god. Pressing his advantage, Anka unleashes a sword strike, successfully slicing the monster in two. Although the proto isn't dead yet, the outcome is clear. It lies flat on the ground. It stares hatefully at Anka. This guy has really overwhelming power now. But he talks too much. Why not just finish it off? Being so hesitant allows the proto to fire hundreds of cursed orbs. Anka finally realizes the danger because all those orbs aren't aimed at him. They are heading straight toward Jaramu. The people in the city have no idea what's happening, let alone being on guard. Seeing hundreds of giant orbs raining down, they can only panic and flee. Right after that, the proto dies and all its level is transferred to Anka. By now, he's reached level 500, a terrifying number, but the current situation is still very dire because before dying, the proto unleashed a demonic curse. Anyone hit by it will have their body gradually eroded, finally leading to death. After that rain of curses, many innocent people were hit. Anka asks N for a way to resolve the immediate situation, but with this type of magic, only adventurers, proficient in using magic, can dispel it. Even with the Sword of Salvation, there are only 3 people capable of doing that, and these 3 are the only adventurers who can break the curse in Jaramu. As the situation becomes critical, 2 adventurers arrive to provide backup. They are 2 of the 3 mages that Ian just mentioned, both working to break the curse that Proto cast on the other adventurers. The third one is a beautiful girl with pink hair named Mina. She is also the mage who possesses the greatest power. Although the 3 of them were present and started saving people, An still felt the situation was dire. The curse was too powerful and too many people were affected. Mina was strong, but it was taking quite a toll on her. Seeing the time it would take to lift the curse in such a situation, Anka made a bold decision, even though it could put him in danger by drawing too much attention. Still, Anka went for it. He sacrificed 150 levels to gain a new epic skill, Curse Destroyer. This skill allowed Anka to fire a golden bullet that could shatter any curse. An didn't object to Anka's decision. Saving people had to come first. Anka immediately got to work shooting rays of golden light from his palms. The light was blinding. Everywhere the rays touched, the adventurers were freed from that wicked curse. Mina couldn't believe her eyes at such incredible power. She wanted to ask about Anka's identity, but he had to focus on saving lives. Not wanting to lose her pride as a top-tier mage, Mina wanted to help save people too, so she followed Anka. The 3 entered the city together. The scene was absolutely horrifying as the curse had engulfed everything. Anka raised his hand and began activating his Curse Destroyer skill. At the east gate, Julie had just finished off the twin proto and its minions. Looking up, he saw the entire city shrouded in the strange, deadly light of the curse. Although Anka's Curse Destroyer skill was amazing, the entirety of Jaramu was already submerged in the curse. Anka ran here and there, saving people even more frantically than rushing to meet a work quota. Everywhere he went, the citizens were fully stabilized. Mina was incredibly happy, but Ian was growing even more worried. Jaramu is so huge at this speed. There was no way Anka would have enough time to save the whole city. Casualties were bound to happen. Anka realized the problem too. He was exhausted to the point of death. But in reality, only a small part of the city had been cleared of the curse so far. Feeling helpless, Anka had to call on the Hell Armor for help. It offered a solution. Anka could sacrifice more of his levels to amplify the Curse Destroyer skill. By using a special weapon, a divine sword, Anka didn't think twice, and immediately requested this ability. Amidst a blinding golden light, a divine sword appeared. Anka raised it to the sky and poured his power into it. The sword obeyed and the skill's power was amplified to its maximum level. A golden light slowly covered the entire city. Every citizen who had been hit by the curse woke up immediately afterward. An and Mina caught up to him. Mina wore an expression of awe looking at the divine sword. She wasn't sure if the person in front of her was just an ordinary adventurer or truly a god. Anka, looking incredibly handsome and cool at that moment, replied that he was just a regular adventurer trying everything he could to save Jaramu. That's the power of the protagonist's aura for you. Beautiful and strong Mina was actually blushing in front of this guy. Saving the people was done. Now there was another problem. Even though Anka had saved the whole city, if this was discovered, everyone would have their eyes on him. Anka didn't want the attention, so this time he didn't want to take the credit. Look at this guy, just saved everyone looking all cool, now he's tearing up begging in. Someone as thoughtful as in would definitely have a way to resolve this. If it was too difficult, they could just ask Mina for help. All the citizens were gathered in front of the Adventurers Guild headquarters. They wanted to see the savior who had lifted the curse for the whole city with their own eyes. The person who stepped out into the spotlight wasn't Anka. It was Mina. Everyone showered her with endless praise and even dubbed her the Golden Goddess. This title, which sounded more grandiose than a bell, made Mina feel extremely flustered. So that was it. The thing. and wanted to ask her for help with earlier was to go to the headquarters and say that she was the one who broke the curse across the city. That way the savior would be Mena and Anka could still live a normal life, without anyone paying attention to him. Even though Mina didn't feel very comfortable taking credit that didn't belong to her because Anka had saved the whole city, she agreed to help him. Things didn't stop there. An thought they should create a title worthy of Mina, and the name Golden Goddess was born right there. He also let all the citizens know about the Golden Goddess, and that Mina was the one who had saved the whole city. If you're going to act, you have to go all out, and wanted Mina to have a debut performance in front of the people, the most spectacular one possible. He wanted Anka to use his curse-destroying skill on Mina so that she could radiate a shimmering golden light like a real deity. Even though it was a bit showy, Mina reluctantly agreed. That's why there was that scene from earlier. All attention was focused on Mina, and the citizens were even tossing her up in the air, extremely excited. And of course no one cared who Anka was anymore. Anta and Anne stood quietly in the back observing the people cheering for Mina out there. Both of them felt happy that the city was saved and Anka's identity remained protected. Julie appeared like an assassin from behind, startling both of them. He wanted to talk to Anka privately. At first the boy tried to play dumb, but it seemed Julie knew everything about Anka actually being the real hero of this city. Anka seemed a bit tense seeing that Julie knew it all. There was no other way, so he had to talk to him just like a student caught cheating by their homeroom teacher. Julie had no issue with Anka using Mena as a shield, but he still felt it was a pointless act because when Anka took down the proto, many adventurers had witnessed it. However, that wasn't the main point. What Julie really wanted to say was that the East Gate had also been attacked, and the attackers were a proto-army, led exactly like the West Gate. Hearing this, Anka felt even more overwhelmed by Julie's strength. He could single-handedly face that entire army, without any of his soldiers getting hurt. Even though there were no serious consequences, Julie firmly believed that this incident had been planned by someone behind the scenes, so he reflected and analyzed. He felt there were too many things that were not normal about this wave of monster attacks. Proto is a monster, the likes of which you've never seen. Even other adventurers don't know a thing about it, so it definitely doesn't live anywhere near Zaramu. Julie suspects someone summoned this beast and they must be as powerful as a disaster rank adventurer, though their motive is unclear. Whatever the case, it's certainly no good. Julie doesn't know what this mastermind might pull next, so he decides to seek out Anka. Julie wants to team up with him. He hopes Anka can quickly get his guild up and running so that together with the legendary blade they can protect the city. Easy to say, harder to do. Establishing a guild involves a mountain of red tape and paperwork, and In is currently struggling with that. But Julie takes the initiative, offering to speak with the Central Council to help them out provided they meet his two conditions. Anka must fulfill two requests from Julie first. He has to spar with Julie to prove he has the strength to lead a guild. Second, Anka must complete a mission set by Julie, wanting to prove his worth. Anka doesn't hesitate for a second and agrees to both. The three of them head to the training grounds to begin the challenge. Normally, adventurers use training weapons for sparring, but Julie argues that those can't accurately assess Anka's true potential, so he makes a demand. Anka must use his own real weapon and fight with everything he's got. Ian is forced into the role of referee. This isn't just a friendly spar. It's a clash between two powerhouses. As soon as An signals the start, both of them lunge at each other. Julie immediately puts in his full effort to dive into combat, but fortunately, Anka manages to block his attack just in time. Even though his current level is 100 against a swordsmanship master like Julie, he can only barely hold his own. The gap in their levels is just too massive. It puts Anka at a huge disadvantage. He doesn't even see a sliver of a chance to win this lopsided fight. Julie surely knew the situation and outcome beforehand, but he still wanted this solo match. In other words, the point of this fight isn't to decide a winner, but to test his strength and fighting spirit when facing a stronger opponent. Once he realizes the true focus of the test, Anka stops hesitating. He goes all out on the offensive. Even though Julie blocks his strikes and knocks his sword away, Anka doesn't give up and summons his holy sword to keep fighting. Next, his holy sword is knocked away too, but actually this time, it was a deliberate feint to distract Julie and seize a chance for a spectacular counterattack. Even Julie, a veteran of countless battles, never expected a fresh-faced kid like Anka to come up with such a clever tactic in such a short amount of time, even though Julie barely managed to dodge that lethal blow in the blink of an eye. Anka vanishes from his sight. It turns out the kid used a burst of speed to launch himself into the air, gaining momentum to strike from above. Perhaps knowing the power gap, he decided to gamble on this move to maximize his damage. This attack truly carried immense power. It was enough to crack the reinforced concrete training ground. However, Julie isn't as easy to take down as he thought. Even after taking that critical hit, he only lost a little health before standing back up looking cool as ever. Truly, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Moreover, Julie seems to have been hyped up by Anka's attack and he's gone full-blown crazy. He's done playing around and has switched straight to destruction mode. This old man quickly draws his ace in the hole, a lethal strike meant to end his opponent in a heartbeat. One look and you know things are getting serious. Although he doesn't know what Julie's next move is, Anka can feel the pressure in the air and is already breaking into a cold sweat. The blue-haired kid realizes the true nature of Julie's skill. He never imagined the old man would go this far. He's actually using an epic tier skill, Demon's Descent, against a junior like Anka. If Anka didn't have the main character plot armor to carry him, he'd be finished. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, and frantically warns him to be extremely careful because Julie's Demon's Descent isn't just any normal move, it doubles his strength for 15 seconds. That means Julie's level is effectively 400 right now. As for Julie, he's completely lost in the thrill of battle and has long forgotten the original purpose of testing Anka. Since the last time I used this skill to fight a squad of adventurers, things have been quiet. If you're still standing, it means you've passed the test. But for these next 15 seconds, you'll have the honor of witnessing the true power of this old man. Anka, you didn't disappoint me. You've completely awakened the demon that was sleeping deep inside me. Hearing the old man say that, Anka feels like he just heard a death sentence. He's thinking, an honor. Are you kidding me? You're doing something crazy and you think it's a good thing. Before Anka can even set up a defense, Julie lunges at him with lightning speed and kicks him so hard he goes flying through the wall. But it doesn't end there, because Julie still has 10 seconds left to beat him up. Ian keeps fighting while Anka at point just lets go, knowing he has no chance of beating Julie. But just as he's about to black out, he hears the voices of Mai, Leela, and Mina calling out to him. Beside them, the kid suddenly remembers all his hard work up to this point. It was all because he wanted to protect the people in this city. It was to protect everyone that he decided to form his own guild. After a moment of reflection, Anka feels like he's been buffed with new strength. He suddenly feels sharp and alert as if he'd just chugged 10 energy drinks. Right before being pulverized again, he reassesses the situation and decides to gamble it all. He stops wasting energy on futile counterattacks and instead puts everything into blocking. Seeing Anka gamble his life, Julie doesn't hold back and unleashes his skill, slamming him straight into the ground. Thank goodness our protagonist has so much luck and the author's protection for his high-quality armor. Otherwise, Anka would have been history long ago. Then he slammed you so hard you went flying straight into the ground. Luckily, our guy here has incredible luck and the author was watching over him keeping that armor in one piece. Otherwise, he'd have been pushing up daisies a long time ago. Even though he was still breathing, he was in such bad shape that he couldn't move or do a single thing. He never expected the old man would go that hard on him. He really brought this on himself, ending up in this sorry state, having no other choice. Anka tried begging the Hell Armor for help, but it advised him not to use his level-up conversion ability against an opponent like this. But he was backed into a corner. If he didn't fight, he might as well just pack his bags for the afterlife, so he told the Hell Armor to shove it. He stubbornly chose to activate his epic tier level-up conversion combo, plus a holy sword and a blade ready to put his life on the line against Old Man Julie. Bring it on, you monster. With these 2 blades in my hands, I'll definitely hack you to pieces. It sounded cool at least. But in reality, Anka was already high on his own adrenaline and completely drained, so he collapsed with a loud thud and knocked himself the hell out before he could even do anything, seeing his effort. Julie decided not to make things difficult anymore, and finally declared that Anka had successfully survived those 15 seconds of hell and could now rest. It took a few days for Anka to finally wake up, at this point, surrounded by his close friends. On Mina, Leela, and Mai, who had come to visit, he was initially dazed, not even understanding why he was lying there. So everyone filled him in on what happened that day. Mai and Lila had been out shopping when they suddenly saw Julie launch Anka into the sky and beat him like a stray dog. Everyone who witnessed it was absolutely horrified. But luckily Anka was awake now and had no serious lasting injuries. As soon as he remembered everything, he snapped back to reality. He immediately asked about the test, and Julie told him he'd passed because the effects of his Devil's Descent move wore off the moment Anka passed out. To be fair, Anka was the first person to ever survive the 15 seconds with only a few broken ribs, and hearing that praise made the guy so happy he forgot all his pain. All the nightmare he had gone through finally felt worth it. Furthermore, under pressure from an old man, Julie sincerely apologized for losing control and beating him so brutally, though, and still didn't think that was enough, so her sassy mouth gave him a piece of her mind just to vent. Watching you beat Anka, like he was your mortal enemy. I actually thought your main goal was to protect the city from him. Do you even realize that you were just a bit too rough or maybe just a little reckless? You could have sent him straight to the afterlife, you know. You're old enough to know better than to do such an embarrassing thing. I really hope you take some time to reflect on what you've done. Even though he was being scolded straight to his face by his subordinate, Julie knew he was in the wrong, so he just took it and didn't dare say a word. Long story short, Anka had successfully passed Julie's hellish test, besides that he was allowed to rest until he fully recovered before taking on the second test. The moment he heard that Anka had a bad feeling, he boldly guessed that the second test would probably be even more terrifying and dangerous than the first one, and Julie didn't sugarcoat it, telling him straight up that the second test would take place in the eastern desert of Daramu City. There he would have to find an ancient underground ruin called the Ancient Witch's Workshop. As soon as she heard that name, Mina looked absolutely shocked. Never imagining Julie would go that far, sending Anka to such a dangerous place just for a test. That ruin was once the home of a powerful sorceress, but now it's become a nest for monsters. Anka asked what kind of monsters were hiding there, but even Julie didn't know because it was an unsolved mystery. Seeing Anka still confused, Mina explained that in recent years, an abnormal amount of magical energy had appeared within the Ancient Witch's Workshop, and because of this weird magic, monsters nearby had gone berserk and attacked merchant caravans passing through Daramu. To this day, the origin of this magic remains a mystery. It couldn't be explained, but Julie suspected it definitely wasn't a natural phenomenon. It was likely caused by a high-level monster pulling the strings, and based on the intensity of that magical surge, it was estimated that the monster's level was at least 300. Hearing that, Anka was really worried because its level was even higher than the cursed monster Proto. It looked like this was going to be a tough nut to crack. On top of that, Julie added that the ruins themselves were extremely dangerous, and almost no adventurer had ever managed to make it deep inside, but if it were Anka, it might be a different story. Because he truly believed that Anka would be different from those before him and deliver the best results. Finally, Julie summed it up, exploring the Ancient Witch's Workshop and taking out the monster causing that abnormal magic would be the mission for the test Anka had to complete. After a few days of rest and recovery, our boy Anka and his teammates quickly set off for the eastern desert of Daramu and arrived at the Ancient Witch's Workshop. However, unlike previous missions this time, Mai came along with them. And as for the reason why she insisted on coming, the reason she wants to help you is because she finally received her adventurer's license from the administration center. Besides, Ian has already told her why you chose to leave the village. It's because you didn't want innocent people to get dragged into this. Anka's kindness gave her the motivation to pursue the path of an adventurer, and she even confessed something right then. She said she wanted to become strong enough to stay by Anka's side. That sounds touching, right? But in reality, Maya is only level 10. She's nowhere near strong enough to explore these ruins. Even though Anka is also level 10, he has the main character Halo, the author's favor, and Hell's armor. Your assistant is, even if Mai possesses a legendary skill with her current level, she still can't go to a place as dangerous as this. However, Mai countered Anka, saying that she isn't like him. She can only level up by slowly accumulating experience, so she has to take risks to get stronger. Furthermore, Mai is confident that Anka will always protect her from danger. Seeing how stubborn she is, he finally gave in. Shortly after, the four of them officially stepped through the entrance of the ruins, starting their mission. As soon as they stepped onto the first floor of the ancient wizard's factory, Mina immediately sensed a massive amount of magic in the air, proving that these ruins are far from normal. An agrees with her point of view. That's exactly why they need Anka to regain his levels before the monster causing this abnormal magic surge appears. According to Anka, with the team's current power, if the monster's real level is 300 or above, they'll definitely be wiped out instantly. To be honest, En had hoped to increase his own level by fighting monsters before reaching this desert area. However, man proposes, but God disposes. Due to the aftershocks of the proto-curse, most of the monsters in the area have migrated elsewhere. While the group was discussing the plan, a level 50 robot suddenly appeared. Seeing this, Mina, Anka, and En quickly took their positions ready to fight as soon as it lunged at them. Everyone managed to dodge to the side. The first one to step up was In. He used his sword to slice off one of its metal arms, then it was Mina's turn. She attacked with magic from above to take off the other arm. Anka was the last one to jump in to finish off the robot. However, just before he was about to succeed, it unexpectedly changed its form to turn the tables. In that dangerous moment, Mai quickly reacted and rushed in to help. Although her legendary skill is highly rated, she is still a rookie without much experience, so she could only hold out for a bit. Luckily, Anka was right behind her and caught Mai, telling her to move somewhere else quickly. He continued to engage the robot in combat. This time it kept attacking aggressively as it did before while he skillfully dodged all of its blows. However, the problem now is how to pierce through its super thick metal armor and finish the battle. Plus, with such a huge level gap between them, he's at a disadvantage. Just then Mina reminded him that the robot likely has an energy core under its outer shell. Ian suggested tearing it apart with extreme force. No sooner said than done, he jumped in. Meanwhile, Mina was in charge of distracting it to create an opening for Ian to get close. Sure enough, after grabbing the robot, he channeled his magic to tear the outer metal armor apart, revealing the location of the energy core. Right then, Anka rushed in to stab the core, completely destroying the robot and absorbing its levels. I was a bit surprised, not expecting that even a robot could be absorbed by Hell's armor. Mina immediately explained that this type of robot can be considered a form of magical monster. They only differ from regular monsters in that they have mechanical bodies, so you can totally absorb them. An added that an autonomous robot can control its own actions at will by using magic power as an energy source, and these kinds of artificial creatures, which mainly live on magic, often have quite complex operating mechanisms. Right then, 2 more level 50 robots rushed toward them from afar. However, Anka is level 60 now, so he isn't afraid of these pieces of junk anymore. He took the initiative and attacked first. With just a single blow, he was able to break its outer armor. Then he quickly stabbed the energy core, absorbed its levels, and leveled up to 110. After that, he summoned the Wings of God, dual-wielding swords, and landed a few basic moves to finish off the remaining robots. After absorbing the levels of both robots, Anka officially jumped to level 160. However, before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, an entire legion of other robots swarmed them in a massive attack, catching the whole group off guard. Mina immediately stepped forward and used magic to shield everyone from the barrage of missiles and bullets. Even though these were all low-level, the sheer number of robots put the team at a disadvantage. Plus, they kept attacking without stopping, making it impossible for the team to find a chance to counterattack. They could only stay in one place and defend. Luckily, Ain found another path for everyone to temporarily escape. As soon as they saw their targets running away, the robots chased after them. However, while the team was struggling to flee, Mai, having the lowest stamina, fell behind. Seeing the robots about to catch up and attack, Anka lunged forward to protect Mai, telling her to run ahead while he stayed back to hold them off. After that, Anka continuously engaged in combat with dozens of robots. With just a few basic sword moves, he was able to send them to the scrap heap, but the catch was, at this moment the robots started using their core energy to explode in their attacks. Unlike before, the power and damage of these attacks were much greater, so Anka couldn't stay to fight anymore. Having no other choice, he had to quickly run toward N's group. However, when he arrived, they weren't running anymore. They were just standing there. Anka immediately reminded everyone to keep running, or they'd be toast because those psycho robots were about to swarm them, and then Ian explained that the reason they couldn't run anymore was because they were at a dead end, and before Anka could even react, the robots had already caught up to them. Luckily, Mina managed to conjure a magic barrier just in time to protect everyone, but if they didn't find a solution quickly at this rate, Mina would soon be exhausted and they'd all be packing their bags for the afterlife. It's safe to say the situation for Anka's group was extremely dire. The robots didn't just surround them completely, they also ramped up their firepower to attack. But the team's nightmare didn't end there. A strange magic circle suddenly activated, leaving the whole group completely confused. By the time Mina realized it was a trap, it was already too late. The ground collapsed entirely, sending all 4 of them, Mina, Anka, N, and Mai, free-falling into a bottomless dark pit. Anka realized the ground hadn't just collapsed on its own. This was clearly a man-made trap. On top of that, those rabid robot dogs wouldn't let go. As soon as they fell, the robots jumped down after them to hunt them to the bitter end. With no other choice, Anka had to turn and engage the robots in midair. See above, combined with previous. After struggling for a while, the robots unleashed the same lethal move as before, leaving Anka in a state of absolute panic. How the hell were they supposed to dodge while in freefall? Right at that moment, Ann, who was below, shouted for him to relax his right arm and told Mina to blast wind magic toward him. Although neither of them understood N's intent, they were out of options, so they decided to gamble and follow along. As soon as Mina's magic hit N, he was propelled upward, quickly grabbed Anka's hand and used all his strength to launch Anka toward the robots. Only then did Anka understand what N was trying to do. It turned out he wanted to use that momentum to launch Anka up to counterattack. Once he got the hang of it, Anka put his all into slashing through the 3 closest robots. Then he turned to finish off the rest. Luckily, his flying pig strikes didn't miss a single time. So all the pursuers were thoroughly wiped out after enduring countless trials since stepping into these ruins. Anka had finally reached level 360. He hoped that with this much power, he would be able to stand up to the monster causing the abnormal magical surge. Just then, Mai, who was at the very bottom, announced that they were about to hit the floor of the pit. Mina immediately used magic to help everyone land safely, except for Anka, who had just leveled up and wasn't used to controlling his power yet, so he had a bit of a rough landing. Looking at the terrifying amount of power surrounding Anka, now Ian guessed that they didn't need to worry about their strength anymore. Mai had just complained about it being too dark to see anything when the candles around the room suddenly lit up, leaving everyone completely baffled. Only then did they realize that the place they had fallen into was a gloomy, ancient library. There was even a robot that looked like an old wizened witch emitting chilling, creepy sounds. Anyone faint of heart would have probably wet themselves. At first, Anka was a little spooked, but he figured it was just another automated robot like the ones before, so he boldly moved closer. Right then, Ian noticed something strange. I immediately warned everyone that the thing in front of them wasn't an ordinary automated robot. But it was too late to retreat because the very next second, this monster exploded with magical power, preparing for battle. By now, there was no doubt this distorted thing in front of them was the source of that abnormal magic. However, there was one thing they hadn't anticipated. Its real level was 400, much higher than what they had predicted. Before Anka could even react, the monster lunged at him to attack. As soon as he saw it coming, Anka immediately countered. After being knocked back, I didn't give up and kept charging at him. Seeing this, Anka had to use a skill to block, but a monster robot at level 400 is in a completely different league compared to the small fries he had encountered earlier. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the monster unleashed countless dangerous attacks, each one a death blow as if trying to push them all to their graves. Fortunately, they had Mina the mage in the team, so she erected a defensive barrier to block its knife attacks. However, this freakish thing was even more terrifying than that. It then used magic to manifest a hideous, long, writhing monster to smash through Mina's barrier, pushing everyone into an incredibly perilous situation. They were hanging by a thread. As soon as the monster saw the 4 of them had nowhere left to hide or defend it, drew a long sword and rushed in to skewer them. This sword strike was so powerful that both N and An K had to exert every ounce of their strength to block it, temporarily protecting the 2 girls behind them. At this point, even someone as wise as Mina was at a loss. She couldn't understand what the hell was going on because she had never seen an automated robot that could skillfully use magic at a master level like this. Facing the critical situation, An suddenly remembered a story many years ago. These ruins were home to a witch who had the ability to control many different types of magic. One day, that witch became old and frail, facing the end of her life according to the laws of nature. But instead of accepting her rest, she tried to extend her lifespan using magic. Based on this information, An guessed that the robot in front of them wasn't a monster, but the old witch who used to live here, and her soul had very likely been transferred into this mechanical body. After a moment of stalemate, the monster suddenly stopped attacking and backed away, to increase the distance between them. Looking at the current situation and listening to Ian's explanation, Anka finally understood part of what was happening. So this witch was actually this ferocious thing. Not necessarily, because I heard the people of Damaru say before that this witch never harmed anyone. So if we go by what N said, there must have been a glitch during the soul transfer process, causing the witch in the robot body to become the crazed creature it is now. But regardless of the reason, They were all forced to deal with this demonic creature before them. Let's rewind 35 years back to this god-forsaken middle-of-nowhere desert. An old witch accidentally discovered an abandoned newborn baby. She initially meant to leave it, but out of compassion and pity for the poor child, she changed her mind, took it in, and gave it a name. The name was Mary Moo. After a few years, the once newborn baby under the witch's care had blossomed into a little sprout who loved playing with high-tech toys. Many more years passed. The little sprout had now grown into a capable young adult, while the witch had reached the end of her days. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the universal laws of nature, and no one can escape them, not even the witch. But before she passed, she instilled faith and encouraged Mary Moo to follow her passions, hoping the girl would continue on her path to realizing her technological dreams. Back to the current battle, the monster had started targeting someone else, Mai. As soon as he saw Mai in danger, Anka desperately lunged forward, using his own body as a shield to protect her. He took the monster's full-on attack and was sent flying 10 meters away. Seeing this, Mina was absolutely panicked. She wanted to rush over to save him, but Ian stopped her just in time because running near that monster right now would be completely idiotic. One wrong move and it's game over. But before they could even react, the monster immediately launched a direct attack on Mina, leaving her seriously injured. It didn't stop there. It quickly turned to finish off N. Luckily, he managed to dodge it in time. Otherwise, he would have been toast. Even so, the immediate danger hadn't been dealt with, and meanwhile, everyone was exhausted from getting pounded so hard and only Ian was left standing. But shortly after, he got kicked straight into the wall. Anka, lying to the side and severely injured, couldn't take it anymore when he saw this. If he didn't do something fast to stop this monster, there was a high chance everyone would be checking out permanently. So he decided to pour all his energy and power into his armor. The hell armor to go all out against this demonic beast. But he didn't expect that after hitting the monster it wouldn't be phased at all and would just keep going berserk. This time it even acted in an even more terrifying way. Instead of attacking straight toward Anka, it attacked itself, turning into a living fireball. Like this, it was even harder for Anka to get close enough to fight. What a crafty monster. Looking at its blazing body, Anka knew for sure he couldn't keep playing the melee game anymore. So he had to quickly come up with another plan, drive his sword deep into it and destroy its energy core. Easier said than done, just dodging those flaming punches from the monster. Anka was already sweating bullets. Not only that, but his luck today was absolute trash. He hadn't even finished dealing with the monster before an entire swarm of robots jumped down to join the party. However, Anka cleverly used these robots to level up. After pulling off a few sword moves to wipe them out, he absorbed all the levels and hit level 560, way higher than the monster in front of him. And it didn't stop there. He also ordered the Hell Armor to find an epic skill that could restrict the opponent's movement. Once this guy gets fired up, don't mess with him, it seemed like this time. Anka was determined to go all in and fight this demon to the bitter end. Very quickly, the Hell Armor found an epic skill that fit his request at the cost of 150 levels. Anka didn't hesitate when he heard that. He agreed immediately. After all, he still had 410 levels left, just enough to take this monster down. To avoid further complications, he quickly summoned and unleashed a barrage of spears to impale and pin the monster down. However, this monster was incredibly tough and reckless. Even though its body had been pierced like a pincushion, it was still determined to exert all its strength to break free. Anka was extremely shocked. He never expected to run into such a madman in this game. With that, he had no choice but to use the epic skill to impale the monster again. But how on earth did that trash-talking mouth of it still have the energy to work? Intruders must be eliminated. Must be eliminated. Anka was left speechless. He couldn't fathom why it was so obsessed with killing them. Then the monster continued to struggle, ignoring the long spears sticking through its body to rush and attack Anka again. Looking at its pathetic state, nothing more than a rag, Anka didn't hold back and used the epic skill one last time to impale it for good. However, in its final moments, the monster seemed to have found a shred of humanity left. In reality, all it ever wanted was to protect the place where that child would return to. Seeing the monster still struggling and not yet dead, Anka delivered a decisive blow to let it pass with less pain. Finally, after all his hard effort, he succeeded. He destroyed this formidable monster. Just then, a small streak of light looking like a soul escaped from the carcass and suddenly darted toward a secret door, leaving Anne stunned. But before he could even chase after it, the level absorption process kicked in, granting him a massive surge of power that shot him straight to level 810. However, the lad didn't even have a moment to celebrate before a sharp, agonizing pain hit him, leaving him paralyzed. It turned out that receiving so much power at once was putting immense pressure on his body. Not only that, this energy started affecting Anne's mind and bursting outward, forcing the Hell Armor to trigger its highest alert level, advising him to choose the new storage function. But by then, Anne was in so much pain he couldn't care less about anything, let alone the Hell Armor's warnings. Waiting in vain for a response from its master, the Hell Armor had to make the decision for him activate storage to save his life. Otherwise, he'd definitely be a goner. Immediately after the storage function was successfully activated, a huge amount of power in Anne was siphoned off. Over 400 levels were pulled from his current level of 810 to be stored. After a long while, the process finished successfully, dragging Anne back from the brink of death. Now Anne had regained his senses and immediately asked the Hell Armor about what had just happened. "You just saved my life, didn't you, Hell Armor?" After confirming the master's intent, the new function storage had been activated. Hearing that Anne understood the issue, but he still didn't have a clue what the heck storage actually was, the Hell Armor quickly explained that it was essentially a tool to deposit or stash away levels which could then be withdrawn whenever he wanted. This time, thanks to stashing away the 400 levels he had just absorbed, Anne was able to avoid key deviation and save his own life. If he had been just a moment slower, then next year they'd be holding his first death anniversary. By now, he finally grasped the essence of this new function. As long as he used it cleverly and wisely, he could fully exploit it, for instance, to suppress his level, to avoid standing out in a crowd. But in any case, soaking up that much energy at once was way too dangerous and so he'd probably be more careful next time. Right at that moment, the three of them, Ina, Mina, and Mai, ran over to where he was. The sound of the power explosion earlier must have been so loud it scared the living daylights out of them, thinking he was about to blow himself to smithereens. So seeing Anne alive, well and all in one piece, they were relieved to pieces, after the usual display of team affection. Anne told the three of them that when he defeated the monster, he had seen a small beam of light like a human soul emerge from the corpse, and then disappear behind that door. This meant that things weren't over yet. So the group decided to try going through the door to see if there was anything unusual. Everyone was initially tense, thinking it would be a dangerous place, but they didn't expect to see a natural landscape, bright with sunlight, even featuring a small house and butterflies all around, completely the opposite of the ruins above. They guessed that this must have been created by that old witch, using magic, which is why the scenery was so beautiful. Even Mina was in awe, admiring this wondrous magic. Perhaps in her entire life she would never see a second person with such powerful, magical abilities as that old witch. While everyone was dazed, looking at the scenery, Mai accidentally noticed the small house in the distance. But immediately after, a robot suddenly smashed through the roof and lunged toward them. Seeing this, Anne instinctively stepped in front to protect everyone, but unlike what he imagined, this robot looked harmless and not very bright. "Put down your weapons right now, because I don't want to see any bloodshed." "Well, then you have to put down your weapon first." "I can't. This thing is stuck to my hand, can't you see?" "Oh, I forgot. I shouldn't be rude to my benefactors." Hearing that, the whole group was left clueless, not understanding what this robot meant. However, the next second it introduced itself as Brigadia, the owner of this place, and the very same old witch, whose soul they had just freed. At this point, the whole group was so shocked they almost fell over, realizing that the person who had been beating them up was actually Lady Brigadia. She was also very apologetic and sorry for her loss of control. Of course, everyone understood and sympathized with the situation. After all, she didn't want any of that to happen either. Afterward, Mai curiously asked about what had happened to that mechanical body. Brigadia frankly shared with everyone that it was originally an automated robot, and her soul had unfortunately gotten stuck inside it. It wasn't until she was defeated by Anne that a forbidden spell was triggered. Upon hearing this, Mina was extremely astonished, never expecting to see such a thing here. The forbidden spell was actually called the 100-fold forbidden magic, known as a type of spell using magic so dangerous it had been listed among the forbidden taboos of the wizarding world. And a terror like that had been triggered once again. To put it simply, Brigadia would never be at peace. Whenever the host body lost its ability to survive, her soul would automatically seek out another suitable body to continue living. As soon as they heard this, Mina asked her if she didn't like this forbidden spell. So why didn't she just get rid of it? Well, what Mina said was completely impossible for Brigadia, because in principle a forbidden spell cannot be dispelled by a third party. And unlike typical cases, ironically, Brigadia is the third party. She was the victim of someone else's forbidden spell, not the one who cast it. The person behind all this was her student Merim, who perhaps couldn't accept her passing. That's why she did it. In truth, deep down, Brigadia could forgive and sympathize with her foolish student. But a major complication had arisen that left her in this state. The thing is, Merim knew nothing about using a high-level forbidden spell, so she had asked a man to do it for her. The condition for the exchange was that she had to build combat robots for him, and the man's name was Vanma Foden, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. This guy suddenly burst onto the scene, creating a spectacle that left Anka's group stunned, and the jerk even had the nerve to strike a pose. It was so cringeworthy that anyone watching would feel embarrassed for him. But Brigadia, upon seeing this guy, became absolutely furious and immediately went into toxic mode. Vanma, you scoundrel! How dare you set foot in my territory? This time I won't let you escape. I'll make you pay for taking Merim away from me. As soon as she finished speaking, she ordered all the robots present to attack Vanma. But who would have guessed that this guy wouldn't be scared at all? Instead, he was thrilled. He turned and wiped out all of Brigadia's robots in a heartbeat. While everyone was still shocked by his power, he boldly declared that he would send her to her grave. However, Brigadia didn't seem surprised. She calmly deduced that he was the one actually controlling the forbidden magic, not Merim. At that point, Vanma didn't bother hiding it anymore and admitted it, which meant he was the only one who could break the forbidden spell. Or in other words, he was the only one capable of taking her life, after being exposed. This guy became even more excited, as if he were high on something, and immediately threatened that her soul would vanish forever if her robot body were destroyed. But Vanma didn't know he was threatening the wrong person, because for Brigadia, a matter of life and death meant nothing, let alone being threatened by a lowlife like him. The only thing she couldn't understand was why he was only now targeting her life. A departed witch's soul like hers didn't really offer him any benefit. Of course, he wouldn't care unless there was something in it for him. The truth is, he never intended to destroy her when he first started, but more than 15 years have passed and times have changed. He is now hatching a sinister plot against the southern city of Dharam. As soon as they heard this, everyone present was absolutely shocked. No one expected this piece of garbage to be this insane. Not stopping there, this jerk continued to ramble about his plan. His goal in getting rid of Brigadia was that he didn't want any factors standing in the way of his path to evil. Hearing his nonsense made Anka so annoyed he couldn't stand the guy's disgusting, shameless, and vile nature anymore, so he decided to take action. I wanted to shut that filthy mouth forever. However, this Vanma wasn't just some small fry. On the contrary, he was quite powerful, capable of going toe-to-toe with a level 410 adventurer, like Anka. Actually, Anka didn't care about his ridiculous plans, but the fact that he dared to harm innocent people in Dharam really crossed the line for him, so he decided to take out this trash. The insane level 500 Vanma versus a level 400 adventurer like Anka. Anyone hearing that would know it's a tense match. When he found out Anka's level, Vanma was quite surprised. He never expected that besides the witch Brigadia, he would run into an adventurer with such a high level. As for Anka, he was already tired of listening to the guy's garbage, so he rushed in to attack, hoping for a quick finish. However, he wasn't going to be an easy target. As Anka charged, Vanma used his staff to deal a painful blow. Just as Vanma tried to move forward to finish off Anka, the group of three and Minamai and Brigadia herself surrounded him. And this crafty guy, seeing the situation turn against him, he immediately decided to bolt. Before leaving, he didn't forget to warn Anka that if he really wanted to save Dharam, he should head back there soon. Otherwise, there would be absolutely nothing left. At the same time, Vanma used teleportation magic to reach the southern city of Dharam. Seeing the peaceful life of the citizens there just made a madman like him sick to his stomach. So he planned for his loyal followers to infiltrate the crowd and, seizing the moment when everyone was off guard, launch a bloody massacre. In the end, at Vanma's hands, the whole city fell due to the network of magic he had created. And on this side, the curse he had left in her energy core had started to activate, making Brigadia feel pain in her chest, even within her robot body. Perhaps she had already predicted this situation and her own departure, so she showed no sign of surprise. On the contrary, she was very calm as she gave Anka and the others some important instructions, which were, no kidding, the effects of this curse are limited to the ancient witch's workshop ruins. The body they first encountered had a restriction preventing her from leaving, but this body is different. It's completely free, so she can go wherever she wants. That's why she decided to leave this place to break the curse, and more importantly because of the warning about that guy Vanhwa. She's afraid that maniac will go after the city of Dharam, so everyone needs to hurry back before it's too late. Anta and the others were extremely worried when they heard this, unsure if they could make it back in time. Whether they could make it in the shortest time possible or not. Since this place is quite far from the city, Anka was even worried they wouldn't make it in time. Just then, Brigadia officially made her entrance. After all, she used to be a powerful witch. Even without a physical body, her magical power remained unchanged. Immediately after, Brigadia quickly used teleportation magic to bring all four of them, Anka, Mina, Ann, and Mai, to the southern city of Dharam at the same time. People in the city were being harmed by Vanhwa's cultists. Even Lila, who was inside her house, was drawn by the noise outside, so she decided to open the door to check the situation, but she never expected that this action would accidentally make her a target for one of the cultists. Luckily, Anka arrived just in time to deal with him. Mina and Mai also blocked the attacks to protect her. Lila's ancestors must have been hitting the gym in the afterlife. That's the only way their granddaughter could have survived this ordeal. On the other hand, as soon as they entered the fray, Mina immediately realized that Vanhwa had used forbidden magic, but since these guys were too weak, it wasn't a huge problem. After that, all five of them reunited. Anka, Mina, and Lila were extremely happy to see Greg, but Brigadia appeared and reminded them not to celebrate too early, and to stay on high alert, because the real enemy, that bastard Vanhwa, hasn't been defeated yet. Then everyone and the old lady said their goodbyes to begin the mission of saving the city. Elsewhere, old Julie was fighting hard to protect the people from Vanhwa's cultists. At the same time, he didn't forget to tell them to run and take shelter at the Sword of Salvation headquarters, because the enemy surely wouldn't dare set foot there. Based on his years of combat experience, he guessed that such a serious incident couldn't possibly be caused by some level 80 to 100 small fries. There must be someone powerful pulling the strings. The very next second, Vanhwa appeared behind Julie, clapping and praising him. "You're truly worthy of being top tier in the guild. The Sword of Salvation." Thanks to his sharp instincts, Julie immediately knew he was the mastermind behind this. But that insane freak. Vanhwa didn't know the meaning of the word fear, so he didn't hesitate to admit it directly. On top of that, he didn't forget to strike a dramatic pose to introduce himself. "That's right, I am the leader of the blood ritual. Bringing pain to humans and slaughtering them, making them shed blood and tears is exactly what we are meant to do." Julie's reaction was like, "Damn you, sicko, do you think I give a damn?" Even though he found the guy absolutely repulsive, he still held back and asked if he was also involved in the proto-curse incident. But it seems he wasn't involved. Plus, the guy didn't care about intel gathering, so he didn't know, then bragged loudly that in the entire city of this massive Dharam, there was no one with enough skill to compare to him. He was the best, the champion. Julie is nearing his 70th year, but he had never seen such an unruly, disrespectful brat. In that case, he had to punch some sense into him. Even though he was 100 levels lower, the seasoned veteran Julie didn't flinch or show any fear. On the contrary, his aura was even more formidable than Vanhwa's, because all this time, Julie had never been intimidated by anyone. "If you're so good, come and take me on, you bastard," a voice rang out. "I am truly furious." A blade of light flashed, tearing through the air. With just one sword, An took down several of Vanhwa's henchmen. Foden exclaimed, "I don't want to see anyone else being sacrificed." An stood silently and expressed, "But I don't have the strength to protect them." He cried out, consumed by self-loathing, "I'm furious with myself." A voice echoed from somewhere. "Then don't just stand there," Bill advised. "If you want to fulfill your wish, you have no other choice but to fight relentlessly and become stronger." An smiled and nodded. "Yeah." He regained his fighting spirit. An took his stance and thought, "You're right." The sky above the city was covered in a deep red, like blood spreading across the air. Bill turned back and asked, "By the way, where is that guy in the black armor?" An replied, "Ah, Anka, hey." His gaze looked far away, fighting in a place beyond reach. The scene shifts. Anka's face was cold as ice. He spoke in a low voice. "You're ours now, Vanhwa." Foden was stunned, his eyes wide open, his face filled with shock. In a flash, Anka swung his blade down, delivering a lethal strike. He reacted extremely quickly, barely lifting his weapon in time to block Anka. Switching to another sword style, he slid forward like a gust of wind while calling out to Julie. Hearing that, Julie immediately unleashed his Hung Than sword style. The sword in Julie's hand carved a sharp arc, completing the dark demon flare technique. Von Mephoden's eyes flickered when he witnessed Julie's technique. Right after, the corner of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. Von Mephoden muttered, "Forbidden art number 74. He continued to order, "Scatter your life force, and become the foundation for the path." A moment later, Von Mephoden's henchmen gathered behind him. They simultaneously offered their power to Von Mephoden, seeing that Julie focused all his power to build momentum for an attack. Looking at the chaotic scene before him, he frowned. Anka, seeing this, was also shocked and exclaimed, "What the?" Von Mephoden explained with a twisted grin, "A forbidden art that uses the lives of those devoted to the caster as sacrifices to block all incoming attacks." His arrogant voice rang out, "Losing subordinates is a shame, I suppose, but then again, the weak are only good for being sacrificial lambs." Anka gritted his teeth. "Von Mephoden, your power level has increased abnormally in such a short amount of time." He frowned, muttering, "Leaving you be until now was a massive mistake." Julie lunged forward with incredible speed, her sword wreathed in blue sword aura. It shone bright, tearing through the air as she charged straight at Von Mephoden. He didn't even flinch. He leaned back half a step and spun like a gust of wind, dodging every single strike by a hair's breadth. Not letting him counterattack, Julie poured all her strength into a horizontal slash. A fierce burst of blue energy exploded, transforming into a massive surging wave of force. Her sword kept tearing through the wind as she attacked, but Von Mephoden parried every blow with clean, precise movements. They kept clashing and breaking apart, a stalemate. Neither side was giving an inch. Julie suddenly realized, "I see." She narrowed her eyes, stating, "That forbidden art of yours is a pain, but it looks like you can't use it in rapid succession." Von Mephoden's brow twitched, his expression suddenly growing tense, as if sensing a threat. Anka seized the moment and charged in. "Then," he declared, "I'll take you down before you can use it again." Realizing the weakness of his forbidden art had been exposed, Von Mephoden cursed. "Damn it!" Anka shouted. "Julie, coordinate with me." Julie replied, "Understood." Swift as lightning, the two of them lunged at Von Mephoden. He froze, his pupils constricting, and hurriedly turned to escape. But it was too late. Anka and Julie gripped their weapons tightly and shouted in unison. Dark magic twin slash. Working in perfect harmony, they unleashed their finishing blow. Two currents of energy intertwined, and purple-black sword light engulfed the entire battlefield. As they closed in on Von Mephoden, a sense of impending doom washed over him. Von Mephoden immediately raised his hand, and a massive energy shield instantly materialized, enveloping his entire body. Anka and Julie continued to pour all their power into the assault, relentlessly striking his shield. It was a clash between an unstoppable combo attack and an impenetrable defense neither side would yield. Finally, under the weight of the joint attack, cracks began to spread across the shield's surface. Von Mephoden shrieked in frustration, "Damn you!" and he slammed hard against the ground. He looked absolutely pathetic now, covered in blood. The pressure from the impact caused the building behind him to shake violently before shattering into pieces. Von Mephoden was blown away by the sheer power, his body skidding hundreds of meters back and tearing up the earth in his wake. His blood kept pouring down, and though he looked miserable, he suppressed the pain and chuckled softly. "Ah, blood tastes so sweet." A voice echoed out, "Your plans end here." Anka pointed his blade at him and said decisively, "As long as I'm here, Arm will never fall." Von Mephoden clutched his forehead and suddenly burst into loud laughter. He gasped in agony, "I prepared so meticulously up until now, but I never expected to be hindered by such variables." Von Mephoden growled, "Especially since I underestimated your capabilities." He lowered his voice, and even though he was losing blood, he bowed his head and muttered slowly, "I can't kill any more of the residents." His face twisted, his smirk turning into a terrifying, manic expression. "In that case, even if it's not perfect..." He gathered the last of his strength, calling upon his remaining subordinates. He declared, "I'll just have to make up for the blood I'm missing another way." Von Mephoden looked up at the sky and screamed, "Forbidden art!" His face was filled with manic excitement. "What I offer is..." Suddenly a barrage of swords rained down from the sky. Von Mephoden's curse echoed, a scream leading to death. His expression was cold as ice. "Please spill your sweet blood." The twisted blades slowly descended, piercing through Von Mephoden's own subordinates. Screams of agony filled the air as they realized that they had become sacrifices for the forbidden art. Witnessing the carnage, Volmafoden didn't waver. He wore an excited grin, his eyes burning with fanaticism. One by one, his subordinates fell during the evil ritual. Amidst the horrific scene, Volmafoden continued the rite, completely lost in his madness. In the distance, Anka and Julie stood frozen, their hearts filled with fury at Volmafoden's cruelty. Anka exclaimed in horror, "So you're planning to make up for the missing blood with the lives of your own comrades?" Volmafoden replied nonchalantly, "It's still not quite enough, but I can't be greedy. The ritual is almost complete." As Volmafoden tried to absorb the new power, Anka rushed forward, shouting, "I won't let you do as you please anymore," he sneered. "You should have killed us sooner." Anka swung his sword down. Unbelievably, Volmafoden's body had recovered in an instant. Dodging the blow with supernatural speed, he said, "The time has come." Volmafoden spoke in a cold, deadly voice filled with murderous intent. "The screams of pain, the blood has begun to cry." He floated into the air. "Now right here, everything will become one." As he finished, countless streams of blood energy rose from his fallen subordinates across the city. Anka and Julie watched the gruesome scene in horror. The streams of blood were sucked into his staff, feeding the power within. Volmafoden gloated, watching the energy being absorbed. A satisfied grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. He roared, "Use my blood as you wish." He tore off his cloak, spread his arms wide, and screamed, "If this can become the power here, then everything I've endured was worth it." The top of the staff split open, revealing a brilliant ruby crystal. He explained, "This is the crystallization of the sorrowful blood that I have sought for so long." Volmafoden introduced it, the crystal of sorrowful blood. He held the crystal high. "With this in hand, I have no reason to stay in this town any longer. I shall return to the altar." He revealed his dark plan, triggering the largest forbidden art in history. Volmafoden shouted with excitement, "When that happens, the evil god shall descend upon this world." Anka lunged forward with lightning speed and desperately used all his strength to pin down Volmafoden. Anka roared, "What do you think you're doing, summoning an evil god?" Volmafoden gleefully boasted that an evil god manifested through forbidden magic would absolutely obey the summoner as he revealed his wild dream. In other words, that God's boundless power will belong entirely to me. Anka gritted his teeth in fury and swung his sword down, but Volmafoden dodged and took flight, calling out, "I'll be taking my leave now." Anka watched his receding figure in anger. Volmafoden called out, "You can come after me if you want, but if you do," he warned, "you'll get a taste of overwhelming power." Anka felt frustrated, thinking to himself that he wouldn't let this go. As Volmafoden's dark light faded into the distance, Julie asked suspiciously, "That direction, where that light came from?" He realized, so that's it. "That place is perfect for triggering a large-scale forbidden spell," Julie said, brows furrowed. He told Anka, "I've located the enemy's headquarters." Surprised, Anka asked, "Really?" Julie replied calmly, "Indeed. It lies in the far western wasteland of Dharam, a sacred graveyard once used to worship the souls of ancestors." Julie called it the Panmia tomb. Scene shift a short while later, Anka and Julie had reached the vast wasteland. Julie stated, "We cannot defeat a user of forbidden magic like Volma on our own." Anka clenched his fists and spoke, "I want to establish a pursuit squad immediately, but relying solely on the Savior's Sword Guild is impossible." Julie replied, "His level is 500. That number far exceeds the human level cap of 250. He spoke slowly. "Even you." The sentence trailed off, leaving Anka to wait in silence for what Julie had to say next. He assessed his own ability. "At level 600 as I am now, if I were to face him head-on, I wouldn't have a single chance of winning." Suddenly, Julie turned back. "Anka, you have completed the subjugation mission I assigned you." "Correct," Anka replied gently. "Yes." He announced, "Then right here and now, I officially approve the establishment of your guild." Julie's voice echoed, "Because of this, you will be able to receive full support from the Central Management Council." He placed his hand on his chest and said, "And I swear that the Savior's Sword will fight by your side with everything we have." Julie's resolve was unwavering. "Even if Volma's underlings get in the way, we will take them down." He gave his request, "So focus on defeating Volma, Anka." Anka was stunned for a brief moment before answering, "Understood." Julie asked, "By the way, have you decided on a guild name?" He stammered, A name." Anka thought to himself that he hadn't even considered it yet. Julie said, "It'll be inconvenient without a name. I thought for a long time before speaking slowly. I can't think of anything. He started to suggest, then let this old man make a proposal. Julie hinted, you are our beacon of hope. He reminisced. The comrades who have gathered here must have surely seen a glimmer of hope in you, the black-clad hero, and those who join us in the future will surely feel the same. Julie suggested gently. So how about this name, Hope's Black Star? Scene shift in a dark basement. Marimu held a flashlight, slowly moving deeper inside. A while later, she stopped and looked up. Marimu sat down heavily on the ground. Before her stood Ajar. Marimu looked ahead calmly and muttered to herself, Are there adventurers approaching? Then prepare yourselves. Her cold voice echoed through the basement. I never had any interest in this to begin with, but I will crush every single one of them. Marimu's gaze turned icy right there. In the quiet basement, footsteps echoed from afar. A large brazier in the center of the room burned fiercely, partially dispelling the darkness. Volma Foden spoke. The long road toward the evil god's manifestation reaches its final point today. He pulled out a mysterious crystal emitting a powerful magical aura. Volma Foden smiled smugly. The blood sorrow crystal. The sacrificial offering is here. And the user capable of triggering the great forbidden spell is also here. He pointed out the key point. The only issue was that it needed more time for the evil god to manifest. Marimu stood quietly in a dark corner watching. She frowned and instructed, Leave the adventurers to us. You focus on the forbidden spell. Volma Foden thought the plan was perfect. Wonderful. Bringing you to Feta was truly the right decision. He shouted, Now let us witness the moment the evil god changes. The entire world. Scene shift. A long line of carriages traveled across the vast desert. The western wasteland of Dharam. The Hope's Black Star Guild was on the carriage. Mai spoke up. By the way, we managed to borrow a pretty nice carriage, didn't we? Anka replied. Now that the guild is approved, we can receive support from the Central Management Council. Ain spoke casually. Hope's Black Star is a great name, isn't it? Anka apologized. Sorry for deciding it on my own. Mina comforted him. No need to apologize. It's your guild after all. Anka looked proud. We will still be counting on you from now on. Mina exclaimed, Guild leader Anka, receiving their trust. He smiled and replied, Sure. Being teased, Mina said, I'm still a member of the Savior's Sword. Anka interrupted, But for now we're borrowing her. The man in front spoke up. Everyone, I see it. Everyone heard this, and looked forward simultaneously. There was some guessing. Is that Volma's base, the Panmia tomb? Brigadia said. If it weren't for the barrier created by the forbidden spell, we could have used teleportation magic. He frowned, assessing, the defensive system there is truly solid. Mai suddenly shouted, Look over there! Right in front, several dark figures stood blocking the carriage. It was none other than Von Ma's subordinates. Foden, stunned, shouted, Von Ma's underlings! In an instant, they all raised their arms in unison. Darkness from their bodies seemed to awaken, transforming into countless rays of black light erupting outward. A surge of evil power roared through the air, hurtling toward the carriages with a destructive aura. One carriage after another was crushed under the wave of dark energy, shattering into countless pieces before they could move another step. Anka shouted anxiously, The adventurers! The fake sword of salvation is under attack. Order them to help. Ain stopped him, saying, It's okay. They are capable adventurers too. The carriage was flipped, crashing down onto the desert surface, sending dust billowing into the air. The other adventurers leaped out of the carriages. They yelled, Leave this place to us! The remaining carriages continued their journey toward the Panmia tomb. Upon arrival, the convoy stopped one by one. Everyone got off, gathered before the entrance to the tomb, and waited silently for orders. Julie asked, Is everyone safe? Anka replied, Yes, Commander Julie. Then let's go. He set the objective right there. We will defeat Von Ma. As soon as the order was given, the adventurers followed each other into the Panmia tomb. Inside, a thick purple mist blanketed the space, obscuring everything ahead. Anka looked around, bewildered. This is, he spoke up, the Panmia tomb. Julie warned, Be careful, we can't know where the enemy will attack from. Everyone turned around in unison, immediately taking a defensive stance and vigilantly watching their surroundings. Anka held his breath, focusing intensely, carefully observing every movement, even the slightest one. A rustling sound made him jump slightly. Suddenly, a black shadow lunged forward Von Ma's subordinates. Foden tightened his grip on his weapon and without hesitation launched an attack toward them. Julie hurriedly warned, "Enemy attack." He ordered Team 1 of the Sword of Salvation fight here. "Team 2, follow me," Julie encouraged. "Don't stop Anka," he continued. "Our mission is to get you to Von Ma," Julie gently instructed. "Just focus on what's ahead." At this moment, other adventurers were also fighting tenaciously against Von Ma's subordinates, while Anka led a group of adventurers running rapidly forward. An called out to Anka, worried, "The forbidden spell used to manifest the evil. God must have entered the activation phase already." An exclaimed, "We don't have time to deal with every single enemy. If we have to choose, leave them to us." Anka refused. "No way." An still tried to convince him. "We will definitely hold off Von Ma's subordinates." Anka agreed. "Understood." En smiled. "Good." He cheered. "Give it everything you've got." Suddenly, Von Ma's subordinates appeared unexpectedly, blocking their path. Julie spoke up. "The enemy is here." Mai screamed in panic. "They're appearing behind us too." Julie directed. "Bill, leave the ones behind to you." Bill acknowledged the order. "Clear." He took a step, leaped up, his whole body overflowing with excitement. At the same time, Bill's sword light flashed in the middle of the air, radiating a sharp aura. His voice rang out, "How many of you are there?" Bill provoked, "Just standing there is boring, isn't it?" Behind him, Anka shouted, "Leave the front to me!" Finishing his sentence, he dashed forward at high speed, swinging his sword powerfully to strike down Von Ma's subordinates. The black-armored Calamity announced, "Interference from the forbidden spell confirmed." Anka confidently said, "No problem. My level is more than enough to handle it." He turned his head and said, "Julie, the path is clear." Julie nodded. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet shook. Julie halted, and in that very moment, a pair of monster arms burst through the ground, grabbing straight toward him. Julie immediately dodged, avoiding it by a hair's breadth. He cautiously approached the edge of the deep hole, staring down, and let out a slight, "Oh," he said sarcastically, "Long time no see." Julie assessed, "They're smaller than before." But before he could finish his sentence, cracks appeared one after another. Proto after Proto crawled up quickly, surrounding Julie from all sides. He exclaimed, "There are so many of them." Anka turned his head and called out, "Julie, Julie." Olton said, "Go ahead. We don't have much time." He was extremely firm. "We will definitely protect your rear." Anka's group immediately became vigilant, guarding against any dangers lurking. Mina felt uneasy. "I can sense a very evil flow of magic power." Brigadier spoke up, "It seems they have reached a room." Brigadier speculated, "The deepest part of the tomb is just ahead." Anka shouted, "Hurry!" A voice echoed, "I won't let you pass." Aja leaped hard from the ground, jumping straight toward the adventurers. Its power was so strong it left Anka and Mai astonished. A voice rang out, "This girl is Mary Moo." She introduced herself as the Iron Beliette, and "I am Mary Moo." Her face lit up with a glint of murderous intent. "The time for the evil god to manifest is near." Mary Moo growled, "I won't let you ruin everything." Anka stammered, "Mary Moo." He looked at his teammates. Everyone was standing still, motionless, not a single one moved. Anka was annoyed. "Who you are doesn't matter. Stopping Von Ma is the top priority." Mary Moo challenged, "Try it then, black-armored adventurer Beliat Iron level 450. She said, "I've heard your level is quite unusual." Anka, level 600. Mary Moo furrowed her brow. "I am an engineer, so I cannot fight directly," she shouted. "But I have prepared a way to hold you back." Aja raised its head and let out a booming cry, causing magic power to erupt throughout the space following Mary Moo's command. The device attached to Aja's leg activated instantly. Spiraling vortexes of magic power enveloped and spread all around. Mina exclaimed, "Is it some kind of attack form?" In replied, "No, I don't feel anything unusual." Anka felt something was wrong. "Is my body heavier?" Mary Moo ordered, "The rest is up to you. Beliat my greatest masterpiece among my creations." Aja growled, rushing forward, roaring, "Final combat of the..." Anka was not rattled at all. He focused his strength to defeat it. Aja lunged forward at incredible speed. Its sharp claws collided directly with Anka's sword. Sparks fly as they clash. Anka grinds his teeth, bracing himself against the overwhelming power of the pounce. Anka growls, "There is a 150-level gap between us." The kid retorts, "You don't stand a chance of winning." Anka focuses all his strength to strike back. Ager, struggling to hold on, steps back. At the perfect moment the kid swings his dual blades, Anka slashes down decisively. In the split second he sees the sword light flash, he thinks, is this the end? But no, Ager lets out a fierce roar, digging his four paws into the ground to build momentum. He lunges forward at terrifying speed, his sharp claws tearing through the air. Anka struggles to stay focused, trying to read the beast's movements in a heartbeat. Ager closes the distance and opens his mouth wide. An energy sphere condenses instantly, and Ager fires a powerful beam. Anka tries his best to brace for impact. A violent explosion erupts between them, sending debris and dust flying everywhere. Mai screams, "Anka!" Anka crawls up, grits his teeth, and says, "I'm okay. Thanks to the sword, I'm still standing." He frowns, wondering, why do I feel so uneasy? Anka mutters, that last attack should have been a direct hit. He thinks, given the level gap between us, it wouldn't be strange if the fight had ended right then and there. Anka wonders, then why is she still moving? Marimu pipes up, confused are you? Why can't you defeat an opponent with a lower level? She explains. The answer lies in the special energy barrier that Beliet deployed. Marimu gloats. As long as you are in this space, even if your level is higher than Beliet's, it will be pulled down to match hers. She continues, not to mention Beliet's body is made of super hard metal, so it has incredibly high durability. Marimu adds coldly, if the fight continues at the same level, you'll be the one who burns out first. Black armor. Her tone is mocking. Looks like we're about to run out of time too. Anka seethes, damn it. He summons his two swords and charges at Ager, unleashing one tricky move after another. He calculates Beliet is level 450. Only I can go toe-to-toe with her here, but if this keeps up, it'll be too late. What should I do? Anka and Ager are fighting intensely when suddenly a burst of power strikes like lightning. Anka freezes, eyes wide. It turns out Brigadia has arrived like a whirlwind. She lands a powerful kick directly on Ager. The two engage in a fierce battle, move after move, neither willing to back down. Brigadia steps back, standing guard to protect Anka. She turns her head and says, leave this to me, Anka. You have other things to do, right? Anka is stunned. You blew Beliet away, but what about your body? Brigadia explains casually. I just pushed myself a little to gain enough power to face that wolf. She says just leave it at that. Anka is still puzzled, but a voice calls out, Anka! He turns to see Mena and Mai staring at him. Ian looks him straight in the eye and says, each of us. Anka seems to understand what Ian means. Do what we can. An smiles exactly. He watches Anka's back and calls out, I trust you to handle things with Vonma, the Star of Hope. Marimu in the corner curses, damn it. Beliet receives the order and stops. She shifts her focus to Ager, who activates the devices on his feet, instantly launching a barrage of bombs at Anka. Brigadia remarks as she watches, ha, finally he builds up momentum. These fancy arms are actually useful, sometimes aren't they? The others arrive to support Brigadia. As N runs toward Brigadia, he catches sight of a familiar figure. He abruptly changes direction, lunging to attack Marimu, who is hiding in the shadows. He swings his blade. Sword light flashes, striking down again and again. Marimu is agile and quickly dodges the attacks. Ian sneers. You're still just someone who doesn't know how to fight, so you're protecting yourself with a barrier, right? He changes his tone. But that's fine too. Our goal is the same as yours, to stall for time. Anka has escaped the fray. He rushes inside, stops for a moment, and tosses back one sentence. The rest is up to you. He dashes headlong deep into the tomb. Marimu sees him but can't do anything. She grits her teeth in anger. Just then Ager notices Brigadia. With a few leaps he charges at her, reaching out his claws to grab her. Brigadia, quick on her feet, immediately raises her hands to defend. She neutralizes Ager's attack. Ager flips in midair and lands firmly on the ground. Marimu approaches and touches Ager. She wonders, I've been wondering about this for a while now. What is that puppet exactly? Marimu clenches her teeth. It looks exactly like a model I created before. She growls, just looking at it makes me annoyed. Brigadia replies, it's not just like it. That is the original prototype you created yourself. Marimu shouts, don't lie. That prototype only had a combat capacity of about level 15, and it didn't have advanced intelligence. There's no way it could talk like this. Brigadia recalls and says, you're absolutely right. But if the thing inside it is the Witch of the Great, redacted, who once spread terror in Dharam, she probes, then the story changes, doesn't it? Right. Marimu is confused. What are you talking about? Brigadia spoke up, saying that it isn't just those who use forbidden magic who can wield it, it's simply that orthodox mages choose not to. Its body was trembling violently, but for an ancient witch like Belga, using forbidden magic to level up was incredibly easy. Belga level 450, Belga Olton said, sounding natural. In exchange, you will have to pay the most terrible price. Mary Moo still couldn't believe it was real. Real. Is it really you, Master? Why are you here? It gently scolded. Isn't it obvious? I came here to scold my foolish but adorable apprentice. That is why I am here, Mary Moo said with a trembling voice. Is it really you, Master? Scold you, don't talk nonsense. She believed that was the only way she could save others. Mary Moo explained her plan to borrow the power of forbidden magic to transfer a person's soul into a mechanical body and become a servant of Von Ma. Upon hearing this, Belga spoke in a low, serious voice. I know everything you've done was for my sake, it said sternly, but because of that, Belga frowned. I have to say this. Mary Moo, you were wrong. She was startled and exclaimed, What? Belga explained, My fate was always to die. You shouldn't have changed that destiny with forbidden magic, because you forcibly altered my fate. My beloved apprentice has now become a part of the ritual to summon the evil god. Belga sounded weary, as if this conversation wouldn't lead anywhere. It felt the paradox. I only want Mary Moo to be happy, but Mary Moo only wants me to keep living. She hung her head in sorrow at the situation. It's impossible to grant both of our wishes. Belga firmly declared, That's right. But as your master, I cannot just stand by and watch you suffer like this. It erupted with power and shouted, I will not back down. The energy radiating from Belga blinded Mary Moo. Having said that, Belga flew forward, pouring every ounce of strength into its advance. It attacked Ajor directly. The strike caused an explosion that shattered the stone pillars. From the thick smoke, a pair of eyes as bright as stars appeared, and Ajor lunged out. It was completely unharmed and charged madly. Belga kept a serious face, assessing the trajectory. The opponent's movements were lightning fast. Belga raised its hand to block Ajor's strike. Every one of Ajor's attacks was parried by Belga. Belga then switched to a different technique. A red orb gradually formed in its palm. Belga reached out and flames immediately erupted, launching again and again toward Ajor. Ajor was not easy to deal with. It easily dodged every attack. Belga remained undeterred and immediately closed the distance, switching targets to focus on the device on Ajor's leg. Seizing the opportunity, Belga lunged and stabbed straight into the device on Ajor's leg. The device shattered upon impact. Belga frowned as it watched Ajor, now under the influence of Belga's power, writhing in pain. It opened its mouth, preparing for the next attack. An and Mena gasped in shock at Belga's power. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, Belga teleported to where they were. At that same moment, Ajor prepared to unleash a massive surge of energy. Realizing the danger, Belga immediately created a barrier. Ajor released an enormous wave of energy. A deafening explosion shook the earth, creating a massive, deep black crater. Fortunately, the adventurers standing behind the barrier created by Belga were safe from harm. An couldn't help but be stunned. This is incredible. I never expected Belga to be able to fight like this. He looked at Brigadia in front of him and went silent. Before his eyes, Belga's body was severely damaged, covered in a web of cracks. Looking utterly pained and tragic, it said in a heavy voice, The #1 forbidden magic, Halo of Extinction, resides within me. The barrier began to dissolve. Belga endured the pain and spoke, This is the forbidden magic created by the one who first used it. The first forbidden magic has a simple effect. It tells everyone that it will continuously increase one's level until the body can no longer withstand it. Upon hearing this, Mary Moo went pale and couldn't say a word. Belga continued, Currently that wolf's power is suppressing the level increase. Its face turned serious. Usually in exchange for tremendous power in an instant, this is a forbidden magic that claims the user's life. We must end this as soon as possible. Belga endured the pain and managed to speak. To be honest, even at this current level, this body is screaming in pain. It shouted, An Mina, can you two keep Mary Moo away from that wolf? An and Mina looked at each other and said, We can. An and Mina created an orb that encased Mary Moo. She was fully protected and all attacks were useless against it. Mary Moo screamed, Master! Belga pointed out the weakness. Because the mechanical body is constructed with machinery, it has an incredibly complex structure inside. Aim for that. It called to Mai. Belga guided the attack. Immediately, Mai gathered all her strength and thrust her sword hard into the device attached to Ajor's leg. Retreat quickly. Ajor was struck by a terrifying surge of electricity coursing through its entire body. It was in so much pain it could only let out a shrill cry. But Mai couldn't avoid the aftermath either. She was thrown back. The device on Ajor's leg was completely destroyed. Brigadier praised, "Well done, Mai." It requested, "Now please watch over me, will you? I will burn away my life for my final attack." Mary Moo was helpless. Brigadier instructed, "Stay there, Mary Moo. I will defeat this wolf, and Anka will defeat Von Ma." It stated, "Then you will be freed from it all." Mary Moo replied in agony, "I never asked for that." She sobbed uncontrollably. "If it means losing you, Master, then everything is meaningless," Brigadier said gently. "Even if you didn't ask, I would still do it." It remembered the old witch. "Abandoned by the whole world like me, yet I would take on a child," Brigadier spoke up. "If that can bring happiness to my apprentice." Brigadier's memories surfaced. "You truly are an adorable child." Returning to reality, it said seriously, "That is the meaning of being a master." Mary Moo stood there. A is slowly edging closer to Brigadier. His voice strained. "My power is surging uncontrollably even though this body might burn out at any second." "That's to be expected, I suppose." A opens his mouth, preparing to attack. Brigadier clenches his fist, which is engulfed in flames. He decides, "I don't need a sword anymore. A single punch is enough." Brigadier's punch is as fierce as a storm. He unleashes a barrage of blows, creating layers of afterimages that fill the entire space. Mena and Mary Moo are stunned by such terrifying power. Mai watches the scene horrified. Brigadier's entire body is ablaze and his voice is extremely weak. "It seems I've reached my limit." Marimu recalls all her memories with Brigadier. With a choked voice, she calls out, "Master!" At that same moment, Brigadier's body explodes. Heartbroken, Marimu screams, "Master," as she remembers his loving expression. Hai gave his all for her. Her body has returned to normal. Scene change. Anka is still pushing deep into the tomb. He realizes, "It looks like I've escaped that energy field." Anka is determined. "For everyone's sake, I will definitely defeat Volma." He flings the door open and shouts, "Volma!" "Volma," Foden speaks calmly, "How unfortunate." Anka grinds his teeth. "Huh." Volma says smugly, "Just now the preparations for the forbidden technique were completed." Volma Foden tilts his head back. "No one can stop the manifestation of the evil god anymore." He stares at Anka. Volma Foden jumps down, his voice dripping with twisted sweetness. "How sweet." A look of pure delight on his face. "The moment all your resistance is crushed into nothingness." He stretches out his sinewy arms and begins the summoning. Forbidden technique number 100, "Oh my God, bestow the grace of pain upon this land." Volma Foden growls, "Now manifest." The flames behind Volma Foden transform into a dark orb. It expands rapidly, radiating a ghastly aura. Suddenly something stirs inside. A hideous hand tears through the orb and reaches out. Immediately after, countless other arms frantically tear through the dark shell, crawling out one by one. Anka can only stand frozen, his eyes wide and mouth agape at the terrifying sight. Volma Foden coldly announces, "What is about to appear is the evil that will drown the entire world in agony, the god of agony." He reveals his long-cherished plan. "Finally, my long-held wish to make the god of agony manifest has come true, and I have become the master of a god." Volma Foden's face is filled with utter satisfaction. "Now spread suffering to every living soul in this world, O god of agony." Suddenly the arms of the god of agony become contorted, and its flesh begins to dissolve. Finally, one of the monster's arms falls off. Volma Foden stares at the hand in front of him, stunned. He doesn't understand what is happening. He is horrified. "Huh?" Anka asks doubtfully. "Is the god of agony rotting?" The monster's body is twisted beyond recognition. Chunks of dark red, mushy flesh slide off. Volma Foden grimaces. Why the forbidden technique should have succeeded. He grits his teeth. "When I created the blood-skin crystal," Volma Foden recalls, "it was still a little short, but I couldn't be too greedy." He is stunned. The amount of blood was slightly insufficient. Could this be the side effect of that? A terrifying voice booms out, "Exactly." Anka stares ahead as a massive explosion erupts. The violent shockwave forces him to brace himself just to stay standing. Through the thick dust and smoke, an unidentified object slowly crawls out. Its limbs are covered in glowing crystals, and part of its body is already rotting. Gooey chunks of flesh drop onto the ground. As its full form is revealed, a complete grotesque monster appears horrifying to look at. The God of Agony. Anka sees the notification on his screen and is shocked. Level 1500. The God of Agony explains the forbidden technique ended in an incomplete state. Therefore, this body is rotting, decomposing, and warping. This is not a complete manifestation. It smiles terrifyingly. However, spreading agony across the world is perfectly achievable. Volma Foden shouts, "That's right. Even if it's incomplete, it's still a god." A glimmer of hope flashes across his face. Because of the forbidden technique's influence, the God of Agony must obey me. Hai declares, "I have attained peerless power." No sooner had he finished speaking than the God of Agony strikes Volma Foden with a single palm. It explains, because the sacrificial offering was insufficient. It could not fully function, so the master-servant relationship was not established. Volma Foden shouts, "Don't mess with me." He roars like a madman, "Don't mess with me." Volma Foden mourns the effort he wasted. "I can't command the God of Agony then. What was all this for?" The God of Agony calmly speaks, "I thank you for your contribution." Volma Foden glares utterly furious. He summons Forbidden Technique number 24, Forbidden Technique number 63, Forbidden Technique number 78. Activate. His sanity is completely gone. If things don't go according to my plan, then just disappear. Volma Foden's entire body erupts with aura. He pours all his power into a fist and lands a crushing blow on the God of Agony's face. The god says with contempt, "Only a god can touch." A god, a mere mortal, is not permitted to do that. As soon as he speaks, a brilliant radiance fills the space. An overwhelming power instantly replaces Volma Foden's energy. Seeing this sight, Anka and Volma Foden stare in amazement. The God of Agony speaks, "Then rejoice and engrave this grace of pain into your very souls." The God of Agony grips Volma Foden's body. Its voice booms, delivering the verdict, "Rejoice and be deeply imprinted." Volma Foden opens his eyes wide in shock. The creature continues to condemn them. "This pain is a gift." Volma Foden's body is lifted into the air. Behind him there is a light like paradise. "Go to your own." After a long silence, Volma Foden manages to utter one word, "No." He throws his head back and screams manically, "I don't need that pain." Countless hands emerged from behind the evil god, one reaching toward Volma Foden. The gods are never biased. We always bestow blessings impartially. As if sensing danger, he screamed, "Stop!" Before Volma Foden could finish, the entity's stern voice boomed, "Divine seal, activate immediately." His body was pierced by countless sharp spikes, causing Volma Foden to shriek in agony. Then the evil god let go and his limp body collapsed to the ground where he lay writhing. The echoes of the pain kept him screaming incessantly. Suddenly, Volma Foden's eyes widened and he cried out in pure torment, his eyes brimming with tears. "It hurts. It hurts so much." Countless sharp spikes erupted from his own hands. Kneeling before the evil god, Volma Foden begged desperately, "Let me go, just kill me already, I beg you." A look of cruelty flashed across the entity's face. "Death, you say? Absolutely not. The only thing I will bestow upon you is pain." Volma Foden's eyes bulged in disbelief. Then he clutched his head in agony as thousands of spikes pierced through his body once more. Anka, who had been standing to the side, witnessed everything, his face devoid of emotion. The one who used the forbidden art, Volma Foden. Anka recalled the crimes Volma Foden had committed in the past. Considering what he had done, he had no right to complain about this end. Yet seeing him suffer the divine punishment, Anka paused for a moment. But then Anka seemed to resolve himself. He whispered a promise to himself, planning to deliver a swift sword strike to end the suffering of the tortured Volma Foden. A small act of mercy. As his body surged forward, a dark, gloomy voice echoed, "Interference with the level reduction process has ended. Confirmation forbidden art has vanished." The armor continued, "Reason inferred, the caster has perished." Anka closed his eyes and whispered, "Hurry, absorb the levels. It is necessary." As soon as he finished speaking, Anka's eyes flashed a sinister red. He pointed his blood-red sword at the evil god to slay a deity. Enraged, the entity summoned countless hands to rise up. Rising against a god is meaningless. The evil god's voice rumbled, filled with contempt and condescension toward a mere human vessel. "You can't even touch us. Everything you are will be buried in pain." Suddenly, the evil god's hand melted and his arm thudded onto the ground. The gem on Anka's wrist glowed. Black disaster armor. How hideous, the armor mocked. Anka glanced down in surprise as the mocking voice continued. A corrupted consciousness like yours. The gem flashed brilliantly, warning, don't you dare call yourself a god. Then an explosion occurred behind Anka, lighting up the sky. He asked in astonishment, is that hell? The system announced, absorption of levels complete, stored levels 500, total stored levels 710. It quickly offered the best solution and recommendation. Owner learn new skills and equip new weapons. Multiple system panels appeared before Anka detailing the recommended skills. Divine Blessing bestows divinity upon the owner. Level cost 0. Divine Eclipse God-slaying sword category. A special blade capable of channeling the owner's divinity into the edge. Level cost 400. Anka was surprised. Divine Blessing, with this, I can break the evil spirit's divine seal. Anka looked at the last line on the panel, slightly puzzled. But why is the level cost 0? The evil god, now out of patience, raised his hand and proclaimed, no matter how hideous, the pure essence of a god remains unchanged. Anka looked up at the evil god, wary. The entity swung his arm down. Anka put everything else out of his mind. He leaped away to dodge. I'll think about it later. Even so, the evil god wouldn't let him go, twisting his body to prepare the next strike. Wherever his hand struck the ground exploded. As he dodged, the system spoke again. Requirement for Divine Blessing acquisition bypassed. Anka gripped his sword hilt, listening to the next instruction. Only pursuing the requested weapon. He waved his hand to summon the Divine Eclipse. Light erupted across Anka's face, and he shouted, God-slaying sword manifest! The sword appeared in Anka's hand, drawing forth countless bolts of purple lightning. The entity's hand tore through the air, but Anka used the God-slaying sword to cleave the evil god's arm in two. The arm was severed. He landed on the ground, but remained vigilant. No matter the level difference, Anka thought, standing at a distance, watching the arm drop like wet sludge. He pointed his sword at the entity and declared calmly, with these rotting hands I can cut them off as many times as I want. The distorted face with hollow eye sockets screamed in hatred. Anka's eyes flashed with killing intent, his aura becoming incredibly oppressive. I won't let the pain spread. If you love pain so much, he gritted his teeth, enunciating every word. Then enjoy it yourself. Seeing the god-slaying sword, the evil god hesitated. This is defying logic. For a human to finish off a god is impossible. His voice was filled with disbelief. Even adventurers who possess extraordinary magic cannot reach that level. Seeing the evil god rambling, Anka prepared to swing his sword. Why don't you face reality? Watching the muddy arm trembling on the floor, he mocked. Your arm is screaming in agony right there. Hands behind the evil god reached out. After eliminating the threat and analyzing the phenomenon, the entity knelt on the ground, radiating an aura from his back. Hurting a god is a heinous crime. One of the hands summoned, a vortex in midair. No blessings shall be bestowed upon sinners. The vortex appeared and magical power poured out like water. A god will simply erase that person's existence. Anka gritted his teeth, dodging to the side, unable to help but curse, damn it! He narrowed his eyes at the evil god, calculating how many rotting hands he could cut off. But the level gap was too great. Anka dodged with everything he had, one hit, and he was finished, but the attacks came in an unrelenting barrage. Just then the system appeared again. Report, Master. As he swung his sword to deflect a pillar of light, he frowned and asked, what is it? This time it reported joyfully, detected a drop in the enemy's level. The enemy's current level is 1450. Hearing that, CA was a bit stunned. He used his agility to dodge repeatedly, urgently asking, what is it that's causing the evil spirit's level to drop? Looking at the severed hand on the ground, the system explained, inside the arm you just cut off, I detected a reaction. It appears to be fragments of blood crystal shards. It directed his attention to the crystal-like areas on the evil god's body. Similar reactions are spread all over the enemy's body. The system pointed out, identifying the target's weaknesses. It's highly likely those blood crystal shards are what's boosting the enemy's level. And CA looked up at the evil god, now understanding everything. That means his eyes flashed with a sharp, murderous glint. If I destroy those glowing red things, the evil spirit's level will drop, right? It confirmed his words were correct. Instantly, Anka's figure blurred as he lunged toward the target. His eyes turned completely white. His hands tightened around the sword hilt. And Sia swung upward, aiming straight for the crystal on the evil god's hand. In a flash, the limb was severed and the system's voice rang out. Enemy level has decreased. The evil god realized the weakness and tried to reach out to grab him, but Anka dodged just in time. His ultimate target was the crystal embedded in the monster's chest. He focused all his intensity aiming right for it. Anka swung his sword, slicing across the chest crystal. The system notified him that the enemy's level had dropped again. He quickly landed on the ground thinking, if I can keep up this pace. Suddenly, Anxia's eyes widened in shock. The monster's massive hand reached out from behind the smoke to grab him. The evil god's eyes glowed as he uttered, I feel a fragment of destruction. The god's power was immense. The severed arm was slowly regenerating and the chest wound was healing as if nothing had happened. However, this alone could not shake the superiority of a god. Countless grotesque faces appeared on the evil god's body. And CA frowned, looking up at him while the monster spat, foolish mortal forever committing sins. Yahello appeared. You shall be eradicated. This is the judgment of the gods. The decree was enacted as a blinding beam of light shot down from the ring behind the evil god's head. A wave of magical energy with terrifying destructive power was closing in on him. Suddenly, the beam stalled, then split into smaller rays surrounding him. It left Anka terrified with no way out. He stared eyes wide as the destructive power closed in. The level gap is still too wide. If I take this hit head on, I'll be dead in an instant. And CA gritted his teeth, making his resolve. All or nothing, then. His eyes flashed with a cold light, a faint smirk on his lips. Time to pray, I guess. And CA swung his arm with all his might, screaming as he released the reservoir and mobilized every bit of his stored level. Immediately, an explosion ripped through the space, shaking the surroundings violently. The ceiling cracked and fell in chunks. The evil god continued his decree to eliminate the threat as the system rang out with a notification, level up. And CA tilted his head back and roared. It kept triggering red alerts, warning power overload, user's current level is 910. The powerful surge of magic struck the evil god, ignoring the system's warning about power overload. And CA insanely charged forward. His eyes were completely white, magical energy pouring out of them. He lunged and slashed his sword across the monster's body. The system immediately announced the enemy's level had dropped. The evil god, still seemingly unbothered, looked down at him mockingly. Foolish creature, you keep sinning, yet you crave such immense power. You've fallen into a state of wild, mindless savagery, and then countless hands reached up, summoning a void vortex. The monster roared in fury as his arms lunged at Anka. I despise such a pathetic beast. He had long since lost his sanity. His eyes were red like a rabid animal. The god's hands kept missing, but Anka nimbly used his agility to dodge every single one. Then he spun around, swinging his sword to strike the evil god. The system chimed repeatedly as Anka unleashed a barrage of attacks. Enemy level has decreased. Enemy's current level is 1-200. And CA was like a spring-loaded machine, knowing only how to attack like a madman. Enemy level has decreased. Enemy's current level is 120. Enemy level has decreased. Enemy's current level is 1040. In an instant, the monster's arms had been severed by him. And Sia finally landed to gather momentum. Then he launched himself into the air, plunging his sword deep into the crystal in the evil god's chest. The crystal shattered, shards flying everywhere. The system's voice rang out again. Enemy level has decreased. Enemy's current level... And CA's eyes were white, watching as cracks slowly appeared on the monster's face. 950. It wasn't enough yet. He pulled out his sword. Though his body was still crazily attacking, Anka could no longer control his own limbs. I'm losing consciousness. The ring above the evil god's head emitted a pressuring electrical current. I thought, exhausted. My whole body is screaming. The beam of light chased after Anxia, who was now wondering, what am I doing? Two sources of magical energy collided, creating a massive shockwave. The system blared a warning. Warning, user has reached physical limit. The evil god's power has gained the upper hand. Pressure increased. The god-slaying sword fell from Ansa's hand, embedding itself into the ground. It warned that it would cause serious damage to his body, which was now enveloped in electrical light, with his consciousness fading deep in his heart. Anka was still desperately reminding himself, there is something I still need to do, but I can't remember what it is. The destructive magical wave struck him directly. The evil god finally said with satisfaction, Pathetic beast eroded by the very things you brought upon yourself. In the end, you will dissolve into nothingness. Watching the scene before him, the monster felt immensely smug. How stupid. And CA's body hovered in there, his consciousness fading. Dimly he wondered, who am I? What am I doing? The armor gem flashed with a ray of light. After a moment of silence, another question appeared. Are those things even important anymore? The halo emitted a blinding brilliance. The others finally arrived on the scene and shouted his name. Seeing the sight before them, they were terrified. He screamed to wake Ansa up. Don't let that uncontrolled power take over. Despite being overwhelmed, Mai and Mina are cheering him on from behind, urging him not to give up, insisting he can definitely control it, while Anka Marimu remains silent on the sidelines. Julie joins in shouting, "Wake up, Anka!" Anka snaps back, his eyes flashing, and thanks to the power of friendship, he slowly begins to regain control, moving his hand. Anka clenches his fist, remembering everything. "I remember now," he says, his eyes snapping wide open. He had tapped into every level in his reservoir, and his body is slowly recovering. Entering a state of loss of control, he awakens his body, which is now overflowing with magical power. Anka stoops to pick up his sword, looking at his hell-forged armor. "Do you think my body can still take this?" The system notifies him again. "Can you take one more hit?" "No problem," he replies, standing firm as he looks at the evil god, his voice ringing out with unwavering determination. "I intend to end it all with this next strike." The creature begins to show interest. The fool has regained his self-awareness. Does this god? The evil god's eyes light up. "I will acknowledge you, boy." With that, it reaches out its arms. "Come here." The evil god's arms stretch out from all sides. "I will prove it to you one last time." A circle above its head glows brilliantly. The evil god tilts its head back, delivering a final verdict, that humanity cannot surpass the gods. The evil god stares intently at Anka. The system pops up with a suggestion, absolute burst world-ending divine punishment, channeling all divine power into the sword. This will trigger a massive explosion requiring 1 minute to charge. 6-star seal 7. Anka's brows furrow in tension, but the corner of his mouth turns up slightly. 1 minute to charge. During that time, can I use the divine eclipse? But a voice rings out in refusal, "You cannot." Hearing this, Anka understands a bit more. "So that's why you only just suggested this move." He adds with absolute certainty, "But it's perfect for a final strike." With that, Anka raises his sword, preparing to execute the eclipse move and beginning to charge his energy. On the other side, the evil god begins to act, its voice flat. "No matter what attack you use," it declares, "you cannot kill a god." Following the evil god's technique, a rift opens in the sky above and rocks begin to rain down. Its voice booms again while Anka struggles to dodge the falling stones. Even if this vessel is destroyed, the concept of a god still exists. As long as the summoning ritual is performed like this one, it confirms I will always have a new body, knowing that you still want to kill me. After hearing those words, Anka doesn't give up. Instead, he becomes even more resolute. "Doesn't matter." The evil god glances down at him. "Why do you resist so much? Why won't you accept the pain?" Anka bows his head slightly, his voice raspy as he lets out his truth. "It's simple. If I give up here, countless people will suffer." Looking straight ahead, Anka lifts his gaze to look the creature in the eye. He screams with determination, "I will not accept that." Anka stands up once more, sword held in front, ready to charge forward. "And if you come back to life," he pauses, then speaks again powerfully, "then every single time I will kill you." The system displays a notification energy at 30%. His attitude displeases the evil god. "Odd, daring to look down on me even as a mere human." It waves its hand, causing Anka's body to stagger. He furrows his brows, struggling to resist. Then an explosion occurs. The people below shout in worry, "Anka!" Along with that, the system shows energy at 55%. The evil god sends out several more arms. The creature is extremely smug. Another explosion erupts, sending rocks flying. The evil god scoffs in contempt, "You foolish sinner, it is time for you to rest." From the explosion comes a different light, and a voice shouts out from within, "That's mine!" Anka bursts forth powerfully from the blast, confidently scolding the creature, "You suffering, foolish evil god." The system shows energy at 82%. Anka is charging forward while the evil god's hands are stuck in the stone and cannot be pulled out immediately. The creature can only watch as Anka grows stronger and stronger. Energy at 90%. Anka grips his sword with both hands. Now sleep along with your pain. As his determination increases to the absolute peak, it is time for everything to end. Energy at 100%. Anka uses all his remaining strength to stab straight into the evil god's face. The creature's face begins to crack, yet it still refuses to accept it. That a god could lose, Anka has now fallen into a state of ultimate explosive power. Absolute burst, world-ending divine punishment. The fire within Anka is now burning. Violently. The body of the evil god turns to mush. It collapses to the ground, its body gradually being destroyed. The evil god falls backward, its limbs flailing in despair. The brilliant pink crystals on its body also begin to shatter. When Anka lands, he receives a notification. Due to the self-destruction of the blood sorrow crystal, the enemy's level has been reduced to 0. Anka's body cannot hold out anymore and falls forward. Unable to absorb the levels, he is exhausted and passes out. His teammates quickly run over and call out Anka Anka. Andy checks his condition and reports he has stopped breathing. The girl hears this and cannot believe it. No way. An picks up Anka's limp body. It's okay, Anka. He looks at Anka saying, I will use my epic skill, and insists, I won't let you die. Their group quickly flees the scene, and is exhausted from carrying Anka. Realizing his condition, Mina offers, and let me help. Anne mentions a problem. I already cast a weight reduction spell on Anka, but Mina cuts him off. But he's still too heavy for one person, right? Anne denies her assumption. No. He points out the current problem. Even though the Demon King has been defeated, this is still enemy territory. Ian warns his teammates, everyone stay ready to fight. As he finishes speaking, a crack appears in the ground nearby. An quickly noticed and turned back to observe the situation. There's a proto appearing behind him. Julie stepped forward, warning, are those monsters still not giving up? Even though they had no chance of winning, the sight before him became increasingly shocking as more and more protos appeared. Julie had already moved into a combat stance. When he lunged forward, he felt concerned. I can't hold them off alone. Julie turned back and called to her teammate, Mina, help me. Mina was also ready. Of course, Julie ordered, don't let them get near Anka and N. The protos were rushing in faster and in greater numbers. Mina didn't feel optimistic. This isn't good, there are too many of them. At this rate, she shouted, they'll break through the front line. Just then Mai stepped forward. Sweat was dripping down N's face. She held a knife in one hand and clenched the other tight. Mai spoke slowly, that's enough. She looked toward the monsters. Anka fought the evil god all by herself. She protected us. Her voice grew louder and more determined. And now Anka has stopped breathing. I have to heal her right now. The aura around Mai became even more powerful. So don't stand in our way, saying that she charged ahead to take out all the protos blocking their path. An was stunned by her actions. This was Mai performing a series of combo attacks, the Dragon Tooth Palm. Upon landing, Mai added, finally I can be of some help. She turned back to look at everyone, a smile finally blooming on her lips. Ian observed everything and reached a conclusion, so fighting against superior opponents repeatedly. Mai happily revealed, it made my level skyrocket, and I even gained a new epic skill. Ian looked straight at her. Based on speed alone and recalling every movement, he assessed. Perhaps she has even surpassed high-ranking adventurers. An looked at Anka and thought to himself, Anka, she will likely become an incredibly powerful adventurer. Julie was currently finishing off a few remaining protos and loudly reminded them, hurry up. Hearing his voice, An finally regained his composure. Got it. Everyone quickly returned to the base. N set Anka down and began to explain his next step. I will use the epic skill, Life Share. He started to explain in more detail. Life Share is a skill that allows you to share a portion of your own vitality with another person. With their consent, the person sharing their life force will become so exhausted that they won't be able to fight for many days. He clenched his hands, his words earnest. Even so, to save Anka, I need everyone's help. Please help me. N bowed sincerely. The others spoke up in agreement, of course. I was surprised that they accepted so easily. An looked at the people ready to help. One of them explained, that girl defeated the evil god all because of the abyssal armor. We are ready to help. There's no way we're abandoning Anka. N was so touched he began to tear up. He stood up, shook the man's hand to thank him, and quickly began the process to save Anka. His eyes closed tightly, preparing for the life share skill. The others joined hands in a circle and the ritual was activated. Everyone began to feel the change. Inside his body, N was focusing deeply. Everyone here is a powerful adventurer. I'm receiving a massive amount of life force. His face began to pale, but it still wasn't enough. The reason for this was that this skill was only meant to heal moderate injuries. To save someone on the brink of death, he had to push past his own limits. But I made a promise. Everyone is doing what they can, An told himself. Anka did her part perfectly, he determined, so I have to do mine too. An focused all of his internal energy into this. I will transfer my life force to Anka. Anka slowly opened her eyes and was able to sit up. Anka wondered, what happened to me? At this moment, An had collapsed from exhaustion. Anka quickly noticed the movement and softly called his name, N. Just then, N remembered the promise we promised. Each person would do what they could. An had given his all. He would transfer his life force to Anka. During that time, a strange sensation washed over him. N was standing in a vast space, and he gradually realized his body couldn't move. Behind him was a great source of energy. An glanced behind him. A pair of feet approached, accompanied by the call, N. That person slowly spoke up to warn him, "You know that by doing this you will die." Hearing that N paused for a moment, but he quickly calmed down and confidently asserted, "Even so, I have no regrets." The person behind him continued to provoke him. "Even if you don't care, that abyssal armor user would care, right?" N furrowed his brow slightly. "Maybe so." But he looked at Anka, who was gasping for air. "Still, it's better than letting her die." The person then saw his determination. "Very well." They approached and pressed against N. "The only thing I will not allow is for you to die." That person punched him in the back. Before leaving his body, they left a parting message, "And try to endure it, you idiot." Realizing what they meant, An chuckled slightly. "So I'm always a bother, Your Highness." The person consoled him. "Don't worry about it. It's the responsibility of the one who gave you that power. Besides, I cannot remain unscathed either." They called out, "In, come here, I will heal you." He joked, "Do I still have enough strength to get to you?" The person transferred power to him. "It's fine. Even if you can't move, your teammates will take the next step for you. You've seen it, haven't you? That's the kind of people they are." Saying that, the person left. "See you again, N." They left a final message. "I will wait for you at the Elf Imperial capital." Anka was able to sit up while An collapsed. Anka glanced behind and discovered N's exhausted body reflected in her eyes. "N!" Anka cried out. She headed toward him. N saw Anka's agitation. Mai beside her held her back. "Don't move." She closed her eyes and recounted what had just happened. Anka had stopped breathing a moment before. Hearing this, Anka was slightly shocked. She voiced a possibility. "Could it be? And did you save me?" She looked again at N's motionless body. Anka lunged forward to hold In. "Please wake up, N." But something made her freeze. "What is this?" Anka discovered that N's body was changing. "I've never seen such symptoms before." She hurriedly turned back to ask the others behind her, "Does anyone know what this disease is?" Anka was met with head shakes of defeat. "Is there anyone who can heal him?" You turn to call out to Mina, and when you look straight at Anka, she replies with a shake of her head. Mina softly apologizes, saying, "I don't know either." Hearing this, Anka looks utterly desperate. "What?" Just then a voice rings out, "It's the soul sickness." A figure approaches, speaking in a flat, detached tone. Mary Moo pauses for a moment, then continues, "So many adventurers gathered here. It's hard to believe no one knows about the soul sickness," the voice continues. "When you abuse power derived from the spirit tribe, your body gets eroded by that very power. That is the soul sickness." The object in her hand speaks up again. "It is a dangerous disease that can claim your life." Anka recognizes the thing, it's Belga. Anka asks, "Why are you just ahead?" Belga shouts back angrily, "We'll talk about that later." It continues, "Listen closely, the spirit tribe can cure this." Anka grabs onto the lifeline. "Are you serious?" Belga confirms that's right. But as it looks at N's condition, it urges, "We have to hurry." Belga explains that those afflicted with the soul sickness have their entire bodies eroded until they eventually lose their lives. It begins calculating, and based on the current rate of erosion, it gives a deadline at most 1 week. Meanwhile, at the Black Star base, there is hope. Meremu and Anka are caring for N in the infirmary. His body has changed even more. He is in pain, his breathing ragged. Anka notices immediately. He calls out to N, gripping his hand. N, wait for me. I will definitely cure your soul sickness. Or from the side speaks up, only the spirit tribe can heal the soul sickness. But the spirit tribe doesn't live everywhere. There is only one place they reside, the spirit royal capital Ripulum. This land is surrounded by mystical nature. It lies at the edge of the continent. Belga blinks, sighing with nostalgia. I went there once when I was young. And upon hearing this wonders Belga, when you were young. He hesitates. How many 15 years ago? Being teased, Belga jumps up in a fury. Shut up. It slowly lets out a breath. Anyway, Belga says seriously, we need to find a solution. We must go to Ripulum, that is certain. Anka nods as someone pushes the door open. Sunlight streams into the room. Julie and Lena enter. She calls out, Anka, the carriage is ready. Julie walks to the bedside, taking on the responsibility. I will carry N. He reminds everyone, once you're ready, head outside. Anka quickly stands up. We'll be on our way immediately. Meremu sits still, her head turned slightly. She seems to be trying to say something, but stops. Anka senses it and turns to look at her. Meremu stands up now. She hands Belga to Anka, much to his surprise. Huh, Meremu says solemnly. Please take care of my master. I have no right to come with you all. Belga asks in a panic. What are you talking about? It frowns. No. Belga continues. The matter of dealing with Meremu must be decided by those with the highest authority. Anka rests his chin on his hand, thinking, then proposes, doesn't it just mean we should stop worrying about it? Meremu is confused. I attacked everyone. Anka asks her, but Meremu, you did everything for Belga's sake, right? Besides, no one lost their life. He pauses for a moment. Or, is that wrong? Anka questions her, during your time as Vonma's subordinate, you killed many people. Meremu shakes her head, repeatedly, resolutely denying it. I didn't do that. Meremu speaks honestly. I wounded the enemy, but I never took anyone's life. I often lied to Vonma, saying I had finished them off. She tries to prove her sincerity. It was very difficult to keep up that act. Hearing this, Anka confirms, then there's no problem. He reaches out his hand to invite her, come with us. Meremu, Belga will be happier too. Meremu is stunned by the offer. Then she quickly and happily accepts, really. She grabs Anka's hand. Meremu finally feels the burden lifted. Yeah. Anka rests his chin on his hand again. I thinks for a second, then voices his confusion. Wait, now that I think about it, after the battle with Meremu, Belga only had his head left. Right. Even with the casualties. What exactly happened to make it end up like that? Belga frowns and explains, the forbidden spell I used targeted the body. That's why the body exploded, leaving only the head to fly away. Meremu cries out, Master. Anka doesn't question it further. I understand. Not long after, Lena peeks her head in, asking, is everyone ready? Anka is ready. He confidently steps forward. Then this time, Anka is looking forward to this journey. Let's really get going. Julie moves the carriage rapidly through dimensions while everyone waits. Ian is wrapped in layers of cloth, lying on the floor, breathing heavily. Anka watches him, full of worry. Burgadia speaks up, we can only use teleportation magic to get this far. He says seriously, ahead lies the territory of the spirit tribe. Teleportation magic from outsiders will be blocked. You feel a bit puzzled. Doesn't everyone find this strange? Anka turns to look at Burgadia. The spirit royal capital should be surrounded by lush nature. Julie's carriage is still speeding along the road, yet there is no trace of nature here. Burgadia agrees with him. It is indeed very strange. This place was supposed to be a peaceful, grassy plain. He sits at the front of the carriage, seemingly sensing something. Then Julie warned everyone to be careful. His gaze was grave. If what Anka and the others said was true, lightning bolts were already appearing in the sky. Ripulum was right ahead. Anka looked out with deep anxiety, wondering, what is that black mist? Julie asked for his opinion. What should we do? Should we turn back for now? Lena, sitting in the back, heard everything he said. This time we even brought people who aren't good at fighting to take care of N. Julie had considered it for a moment. We shouldn't take too many risks. No sooner had he finished speaking than she said cheerfully, I'm fine. Lena touched his forehead with sadness. I don't have much time left. The carriage rattled along the ground, kicking up rocks and dirt. If we turn back now, it's just a waste of time. She looked at Anka, full of hope. Besides, I want to help everyone. Anka felt like he had misheard. After feeling her determination, Anka gave a gentle smile. Then he signaled to Julie, just go straight through that black mist. He continued, if Ripiellum is behind us, Anka decided firmly, then we just need to keep pushing forward. He obeyed, understood. Julie pulled the reins tight. The horses seemed to get the command and prepared to bolt, and the carriage surged forward. Hold on tight. We're going to charge right through. Their determination to cross every obstacle together was met with countless lightning bolts striking from the sky. Anka frowned at the situation. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck the ground from the clouds above, leaving a huge crater behind. Highs above, small explosions continued to erupt, turning into bolts of lightning that struck right along the carriage's path. Unluckily, the carriage was struck right beside them, causing it to swerve violently to avoid the impact. Anka screamed in terror. Inside, the carriage was turned upside down. Then, Julie shouted, I see the end of the mist. The mist faded as the carriage drew near. He looked outside and breathed a sigh of relief. Just a little further, and then another flash lit up the sky. It looked like it was aiming straight for them. Anka just stared blankly. There was no such thing as luck here. Their entire carriage was struck by lightning. He was thrown out of the carriage. After the strike, debris was scattered everywhere, and Anka lay curled up in a corner. He struggled to stand up. Damn it! When Anka looked ahead, he suddenly froze. What is this? In the distance was a massive ancient tree. Is this Ripiellum? Suddenly, his head throbbed in pain. A voice echoed in Anka's head. So you are the ones here. He realized it was the Abyss region. Suddenly, a strange smoke appeared. He hurriedly turned back to see a wooden monster charging toward him from behind. Anka's head hurt, but he still had to try to fight it off. Damn it, a monster appears at a time like this. It didn't care and swung its arm. In Anka's eyes, there was nothing but the monster's ferocity. Before he could react, sword strikes attacked from somewhere. Anka was stunned. What? A tall, majestic figure appeared before him. Welcome to Ripiellum. He sheathed his sword and introduced himself. I am Fau Ripiellum, the first prince of the elf capital. Fau Ripiellum smiled at him. I have been waiting for you. Anka was still confused. Honored guests, Fau Ripiellum led the whole group. Anyway, he turned back with thoughtfulness. First, we must get on to a safe place. Fau Ripiellum, the first prince of Ripiellum. His eyes narrowed slightly, just as I predicted. I treated Anka's team as honored guests. I believe that Anka and the others would bring on here. And then, Fau Ripiellum looked up and laughed happily. Although I was very worried when the carriage broke down, luckily everyone is safe. In contrast, Anka was serious. Why? Anka stared at him. Do you know about N and us? Fau Ripiellum heard this and turned around. He began to explain, a long time ago, the elf race and humans, ancient characters that only the ancients could use, appeared. Lived in a symbiotic relationship because they wanted both races to prosper. Humans gave the elves various inventions. The human characters were clearly carved and the Ripiellum royal family. The strong handshake between the two sides was realized, granting elven power to selected humans. That was the tradition of mutual exchange. The truth was finally revealed. The connection between me and N is a remnant of that tradition. Fau Ripiellum added, I bestowed elven power upon N in the form of an epic skill, but I did not choose him directly, and still being held by Julie was struggling. Then a butterfly flew from somewhere near his hand. I sent the elven power with a wish, please find a kind-hearted human. The butterfly then flew away freely to let it find the chosen one itself. The image of N receiving the power replayed in his mind, and finally it had chosen N. Through the power I bestowed, I can know N's current condition. Fau Ripiellum stepped behind N and whispered something. He crossed his arms and said nonchalantly, I can even converse in his mind. That's why I know about you all. Anka was speechless after hearing that. Not knowing what else to say when he regained his composure, Anka hurriedly asked, Then couldn't you have stopped on before he caught the soul disease? Fau Ripiellum waved his hand. I tried. He only now truly took the matter seriously. It's just that Ian wouldn't listen to my warnings. That only goes to show how much he wanted to save you. Anka seemed to realize many things. When Fau Ripiellum finished speaking, he turned and left first, waving to say goodbye. Remember to thank him properly. A while later, Fau Ripiellum led them to a shallow cliff. We're here. May still couldn't believe it. She looked around. We're here, but there's nothing here. He just snapped his fingers. Don't underestimate the elf race, young lady. That snap caused the empty space around them to reveal a door leading to another dimension. Everyone felt intrigued by what was before their eyes. They looked around as they walked inside. Anka was truly surprised. A villager was out chopping wood when a couple of forest spirits were hanging laundry and playing around, pointing out the colorful world right before their eyes. Then introducing this as the final sanctuary, he said with a look full of hope. Amidst a ruined Ripialum, this is the only place where the spirit tribe can survive. Onsen was brought inside the room. For Ripialum began performing a spell on him. A halo radiating from his hands helped draw the sickness out of Andy's body in an instant. Whatever was clinging to his body was gone. Foripialum held it all in the palm of his hand. Finally feeling relieved, I've removed it. Most of the corrupted power from overusing your abilities. And Foripialum also gave some instructions. Just resting here for a while will completely cure Ian's soul sickness. Everyone was overjoyed upon hearing that. Is that true? He grinned. Why would I joke? Foripialum also had one small request, and just needs to stay in the final sanctuary for a while, outside the door. He looked at a giant, lush green ancient tree. The remaining corrupted power would return to the sanctuary, and Foripialum let out a sigh of relief. It's a good thing we made it before this place vanished, Bergadia affirmed. Ripialum used to be a prosperous land, then she wondered what happened to make the outside look like that. He bowed his head and said nothing. Finally, Foripialum told the story 15 years ago. A cruel monster appeared clear in his memory. Ripialum was destroyed by that monster. Nature withered, and the beasts disappeared. The monster's name was Gambadis Ripialum. He winced when mentioning it, an evil, vile monster. Foripialum's story explained a lot. When you guys entered Ripialum, what attacked Anka was just a minion of Gambadis Ripialum, explaining why there was no vegetation along the path they took. They trampled nature, causing the land of Ripialum to become increasingly polluted. His heart ached as he spoke. The entirety of Ripialum right now is like it's suffering from a soul sickness. Anka was truly curious. Can't you defeat Gambadis Ripialum? Foripialum considered that impossible. Don't joke. Gambadis Ripialum's level is at least over 1,000. His eyes became pensive when speaking about it. No one can defeat a monster like that. Suddenly, Foripialum appeared full of excitement. Wait, so, Anka, you saved N. He spoke slowly. If you intend to. Anka was now full of fighting spirit. Defeat Gambadis Ripialum. I will help. Suddenly a villager ran in to report, Your Highness For. The person panted and said, There is a report, Gambadis Ripialum's army, a bombshell dropped, has surrounded the sanctuary. Finally, Foripialum covered his face, exhausted. They must have discovered us when I brought Anka and the others here. He looked up and proposed to those present. We must protect this place from Gambadis Ripialum's minions. I know this request is a bit much, but I hope everyone will help. Anka did not hesitate. Of course we'll help. But before that I have one question. He asked what he wanted to know, and Anka voiced the question on his mind. Why did you use honorifics when referring to Gambadis? Ripialum our enemy. Foripialum stroked his chin and let out a long sigh. Well, I suppose I can't hide it forever. He walked forward. The monster that destroyed Ripialum. His full name is... Foripialum stepped up to face him. Gambadis Ripialum, the spirit emperor of Ripialum. He struggled to reveal it. He is my father. Anka couldn't believe what he had just heard. Why is it the spirit emperor of Ripialum? Foripialum bowed his head again, then replied, How would I know? The pain in Foripialum's heart was stirred up again. He suddenly changed and then destroyed Ripialum. His mood sank. Now Gambadis Ripialum is just an enemy. You guys don't need to hold back for my sake. Foripialum pointed out the door. Let's go. I was ready to fight. Gambadis Ripialum's minions were waiting for them. After a moment, everyone rushed toward the forest and he told him the situation. It seemed Gambadis Ripialum's minions had already approached the entrance. As soon as the gate opened, everyone stopped and Foripialum laid out the plan. As soon as the gate opened, the battle would begin immediately. He slowly extended his hand. In the final sanctuary, there weren't many people who could fight. I'm counting on you. Anka behind him was preparing his power. Anka, with eyes ablaze, stood full of fighting spirit in front of the teleportation gate. Yes, with his sword ready to slash through everything when he stepped through that gate. Leave it to me. Even monsters would have to bow before Anka's sword. Absorb level, he was becoming stronger. At that moment, the system notified the master's current level. Level 960. The master's body has adapted to the high level. Continuing to absorb levels will be fine. Anka was happy with that information. Understood that's good news. Right in front of him were hundreds of monsters waiting to devour him from that point on. We have to wipe them out! As soon as Anka finished speaking, the monsters shrieked together and rushed toward him. Foripialam leaped high to take them down. He gritted his teeth and said, "You've caused enough trouble, haven't you? This is the final sanctuary." Foripialam's eyes flared with angry flames. This place, he seemed to pour all his fury onto the monsters. "I will not give this to you," Foripialam said coldly. "I am not Anka's match, but I am still the royalty of Foripialam. Foripialam level 300. He gave a scornful smile. "I don't intend to lose to a bunch of nameless minions." At another corner, Julie was also frantically dealing with the monsters, making them leave behind only pieces of wood. Unlike humans, the spirit tribe had no level cap. She even heard that they leveled up easier. She was also full of fighting spirit. How enviable. No monster could escape that sharp blade. If only this old body. In an instant, Julie had finished her share. A little stronger, and I could have helped more. Foripialam comforted her, "You have helped enough." At the same time, Mina also called out, "My support me." She replied, "Understood." Mina used her fire ultimate to incinerate them. Others not affected jumped up, intending to pounce on her. Mai knew all their intentions. A chain attack, she used her blades and rushed as fast as lightning toward them. Dragon Claw. Mai spun it skillfully. She held her sharp blades forward toward them. "Sorry, but I don't intend to let you pass." Regarding Anka's side, he had to admit there were too many enemies. Anka asserted firmly, "I will crush their entire formation." Many eyes flashed in the night, waiting to reach him. Meanwhile, Anka asked, "Can everyone hold this place?" Everyone behind him agreed. Anka was reassured, "Thank you." He looked forward. Then, Anka rushed forward with dizzying speed. "I'm going!" All of them were blown away by the speed of his blade. Suddenly, there were roars coming from above, catching Anka's attention. Monsters were attacking him from above. When you weren't paying attention, they tried to touch Anka, but you blocked them with your hand just in time. At that level, Anka used his bare hands to punch through those monsters. You couldn't even scratch him, and they shattered into pieces before his sheer power. Then out of nowhere, a boss monster appeared. You were a bit surprised to meet it, but Anka gave it his all with a few sword strikes slicing the monster in two. He let out a sigh of relief. Before he could even rest, there was the sound of more monsters behind him. They swarmed to pounce on Anka, but they were quickly dispatched by his sharp blade. Around Anka, golden energy was absorbing levels. You watched coldly as the monsters he sliced into pieces fell. Current level of the master. Level 2960 in an empty room. A figure sat silently on a throne, tapping fingers against the armrest. Ganbadis Ripialam spoke coldly. "It seems all the minions I sent have been wiped out. As you said, the title Abyss Suppressor isn't just for show." He raised his hand toward the sky. Before long, Ganbadis Ripialam clenched his hand tightly. "Not just Ripialam. I will rule the entire world." He was filled with killing intent as he added, "If you stand in my way." Spirit Emperor Ganbadis Ripialam, left with only cruelty, will handle this personally. Ganbadis Ripialam looked up at the sky. Is this satisfying enough? Above his head was a diamond called the core of the abyss. At the same time, a terrifying power was constantly surging, wrapping around Anka like a storm of spiritual energy. Waves of intense power poured into his body one after another. The cold voice of the disaster black armor suddenly rang out, absorbing levels. Just seconds later, the mechanical voice spoke steadily again. Current level of the master. Spiritual energy continued to rise, whirlpools of power intertwining and invading Anka's body. A moment later, it announced, level 2960. At that exact moment, the voice of the disaster black armor, which was always calm, suddenly became urgent. "Master." You furrowed your brows. "What's wrong?" It reported immediately. The entity that destroyed Rip Alam, the disaster black armor, was silent for a moment, then continued in a voice filled with unprecedented seriousness. "The destruction of Ganbadis Ripalam, I officially request that you execute it." Hearing that, Anka's pupils constricted, and a drop of cold sweat silently rolled down his cheek. "Why is the disaster black armor making such a request? Facing your suspicion." It paused briefly, then made a decision. "Perhaps it is time." The disaster black armor said in a low voice. I am not just playing the role of a suit of armor anymore. Master no. Anka to fulfill a long-cherished wish. I will reveal the truth I have hidden until now. My true name is the false manager, the Abyss Suppressor. It slowly recounted its past from ancient times. I have managed the abyss where evil dwells. The soul suppressor scene change at this moment. Falrip Alum was observing his surroundings. The more he looked, the more he felt something was wrong, no matter how he looked at it. This was too suspicious. Falrip Alum's gaze stopped at the giant headquarters, lying right in front of them. Even though Ganbadis's headquarters was right there wasn't a single magical beast to be seen. At that exact moment, the armor on Anka suddenly flickered, as if emitting a warning signal. The words of the disaster black armor followed immediately. Carrying a rare seriousness, there is no time to explain everything. They must know we have set foot in Ripialum. First get to Ganbadis. Anka's hand tightened into a fist, his eyes still shining with hesitation. Noticing your doubt, the disaster black armor spoke up. I will explain everything. In Anka's head, only a few keywords echoed. Abyss Suppressor. Abyss the Soul Suppressor. Soon he stepped in front of Ganbadis's headquarters. Anka paused slightly, looking up at the majestic towering gate in front of him, unable to help but wonder. Since that moment, the disaster black armor had said nothing more. You closed your eyes slightly, your mind still sinking into a chaotic mess of thoughts. Anka admitted that he didn't understand anything at that moment. Falripalum suddenly shouted, making Anka jump. Falripalum stood with his arms crossed, his eyes full of annoyance, looking straight at you. Falripalum raised a fist and gave a teasing smile. Snap out of it. He punched your shoulder lightly. You are our only hope. You sighed. Ah, sorry. Only then did Falripalum look at the scene in front of him. His expression was stunned. This area, he continued, is usually guarded by countless magical beasts, to the point that no one can even get near the castle. Falripalum narrowed his eyes. That giant tree. His voice suddenly dropped. The Ripialum Pavilion where I used to live has now become Ganbadis's headquarters. Julie rested her chin on her hand, pondering. In other words, we are being lured into a trap, right? Mai frowned slightly, unable to hide her anxiety. Is it okay to keep going like this? Mina hesitated. But if we don't defeat Ganbadis, the last Holy Land might be attacked again. Falripalum agreed. Exactly, he analyzed. Now our location has been exposed. The only way for the people of the last Holy Land to survive is to defeat Ganbadis. Falripalum's gaze became firm. That is why we are here. Hearing those words, Anka smiled slightly. The hesitation from before had completely vanished, replaced by eyes full of determination. He stepped forward to lead the group. Let's go, Anka continued, to end it all. Very quickly, the group moved deep inside Ganbadis's headquarters. She looked around the main hall, her expression unable to hide. Her surprise. There isn't even a single magical beast in the castle. Mina scanned the vast room with its towering pillars and magnificent ceiling, asking curiously, is this a ballroom? He nodded in confirmation. That's right. Right here is where they used to hold galas. Suddenly, the main hall door burst open. A figure stood looming in the doorway, his hand still holding the pose of having placed it on the door. As if he had just casually pushed it open, the whole group simultaneously drew their weapons, all focusing their eyes on the person who had just appeared, ready to dive into battle at any moment. The man spoke in a deep, low voice. What do you think of my castle? As soon as he finished, his magic power exploded, billowing out and spreading everywhere. The Abyss Suppressor and his companions were stunned. The man standing before them was none other than the Spirit Emperor Ganbadistrialum. He stared down unconsciously at the black armor covering his own body. Floripialum the Abyss. Suppressor gritted his teeth. His eyes blazed with fury. Hearing that voice, Ganbadistrialum's gaze slowly fixed upon him, immediately recognizing the identity of the one who dared to set foot in this place. His brows furrowed slightly and a scowl appeared on his face. Ganbadistrialum slowly stepped down the stairs, muttering, My magical beasts couldn't stop the Abyss Suppressor. Then, in a blink of an eye, he appeared on the hall floor. The group immediately tightened their grip on their weapons, their bodies rigid, watching the opponent's every move. Right after that, the magic power around Ganbadistrialum surged violently. He coldly declared, As the Spirit Emperor, I have no choice but to eliminate you all myself. Anka loudly demanded, Wait, why are you destroying Ripialum? Why do you want to wipe us out? But the only response to his words was a mocking laugh from Ganbadistrialum. His rasping, disdainful laughter echoed throughout the hall. Ganbadistrialum glared, his blood-red eyes filled with visible veins. "You know nothing!" "Isn't that right?" The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smirk. "How pathetic." As he spoke, Ganbadistrialum's body suddenly deformed. The skin on his flesh went limp, then piece by piece, pieces dripped onto the stone floor. Following that, countless bizarre tentacles burst through his cloak, frantically reaching outward, quickly twisting together to form a mass of flesh, enveloping a single glowing blue eye in the center. "But I have no obligation to explain. Take those unanswered questions to your graves." Witnessing the scene before them, everyone was horrified. Ganbadistrialum's original form had vanished, completely replaced by a giant one-eyed monster with a twisted, grotesque shape. "That is your fate." Anka gritted his teeth, his eyes igniting with the flames of rage. Without hesitation, he raised his sword and charged straight at Ganbadistrialum. The blade carried terrifying power, tearing through the air as it struck down at his arm. Yet there wasn't even a single scratch on him. Ganbadistrialum scoffed. "Still not enough." He flicked his hand, sending Anka flying backward. "Daring to harbor such arrogant thoughts!" The murderous aura around him rose intensely. "You want to defeat me?" He laughed coldly, his tone dripping with contempt. "Your level is far too low." Ganbadistrialum could say those words with confidence, because his power at this moment had reached level 3,200. Meanwhile, Anka's power was only at level 2,960. Ganbadistrialum decisively reached his hand toward his enemy, his gaze as cold as a death sentence. "I will destroy the black armor of calamity, and its master right here, right now." As he spoke, a beam of blue light erupted from his palm, tearing through space and shooting straight toward Anka. "Accept your end." Watching the beam hurtle toward him at terrifying speed, he couldn't help but panic. The blinding light reflected in Anka's pupils, signaling that death was imminent. Just before the attack hit, he gathered all his strength, tilting his body to dodge at the very last second. It grazed Anka and slammed directly into the wall behind him. An earth-shattering explosion rang out. Stones shattered and flew everywhere, and dust rose in thick clouds. Mai, terrified, clutched her head and let out a piercing scream. Hearing that cry, he immediately turned his head back, his voice full of worry. "Mai!" The thick dust made her eyes sting. Mai closed her eyes for a moment, then forced herself to reply, "I'm okay." Behind her, Foripialum kept his head bowed, his hands clenched until he trembled. Linai spoke up, apologizing, noticing the shoulders of the person in front of her. Trembling. Julie gently placed a hand on his shoulder to reassure him. She said in a deep, warm voice, "We all have our own roles to fulfill." Julie instructed them to stay alert outside the ballroom in case of an ambush by the demonic beasts. Her gaze was filled with trust. "Take care of it for me, okay?" At that same moment, Anka was feeling extremely tense. He still hadn't figured it out. What strategy could possibly work against an enemy with power many times greater than his own? A moment later, Anka turned to his teammates. "The enemy's level is 3,200. Everyone fall back to a safe distance." I was stunned and quietly called Ansa's name. Immediately after, Ansa quickly unleashed his power. "Don't worry," Ansa said, standing tall to shield everyone. "I will definitely," he stated with resolve, "defeat the villain who has trampled on us." "Ripielum." Ansa stared at the enemy, his gaze steady and unwavering. "Everyone go, so I can fight without worry." Foripielum bit his lip, seemingly still hesitant. After a few seconds of silence, he nodded decisively. Ansa spoke up. "Now that I think about it." Ansa frowned, his eyes tightly shut. "This is a ballroom, right?" He spoke coldly. "Then let's dance with all our might, Gambadist." As he finished, Anka lunged forward at incredible speed, his momentum exploding like a fierce tidal wave. Bringing immense power down upon his opponent, he continuously dodged every strike from Gambadist Ripialum. In a split second, he seized an opening. Anka leaped into the air, swung his sword, and slashed straight down. Powerful blows rained down one after another without mercy, leaving him no time to react. A sharp blade instantly tore through Ganbadis Ripialum's arm. Ansa's eyes gleamed with a cold, sharp light. Right now! But at that exact moment, the ground suddenly shattered. Countless tentacles burst from the earth. He sneered in contempt. "Did you really think I'd expose a weakness?" Seeing himself completely surrounded by countless tentacles, Anka couldn't help but be shocked. What that way? A beam of violent light surged toward him at high speed. and CA quickly threw his body backward to dodge it, but right behind that beam, the sharp claws of Gambadist Ripia, Lum suddenly appeared. He channeled all his spiritual power and unleashed a direct attack at him. And CA couldn't dodge in time, and in a flash a blinding light erupted and engulfed him. A deafening explosion echoed immediately afterward, shaking the entire headquarters. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, Anka appeared with a face smeared with dirt. His body was disheveled and covered in wounds. He leaned on his sword to keep from collapsing. "This is bad. I'm in trouble." And CA used the last of his strength. He slowly pushed himself up. "Disaster Black Armor," he pleaded. "I need an epic skill to turn the tide. Please find me a skill." But all that answered him was a prolonged silence. Finally, NK couldn't hold back and roared. "Disaster Black Armor!" He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Why have you been silent this whole time, huh?" And Ka said angrily, his voice full of frustration, "The enemy I need to defeat is right in front of me." Suddenly, the Disaster Black Armor uttered a sentence that he never expected. "Target detection error." And CA paused. "Huh." He frowned, his eyes filled with confusion. "Ganbadis is right there," it continued. "Ganbadis is not the real threat. I requested the destruction of Ganbadis only to make it easier for Anka to understand. However, as soon as it finished speaking, a terrifying surge of power erupted from the Disaster Black Armor, shot into the air and struck the chandelier on the ceiling of the Great Hall. It calmly explained, "Gambadist is merely someone granted evil power. The one who bestowed that power is the true enemy." And CA was stunned. "The one who gave power to Ganbadis," the Disaster Black Armor continued. "I have dedicated all my resources to tracking down the true enemy. I apologize for being unable to respond sooner." Amidst the vast sea of spiritual power, something seemed to stir. Its voice continued, "But my objective has been achieved." He slowly raised his head, stunned as he watched the colossal surge of power swirling in the air. Just then, an abyss core gradually emerged amidst the sea of spiritual power. Appear. The Disaster Black Armor emphasized every word. Abyssal disaster. An arrogant voice from within the sea of spiritual power echoed throughout the hall. "Watching this play is enough." Instantly it darted toward Gambadis Ripielum. Gambadis, the Disaster Black Armor declared, "I will grant you even greater power." Watching the streams of dark, thick magic pouring into his body, he widened his eyes. "Is this a divine blessing?" Gambadis Ripielum was ecstatic. "The power to rule the world is flooding my body," it ordered in a cold tone. "I have granted you power. Now send them to hell." With just one blow under the prodding of the Disaster Black Armor, Gambadish Ripialum turned into a streak of light. He lunged straight at Anka with the speed of a storm. With just one punch, Gambadish bent his body in half, and CA's eyes rolled back and saliva mixed with a mouthful of fresh blood followed the impact, and sprayed out of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, his body was sent flying straight through the headquarters and out into the open. A few seconds later, Ansa slammed heavily into the ground. He slid along the cold earth, leaving a deep trench behind him. He lay motionless amidst the smoke and dust that were still swirling thick. The next second, a figure also rushed out from inside the headquarters. Gambadist Ripialum landed leisurely in front of Anka, looking heroic like a victor. He threw his head back and roared, flaunting the power he had just attained. Magic power surged violently, turning into waves of shock that swept across the battlefield. When he opened his eyes again, the sight before him left Anka stunned. He looked around, bewildered. "Where is this?" Meanwhile, a voice suddenly echoed from behind Ansia. Ansa was actually unconscious. The Disaster Black Armor reassured him, "But you can rest easy." It explained, "The attack from Ganbadis was completely blocked by the Hope Black Star." The Disaster Black Armor affirmed, "You will certainly wake up soon." Seeing the strange shadow in front of him, he asked curiously, "Are you the Hope Black Star?" As if suddenly remembering something, Anka immediately changed his mind. "No. Wait, are you the manager of the Abyss Suppressor?" it said in a deep voice. "Call me whatever you like." The ominous black armament took a step toward him before Anka regained his senses and returned to the fight. After speaking, it sat down cross-legged facing Anka and continued. "I want to tell you everything," it asked politely. "Will you listen?" He paused, stunned. He hadn't expected the other party to ask him in such a calm, gentle tone. The black armament continued its story about the birth of the Black Star. Anka took a breath, adjusted his sitting posture to be more comfortable, and nodded. "All right," it began. In ancient times, this world was ruled by evil entities called the Abyss. The black armament continued. Even the dark god you defeated was one of them. Its voice deepened. The Abyss brought fear, destruction, and death to the entire world until one day someone stood up. The black armament's eyes seemed to drift into memory. To seal the terrifying Abyss, he was called the God of Heroes. With his power, it continued, he created an interdimensional space called the Void to imprison the Abyss. In the end, all of the Abyss was sealed in the Void. But even while sealed, their power remained terrifying. To suppress that power, the black armament said with a voice full of pride, the God of Heroes entered the Void himself. As the warden of the Void, he decided to become the one who suppresses it. It continued, the God of Heroes had the ability to consume his own level to create new epic skills. The black armament emphasized, the Void itself is a space created by his skills. After a moment of silence, it continued the story. To weaken the Abyss's growing power, he created the level absorption skill. The black armament's voice dropped low. The Abyss creatures are immortal. At that moment, an ancient scene flashed through its mind on that fierce battlefield. The God of Heroes swung his sword just once. He sliced a giant Abyss creature in two. The black armament sighed softly. Even when destroyed, they still regenerate. Its voice remained steady. Every time the Abyss grew stronger, the God of Heroes would destroy them again, and after each time, he would absorb their levels. By doing so, he prevented the Abyss from reaching overwhelming power for thousands of years. Anka suddenly interrupted. So that person, it's you, isn't it? He looked straight at the black armament and said slowly, the God of Heroes, the Warden of the Void. A long moment later, the black armament softly replied, that is just the title people gave me. I am not arrogant enough to call myself the God of Heroes. But then the black armament's voice became firmer than ever. You are right, it admitted calmly. I am the Warden of the Void. The black armament recounted however 15 years ago a particularly terrifying entity among the Abyss escaped the Void. Its name is the Abyss Calamity. It explained right now. It is granting power to Ganbadis through the Void Core. Beings like me kept in the Void basically have no physical body. To exist in the real world, we must possess a host. The black armament described the power core, which was originally a guardian spirit that granted power to the land and the spirit race, but it had been corrupted by the Abyss Calamity, the Spirit Emperor. Ganbadis was also swallowed by that evil power, leading to the collapse of Ripialam. It continued its tale. While chasing the Abyss Calamity into the real world, I possessed an armor that was worshipped by the people as a holy relic. Equip me. The black armament shook its head in despair, covering its face miserably. At first, I intended to find a human host to continue hunting the Abyss Calamity. It snapped its fingers. But something unexpected happened. The sound of the black armament echoed endlessly. My level absorption skill reacted and rejected normal people, those who rely on experience points to level up. It said sadly, as a result, anyone who wore me lost their life. The armor turned black after absorbing their life force. The black armament continued. Since then, people began calling this cursed armor the Black Star. For a very long time after that, I was hidden away and forgotten, it said in a deep voice. Not long ago, a turning point occurred. At that moment, the image of the building where it had been stored appeared clearly in the black armament's mind. It recounted, the building where I was kept was attacked by the fire destroyer. The fire destroyer swallowed me and flew away. The black armament's voice was incredibly calm, as if reliving the memories of years past. It dug a cave outside of Bill's base. It spoke up. There I accidentally fell into Julie's plans. The image of Anka from that day was still deeply imprinted in the black armament's memory, unable to fade away. Anka's eyes widened. He hadn't expected that he too had played a part in that story. The corner of its mouth curved upward. The only person compatible with the skill of not receiving experience points. The black armament stood up slowly and said with a tone full of sincerity, I am truly grateful to you, Anka. Thanks to you, I was able to find the trail of the Abyss Calamity. It turned its back to Anka, the one who vanished without a trace. Now the only thing left to do is defeat him. The black armament's voice became heavier. If his power continues to increase, other Abyss creatures will also be freed. It suddenly spun around. If that happens, the damage caused will be incomparable to Ganbadis Ripialam. The black armament stated decisively, it would truly be the end of the world. It agilely reached its hand forward. So please lend me your strength, my only master. Returning to reality. Anka still had his eyes tightly shut, his whole body motionless. Suddenly his eyes snapped open. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. Anka dashed forward, swinging his sword repeatedly. The slashes connected like a storm descending upon Ganbadis Ripialam. Understood. The mana within his body exploded violently. This is how I repay the one who helped me become an adventurer. In a flash, he was tightly bound by the flow of spiritual energy, burning in pain. Anka's face was filled with determination. A corner of his mouth curved into a confident smile. This is also a battle to save the world. I absolutely cannot afford to lose. Anka continued his relentless assault. I gave Ganbadis Ripialam not even a single chance to counterattack. The opponent's body swayed continuously, unable to stand steady. Waves of mana surged and poured relentlessly into his body, making Ganbadis Ripialam bow his head in pain, gasping for breath. The feeling of terrifying power is flooding my body, he said in a raspy voice. This overwhelming sense of omnipotence is wearing me down and destroying me. His breathing became increasingly chaotic. Ganbadis Ripialam said with difficulty, and even those I once loved more than anything. Become a monster that can easily discard them. Anka quietly stared at his opponent, eyes unblinking, silently observing his every move. A moment later, Anka called out softly, Ganbadis. Ganbadis Ripialam jolted hurriedly, looking back over his shoulder. But in the next second he sprang off the ground, lunging straight at him. I am actually happy that I have become a monster like this. Anka gritted his teeth, utterly stunned and in total disbelief. Just then, the Abyss Core suddenly appeared right in front of him. The magical energy radiating from Ganbadis Ripialam surged intensely, rising like a sea of fire. Is the Abyss Suppressor still alive? Resistance is meaningless now, he roared crazily. This battle will not end until I see the Abyss Suppressor dead with my own eyes. Bursts of magic light erupted from Ganbadis Ripialam's body, releasing a terrifying pressure that made the surrounding space tremble violently. Absorb even deeper darkness. Immerse yourself in even more intense pleasure. Embrace self-destruction. He tilted his head back and bellowed with waves of horrific sound blasting from his mouth. It turned into a storm, charging straight toward him at that very moment. Ganbadis Ripialam's level had skyrocketed to Form 2 level 5000. Anka instantly raised his sword, putting all his strength into blocking the incoming wave of power. His feet were planted firmly into the ground, straining to hold his ground with every last bit of his remaining strength. Anka was shocked to realize that Ganbadis's level had increased abnormally. If he didn't level up too, one hit would mean certain death. He hunched over slowly, pulling his arm back as frantic magical energy converged into his fist. Preparing to deliver the decisive blow, Ganbadis Ripialam suddenly swung his fist straight forward, toward his opponent. Anka panicked, cold sweat running down his face. In that split second, hanging by a thread, Anka immediately pushed off the ground and leaped into the air. He dodged by a hair's breadth. The giant fist slammed into the ground, sending rocks and debris flying while clouds of dust billowed up, obscuring the entire battlefield below. But he didn't stop. He continued to launch himself forward, aggressively hunting Anka down. Anka gritted his teeth. He realized he couldn't find a single opening to take down Ganbadis Ripialam. He opened his grotesque mouth wide, thick, slimy drool dripping between his sharp teeth. Without hesitation, Anka kicked off Ganbadis Ripialam's face, using the momentum to rotate in midair. Immediately after, he decisively delivered a kick straight into his eye. Damn it! Anka landed steadily while Ganbadis Ripialam slammed face first into the ground. He muttered softly, even after hitting his eye. Anka quickly concluded that he wasn't even phased. His heart sank. To defeat Ganbadis, he had no choice but to level up. Anka called out for help to his companion, the Calamity Black Armor. Do you have a skill to detect specific targets? Instantly, a semi-transparent screen appeared before him, accompanied by the voice of the Calamity Black Armor. I almost guessed what you were thinking, Anka. At the same time, a line of information appeared on the screen. Target detected. Presence detection acquired. Consumes level 130. It judged that this was definitely the most suitable skill. Anka cheered, "You're a lifesaver." Without hesitation, he reached out to touch the screen to accept the skill. In that very moment, a brilliant golden light erupted, enveloping Anka's entire body. Request to acquire presence detection accepted. His eyes lit up as the skill was fully unlocked. The mechanical voice of the Calamity Black armor sounded again. Presence detection activated. Anka's gaze immediately locked onto the forest in front of him. He scanned through the treetops to search for his targets, the magical beasts of Ganbadis. In an instant, he spotted them, faint specks of light hiding beneath the dense canopy. There was no way to hide from his sight anymore. Anka's mouth curled into a smirk. No matter how well you hide, it's useless now. While he focused on observing the forest, Ganbadis Ripialam had quietly stood up. He tiptoed silently, creeping up behind Anka. Anka tightened his grip on his sword. His eyes burned with killing intent. Time to hunt some magical beasts. Behind him, realizing the moment was ripe, Ganbadis Ripialam quickly raised his fist and suddenly slammed it down, at the spot where Anka was standing. Fortunately, he had quickly jumped to the side and dodged it. After that, each punch carrying destructive power rained down one after another. Anka moved continuously at incredible speed, slipping through each attack in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, he looked up, his eyes locking onto a nearby tree. Anka decisively raised his sword, his face filled with determination. Right behind that tree, a magical beast was quietly poking its head out to observe, standing still, waiting for an opportunity to strike. But its scheme didn't come to fruition. He lunged forward, soaring ahead and sending it to hell with just a single slash. First one. Without hesitation, Anka instantly absorbed the level of the magical beast. Riding the momentum, he pushed off his feet and darted away. With just 2 clean slashes, Anka brought down 2 more magical beasts. Second one, third one. Just like before, he quickly absorbed their power, not slowing down at all. Anka continued his journey to increase his power. The sword in his hand constantly tore through the wind. Every strike was cold and precise. Sliding past the bodies of the magical beasts, he sliced them in half-blood, splattering and staining the forest red. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. Anka still didn't stop. The sword in his hand was stained with the blood of the beasts. While swinging his sword, he coldly muttered to himself, counting 63rd. All of the magical energy from the beasts was greedily absorbed by Anka, not leaving behind a single drop of power. Just then, Ganbadis Ripialam suddenly lunged forward with a desperate life-or-death momentum, determined to settle the score in this battle. He only slightly narrowed his eyes, his face remaining strangely calm. Anka decisively slashed down. A wave of crimson magical energy tore through the air, accurately hitting him. The slash caused Ganbadis Ripialam's body to buckle. Then he was sent flying backward like a bullet. Immediately after, he exploded with magical energy. Waves of golden radiance shone continuously around his body, his aura rising like a tsunami. Anka's eyes flashed with a cold, light magical energy swirling in the depths of his gaze. Not missing the opportunity, he kicked hard against the ground. He soared into the air, pouring all his strength into his sword, then unleashed a killing blow. His body was slashed and fell straight to the ground, creating a violent explosion. Earth and stones scattered and thick dust billowed, obscuring the battlefield. Magical energy swirled around Anka like a giant tornado. At this moment, his level had officially reached 6,000. Ganbadis Ripialam lay motionless on the ground, his breath shallow, his voice full of regret. Even after obtaining this level of power, I still couldn't reach the Abyss Suppressor. He tremblingly reached his hand toward the Abyss core, trying to grab it with his last bit of strength. This body was already destined to die. Ganbadis Ripialam's body had reached its final limit. The magical energy inside him surged wildly, as if it wanted to shatter every inch of his flesh and skin. I will take it now. As the words faded, his body suddenly shattered into countless pieces, turning into a wild torrent of magical energy that swept across the entire battlefield. Yet in the midst of that magical storm, a giant figure gradually emerged. Countless sharp spear-like tentacles were intertwined, sprouting from the back of the mysterious creature. I had intended to watch from a distance as the magical power dissipated, revealing what lay beneath. A hideous monster's foot stomped heavily onto the ground, Ganbadis trampling over the world. On its solid chest were bizarre patterns glowing as red as blood, constantly radiating a terrifying aura. The arrogant monster declared its presence, but it seemed I could no longer remain a mere bystander, the one who seals the abyss, bearing a grudge from ancient times. I will wipe everything out, crush everything, and end it all. The scene shifts to a cozy little house. Soft golden sunlight filters through the window, quietly bathing the room in a peaceful atmosphere. An lay motionless on the hospital bed, his breathing steady, yet there was no sign of him waking up. This left Lena and Marimu standing by his side, filled with anxiety. The sunbeams piercing through the window fell upon his body as faint spots of light, as if silently healing his wounds. Time passed quietly. Suddenly, N's eyelashes trembled and his eyes slowly pried open, his gaze still hazy from the long slumber. Back to the headquarters. At that moment, on the monster's back, a pair of wings as red as flames slowly unfurled. In the blink of an eye, its entire massive body was etched into Anka's mind. It was the Abyssal Calamity Level 9999. A terrifying sea of magical power erupted from its body, firing toward him with enough force to crush everything. He hurriedly crossed his arms in front of him. Struggling to block the incoming shockwave, he gasped, "What is that gigantic thing?" Just then, the black Calamity armor suddenly glowed. It explained, "The Abyssal Calamity has taken over Gambitist's body. That is our true enemy." The Abyssal Calamity's sharp tail coiled and spiraled amidst the dense sea of magic like a giant spear gathering power. It tilted its head, roared, and vanished into the void black drip. The Calamity urged Anka to leave this place immediately, its voice more urgent than ever. That attack is powerful enough to incinerate the entire region in one hit. Only then did Anka notice the massive surge of magical power heading his way. He looked at the roiling energy closing in his face, turning pale. "But where can I run?" Anka's voice was filled with despair. Even if he tried to run now, the magical power was already closing in, the sheer pressure making his whole body tremble with fear. It was too late. Suddenly, in that moment of danger, a familiar voice echoed. "Finally found you." Immediately after, N appeared, blocking the path in front of Anka. He raised one hand and a crimson burst of magical power instantly radiated, shooting straight at the enemy. Facing that attack, the Abyssal Calamity did not back down. Its magical power continued to rise, and a destructive beam of light shot forward without mercy. The two forces collided, creating a tremor that shook the very heavens and earth. The crimson light swept across the sky, blowing away entire patches of forest in the distance. Opposite, massive cliffs cracked open and countless rocks tumbled thunderously into the abyss. Dust and smoke swirled, obscuring the space, while debris fell like rain from above. Just then, from the middle of the thick smoke, a blinding red light suddenly dove downward. It tore through the sky, constantly changing direction in midair, then gently landed on a flat rock. The light vanished right in front of him, and N's figure appeared in an instant. He exclaimed joyfully, "Thank goodness I made it just in time." An smiled with relief and reached out to grab Anka's hand. It was truly a wise decision to bring that rare teleportation item prepared by the sanctuary. He chuckled softly and continued, "Do you remember Bandon used this same thing before?" The corners of Ian's mouth curled up. Thinking back, that was the first time we met. Anka finally saw the face of the person before him clearly. His eyes turned red and 2 rows of tears couldn't be held back, streaming down his cheeks. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, hugging the other person tightly, as if afraid that if he let go, the person in front of him would vanish again. "I'm so glad you're safe." Anka's voice trembled with emotion. An patted his back, his face beaming with a bright, uncontrollable joy after the overwhelming moment of reuniting. The two quickly regained their composure and looked simultaneously toward the Abyssal Calamity. Anne hadn't figured out a countermeasure yet. "So how are we going to take that thing down?" His gaze locked onto the monster's massive frame, his body tense with vigilance. Anka explained, "As long as it has that beam attack, approaching from the ground will be very difficult." The battlefield wind howled, blowing his cape behind him. Anka's eyes grew determined. "Then there's only one way. Black Calamity armor, find me an epic-grade skill." The Black Calamity armor asked, "What kind of skill do you need?" He answered without hesitation, "A skill that allows me to fly." As soon as it finished speaking, a system screen instantly appeared in front of Anka. "Understood. Then use this skill." A line of text quickly appeared on the screen. "Ultimate freedom. Create wings of light. Allows flight. Cost level 3000. Seeing the price to pay, Anka couldn't help but wince. "The cost is too high," the Black Calamity armor replied calmly. "To possess the ability to fly, a high price is only natural." He helplessly closed his eyes, feeling regretful about the expensive cost. But he quickly made his decision. "All right then." Anka decisively raised his hand, demanding, "Acquire ultimate freedom." Immediately, countless brilliant golden light streams poured down from the void enveloping his entire body. They turned into ribbons of light, merging into Anka's body one by one. His eyes were shut tight, quietly feeling the new source of power spreading through every limb. A moment later, Anka suddenly snapped his eyes open. At this moment, a pair of wings made of light stretched out behind his back, emitting a brilliant radiance. Anka's level had dropped to 3,000. He turned slightly, testing his new wings, then turned to look at En. "All right, I'm heading out." He nodded slightly, his eyes full of trust. "Yeah." En watched the retreating figure and shouted loudly, "Take care, Anka!" Anka clearly identified his immediate goal. "First, I have to regain the levels I lost." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly shone. He activated presence detection, and an invisible wave of sensing spread across the battlefield. Anka nimbly changed direction, diving toward the life signals the skill had just detected. There are still some subordinates hiding. At that moment, the Abyssal Calamity's cold voice echoed across the sky. "It's hard to hunt down all the subordinates scattered everywhere." It emphasized every word, a savage smile creeping onto the Abyssal Calamity's face. "What if I release a massive swarm?" Seeing the thousands of magical beasts in front of him, he couldn't help but look shocked. "Even if each one is low level," Anka thought to himself, "with this many I can't." After that, it continued to unleash its familiar signature move. Golden beams of light ripped through the sky, once again firing straight at him. Anka gripped his sword hilt tight, weaving continuously between the deadly rays as he lunged like a bolt toward the abyssal chasm. But the pack of demonic beasts had already caught his scent. They shrieked wildly, surging toward him like a violent wave. Anka quickly regained his composure, his gaze sharpening. With just one swing, countless beasts were sent to their graves. The black abyssal armor immediately announced level absorbed, but right after that, countless other beasts roared from all four corners, continuing to swarm in. He gritted his teeth, a wave of anxiety rising in his heart. Their numbers simply weren't decreasing. The beasts from all directions dove madly toward Anka like a pitch-black tide. The first one lunged, using both claws to clamp down on his right arm. Another ran up and hugged his left leg, pulling hard and throwing Anka off balance. His whole body was locked tight. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't budge an inch. "Damn it!" Anka cursed in frustration. Suddenly, a streak of crimson blade energy shot out from nowhere, carrying an unstoppable razor-sharp aura. As the shout faded, the demonic beasts froze in unison. They went limp, their bodies falling freely through the air like stones, dragging Anka down with them. Anka's eyes suddenly widened. Seeing the sight before him, the eyes of the abyssal chasm ignited. Sharp tails pointed straight at him, one after another. Realizing the danger was imminent, Anka thrashed wildly, trying to break free from the beast's grasp. The very moment the light beam fired, he jerked his body to dodge, escaping death by a hair's breadth. Anka was panting heavily, but the enemy didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. Beam after beam rained down, cornering Anka so badly he couldn't counterattack. He screamed in panic. "Abyssal armor," Anka muttered while dodging the non-stop onslaught. As the enemy's beam attacks blocked his path, he frowned and asked, "Isn't there any way to stop them?" The black abyssal armor spoke up. "Inside the body of the abyssal chasm, I've detected a reaction from its core. It's likely draining energy from the abyss core. Then this will go on forever," it concluded instantly. "If you destroy the abyss core, the energy beams will stop." Anka nodded decisively, understanding. He squeezed the sword in his hand, bracing himself. Anka swung with all his might. "Take this." A crimson blade aura tore through the air, hurtling straight toward the abyssal chasm with... It did nothing. The entity just looked up, its mouth curling into a sneer. "You cannot surpass me." As the words ended, the abyssal chasm raised its hands and a series of circular magic arrays appeared in unison. Each ring of light diffused like a shockwave. It immediately blocked the incoming blade aura, with the divine multi-barrier technique magic power surging forth. Layer upon layer of barriers stacked, forming an almost impenetrable wall. But he wasn't about to lose. The magic power on Anka's body exploded violently. Burning bright like a flame scorching the sky, he declared firmly, "I will slash your heart to pieces." With that, Anka delivered a world-shattering strike that erupted, tearing through every layer of the enemy's defenses. He looked at the shattered fragments before him, and suddenly realized, I get it now. Anka thought to himself, the level cost for Divine Blessing is 0. On the system display, words appeared, Divine Blessing grants the user divinity. Level cost 0. He danced with his blade, his thoughts flowing endlessly. The abyssal armor must have attained divinity because it was once used by the hero god. Bursts of purple critical damage tore through the sky. aiming at the abyssal chasm with a majestic aura as if to crush everything. Anka gritted his teeth, his face full of killing intent. This time he was determined to pierce through it. Anka's sword passed through a hole in the barrier, stabbing straight into the enemy's body. Unexpectedly, things had gone too easily. He opened his eyes wide in shock. "Did I hit it?" Seeing the wound on the opponent, the black abyssal armor said in a low voice. "Yes." But on the chest of the abyssal chasm, a small hole had appeared. It watched the enemy closely for a moment, then said, "It hasn't been destroyed yet." Anka swore angrily, "Damn it!" Before he could finish, he sensed a killing aura rushing from behind. Just then the swarm of beasts surged back in like a tide. They instantly latched onto Anka's body, pinning him down with overwhelming strength. In the blink of an eye, he was dragged out of the air. Anka tried to raise one hand, shouting, "The Abyss Core!" His gaze was locked onto the hole in the abyssal chasm's chest. "If I can't destroy it." Right then a strange light flickered in the sky. Along with that light, a familiar voice echoed, "Just need to destroy the Abyss Core, right?" Two figures swooped down from the light with incredible speed, rescuing Anka from the beasts just in time. Seeing who had come to save him, he was stunned. "Belga," he smirked, teasing, "You've got way too many relatives, kid. Take care of them." Suddenly, a brilliant golden light appeared before them. Belga froze instantly, his body tensing with vigilance. "What is that?" Below in the forest, the rest of their teammates had gathered. Meramu hugged him and landed gently near the others. "Is everyone okay?" "Then help us," Belga said sternly. "Everyone listen." The magic power around him gathered ceaselessly, forming violent whirlwinds around his body. "I'll create a whirlwind for a moment," Belga continued, "to obscure the enemy's vision." His eyes flashed with determination. "Everyone just needs to do one thing. Destroy the Abyss Core," Belga emphasized. After agreeing on the plan, the group dispersed quickly, carrying out their tasks. Forapialam turned to N. "Looks like the spirit's sickness has been fully cured," he replied. "It's all thanks to you." Very quickly, the group reached the Abyss Core. They held their positions, realizing the Abyss Core itself had no defensive level. "Our attacks are enough to destroy it." Julie put her hand on her sword hilt. "Then let's move." Everyone went into a combat stance and shouted in unison, "Understood!" No one hesitated. The group surged forward together. Forapialam held her sword high, a thought suddenly rising in her mind. Father lost the Abyss Core after the power of evil. Manipulated it right after. Attacks from all four corners crashed down onto the Abyss Core simultaneously. The sound of weapons clashing echoed, magic power exploded, lighting up a corner of the sky, and in an instant it was destroyed, shattered into countless tiny shards. He stood silently watching them fall. "This is the best ending, isn't it?" Father outside the Calamity Abyss was still completely unaware. A smug grin spread across its lips. "The one who suppressed the Abyss is gone." It shrieked in excitement. "It's time for Abyss to return and rule the world. Now I shall pull the curtain down on destiny." But just then, the Calamity Abyss froze as it saw the shards. "The Abyss Core, it's been destroyed," Anka said coldly. "You're not finished yet." Magic power surged violently within his body. Brilliant light enveloped the entire space. "So you shall be sealed in the void." At this moment, Anka's level skyrocketed to 10,000. It roared in a fury, "Shut your mouth. Pathetic humans like you should just submit to the inheritor." In that very moment, a faint screen shimmered before him, followed by the voice of the Black Calamity armor. "Anka, this is my final request. Don't worry about the level gap between you and him anymore. To end it all, I want you to use this skill." The screen displayed the words, "Absolute Unrivaled Enemy Destruction Strike." It continued, "The activation cost is every one of Anka's epic skills, and every level you have achieved so far." Anka fell silent. All of it. He looked up at his enemy for a brief moment. All hesitation vanished, leaving only a firm resolve. Understood. Anka tightened his grip on the sword hilt to ensure his enemy would be annihilated. "I will use it." Across from him, the Calamity Abyss roared and threw a punch filled with destructive power. He channeled all his remaining magic into the sword, ready for this final fate-deciding battle. Just a split second later, the sword in Anka's hand suddenly vanished. With a resounding cry, his magic power erupted more intensely than ever before, activating the Absolute Unrivaled skill. The limits of the Abyss armor were shattered. Countless currents of magic surged from his body, piercing through the black cloak. The Black Calamity armor whispered a final farewell. "Goodbye, Anka. I truly thank you for everything up to this day. Anka was stunned. Abyss armor? You, don't tell me? He slowly closed his eyes, cutting off the surging thoughts in his heart. No. Anka murmured, everything has returned to the starting line. Abyss armor, the time I spent with you. It was a joy. With those words, he turned into a beam of light, rushing toward his opponent with overwhelming momentum. Anka's voice continued to echo, this ends now, one strike. Carrying all of Anka's power, it tore through the void. The Abyss Calamity strike felt like a final verdict. Facing that absolute power, the most formidable enemy was finally completely destroyed. The black cloak covering his body also shattered into countless pieces. Anka smiled faintly and uttered his final words with all his sincerity. Thank you. Scene shift. Anka carries a backpack on his shoulders, strolling. Walking down a small street bathed in the twilight glow. After that battle, the Abyss armor had shattered into pieces. All his levels and all his epic skills were gone. Now, Anka's strength had returned to the starting point level 1, and he accepted that, because everything from his levels to his skills had been given to him by the Abyss armor. There was only one thing. He stared intently at his own palm and smiled faintly. The no experience point skill had vanished. You really were too kind, Black Calamity armor. Because that skill was gone, Anka could level up like a normal adventurer. The Black Calamity armor had granted the wish he had longed for. Anka had always dreamed of living as a normal adventurer. Of course, rebuilding his levels from scratch. It would take a lot of time, but he wouldn't have to suffer much anymore. Because on the other side of the door, everyone raised their glasses in unison toward Anka, joyfully celebrating the victory. Looking at that scene, he couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth. Standing by my side. The smile on Anka's face was brighter than ever. He had so many friends. Looking at that scene, I couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth standing right by your side. The smile on Anka's face was more radiant than ever, surrounded by so many friends.